No,
No, no, hold on. Let me back up.
I haven't even been to
Have you?
org.
Oh, okay. Well, come on.
Gotta set my
Go
hearth.
to go to Thrall after you set your hearth and get the flight point. Go to Thrall and matter of fact, I would do it before you set your hearth. Just grab the flight point, then go to the Valley of Wisdom and pick up that quest back there in the Valley of Wisdom. It's can't remember what it's called.
Hidden enemies.
Insignia or something. And then um I'm going to log out and I want you to invite a different tune. Okay. Hang out right there for just a second. No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll take this guy down by the door. And crappy. Go ahead and get the quest. And then I'll go with you in the cave and we'll finish that real quick for you.
Yeah.
And you're going to be coming back in the front door. So I'm going to have this guy in the inn. So when you're getting your hearth set, I keep an alt just for the purpose of sharing quest on RFC.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty handy because a lot of people want runs, but they don't have the quest, and it keeps me from having to wait around for 45 minutes or porting them everywhere trying to round them up. So I just log over, share it with them,
It was ridiculous, but smart.
and he's also the tune. Crappy's the tune I use to send all my BOE greens and blues to that as I get them out of dungeons, and then I sort them out and mail them from him. He's my central point for all that kind of stuff. And then weird quest items like the power crystals from Ungoro and the gorilla fangs for Stranglethorn and all that kind of crap. So I'll be up at the front door whenever you or the exit of the dungeon, whenever you're ready to go do that part of it there. But yeah, I keep all kinds of stuff, dude. I've got two separate alts, one called rugged hides, rugged leather, and the other one called leather wares. So all my leather stuff goes to those two. I've got a one called Phantom Junior for an extra backup bank for my rogue named Phantom, obviously. I have, oh man, just a bunch of stuff. But I've gotten a little bored with my 60s. So I told you that I started playing some on the Alliance side on the same server, but I started leveling some tunes on it. Well, for one, remember when that buff was here every single day? We went like a week and we were getting the dragon buff nonstop.
Yep. That's nice.
Yeah, it was nice. And I didn't know it was temporary, but I luckily took advantage of it. And I thought, this would be a fun time to play a warrior. And so I started to create a new warrior on this server on Horde just to kill some time and enjoy that buff. And I thought, if I want to do that, I might as well do it on the Alliance side. So I went over there in typical fashion. I created a warrior, had some extra stuff, and then I ended up um, uh, starting other tunes so that I could mail stuff to it. And now I've got all my tunes over there, all my professions going, and everything. I've got 2 druids. I've got like a level 13 or 14 warrior, level 11 mage, that's my tailor. I haven't taken up enchanting yet, but I was just killing things, and I thought, this attack power is so great, I might as well start my mages, and because mages are really powerful with just a dagger while you have that buff. And so I was just slaughtering stuff with that buff and switching from tune to tune, thinking that that buff was going to be here till the end of the expansion.
Yeah,
I thought it was something they gave because
me
of the
too.
expansion. Yeah, and it was just 1 week for the anniversary celebration, and so I'm glad I took advantage of it because I did. I hoarded the crap, and your dad got mad at me because I did it. I didn't. I was down in a dungeon, or not a dungeon. I was down in a cave. I know you've been in these caves a lot, but they wind all the way down, 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 down in the ground with some bridges down in there and
Oh, I
stuff.
know what
And
ones you're talking about.
yeah, and so I'm all the way down there, and I'm killing things. And I'm all I got to do is kill a shaman and get a drop, even though shamans are kind of rare and the drop's kind of rare. I wasn't going to log out and log back in and die. And so I said, let me finish what I'm doing. Oh, look at that. Oh, this guy's not going to be a happy camper. Let's go to the right. Yeah, these guys, you got to see how fast they start trying to go through here and grab stuff. I've had so many of them kill themselves just trying to get stuff rounded up
Oh yeah.
because I've done this for a lot of people. Uh-oh, let's set it for free for all.
Oh yeah. I got the thing already.
Okay, then let's go kill the dude. And that's him right there. Imagine that.
He's.
Yep. All right, jump on down. Watch this. Bow. That was about as quick as I've done it. I'm going to follow you because I got the speed enchant. Pentagrub. What's that mean? Where'd that name come from?
I don't know. I just came up with it because I just got my belly grub on my hunter the other day, and
Oh, gotcha.
pentagram, pentagrub. I don't know.
Okay. See, I like names like that because when you come up with names like that, you know no one will ever have it.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, where did this come from? It's my own brainchild.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, no one else out there is as weird as you are. So, so it's a safe name.
Mm.
So,
Let me
a
tell you
little
this
bit more
story though.
intro. Let me finish this real quick. So, I get on the Alliance Tunes. I get invited very politely to a guild. So, I take it. And here, this group is active. I mean, like Discord active. There's like 8 to 10 of them every day, all the time in Discord, and more. And some of them have been in the guild for years and years. It's come from other servers and stuff. So there's a core group. But what I really like about it is one guy goes, he goes, I really plan to be the main tank, here, and I've been in the guild for a long time. He said, by a long time, I mean 45 minutes. And the way that he was communicating and doing things with the rest of the people in the channel, I thought he was one of the guys that had been there for like 15 years. It's just like that. The group is just, it's not clicky. When people get in there, they make you feel really at home. Everybody's opened arms to me, and just, it's just a really cool
Well, this was Alliance.
group on Alliance. Yeah. And when I told them I got, that they asked me, what tunes I had or whatever, and I said, well, I've got 7 level 60s, and they were like, and I
Yeah.
said, well, they're horde. All right, kick him. But yeah, it's been pretty cool. Okay, right here. Let me log out and log in on this guy. And get back on dog cat. No, not dog cow. Oh, it's the other guy. Hold on. I got to log out on this. Don't go no, because my guy's right there in the inn. Crappie. Where is Crappie? There he is. I got like 15 to 18 characters on each of my 2 servers. All right. I am right here. You can invite me so I can share these. And you got hidden enemies already. Dude, this is such an advantage to do this because rounding these quests up are a pain in the neck.
Yeah, they are. God dang.
Yep. Okay, you can start heading to the dungeon. I used to keep him down there, but there's no mailbox close enough, so I was doing too much running from the dungeon to the mailbox to deal with because that guy's an important, alt for me for mailings things. So I just like, well, we'll just try to deal it a different way. I like keeping him up front now. Did I leave group? Invite me back.
Yeah, you did. Gotta stop by the bank real quick.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. What do you have for bags?
I got room cloth.
Okay. Yeah, dude, get everything out of your bags that you possibly can because you're going to be doing a lot of looting. And the good part about it is you do get the vendor right outside the dungeon, but there's going to be so much of this stuff you're going to want to keep, especially if you got other alts, lobby alts, or plan to. This is a good way to get some really nice low-level starting gear on tunes. Is in RFC. This doesn't take very long to run this. My mage makes quick order of this dungeon. The hardest part about this dungeon is just running.
Right.
So what level is your mage now?
I think we're 38. We gotta play some more. He had to go
Oh,
to a Thanksgiving thing yesterday, so he didn't get to play all day. And
okay. We need to get you into Sunken Temple then.
what level can you get in there?
35.
Oh, oh
Yep.
yeah, that would be good.
And I have 2 mages that are able to run that dungeon. I usually do most of my running on this one. He's got a little better gear set up for it because I have more um, nature resist on this guy than I do the other one, but they both can run. Are you
Wait, I
you're
gotta
already heading
go.
that way?
I gotta, yeah, I gotta go to Thrall. Listen,
Are
almost
you
messed
sure?
up. Yeah, I gotta talk to him again. Turn in the
Oh
cave.
yeah. Then you got to go down there. Now after you do that, that freaking thrall's going to run you back and forth 2 or 3 times, and it's annoying. But um, once we do these quests, I'll port you to Undercity and Thunder Bluff to turn the quest in, and then I'll port you back to Org, and then you can go to Thrall and turn it in. And then if you want, we can go back down there and run it some more.
Yeah, I was talking to Shots messaged me, so I was talking to him, but I was telling him I think I'm gonna re-roll on this Warlock. I'm gonna kind of abandon my Hunter. I don't want it to turn into Hunter game 5.0, like for the 80th time. I gotta play something different. I'm gonna play Warlock instead. It's still kind of a Hunter, but not. I gotta play something else.
Dude, warlocks, and beast mastery hunters are 2 of the best DPS in TBC.
Yeah, so I'm like, I'm still gonna be doing like top DPS probably. But I just know if I
War,
focus on my Hunter, I'm not gonna give enough time to anyone else. My Mage is gonna
yeah,
be like at least my first one to 60, probably my first one to 70. But yeah, I like the aesthetic of Warlock a lot, and it was My first guy I ever made was an undead warlock, and then I bounced off of him immediately and like tried a bunch of other stuff and landed on Torn Hunter for a bit. Right, I'm ready. You coming down?
Oh, sorry. I'm up here running circles like a moron.
And that's what everyone says is that they're jacked in TBC for some reason. I don't know what's up. Like, oh, Seed of Corruption, I guess.
Yeah, people love to play Warlocks in TBC. One of the reasons is it's got one of the coolest sets of gear.
That too. It really does. I love TBC tier sets for most of the classes. Warlock, definitely.
Okay, here, let me give you this. So now I can make another. My bags are completely full. I forgot I filled them. Now I can make my mana ruby. And
So somewhere out there, there's another prostitute without an H in their name.
yeah, there's a bunch of them. I just wish I'd spelled it different. I kind of wish I had the name that I have on my alliance mage. I love that name now. Okay, here we go.
Let's go. I have a Pokemon emulator. I could just play Pokemon while I watch you kill everything.
Well, you're gonna have a lot of looting to do,
Oh yeah, that's
especially
true.
since my bags are completely full. So stay where you are for now.
Okay. Staying here. Oh god, there's a guy patrolling.
All right, he won't come up there.
Oh.
You can come on down now.
Okay. Oh yeah, this feels like a nice cozy day already. It's Thanksgiving, we're running RFC. Yeah, I was surprised. A big shot's message to be out of the blue. He's on the server.
Is he?
He asked me about my dad, and I was like, "Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really talk. I don't really talk to him." But he was like, "I was like, yeah, he's on the server. He plays, and he's got like 2 level 60s at least. I actually forget how many does my dad have.
He's working on his third.
That's what I
Probably getting
thought.
pretty close.
Yeah. Oh shit. Hold on.
Oh,
Oh man,
oh,
I forgot to put on free for all.
yeah. Crap. And I'm full, so all I'll be able to do is take the. Well, once I loot and take the silver, then you'll be able to loot.
Yeah.
So let me just click on all this and.
I forgot because you left group.
Yeah, I did too.
That's most of it. And these grays don't really sell for enough to justify past like.
I I would do it because you're gonna be right out of here as soon as this dungeon's over. So I'd take everything, and then you can sell it. You're gonna as soon as this dungeon's over, we're gonna go someplace that you can sell, so you can turn the quests in.
I don't have a mod. I have Bagnon, but it doesn't let me auto sell junk. Is there an auto sell junk button somewhere that I'm not seeing?
Not by default, and I don't know. Um, I don't know. I don't use those.
Yeah, I kind of hated Bagnon, but it keeps like being recommended. Everyone uses it. I finally just gave in. Like, fine, I'll use it.
I personally don't like it. I like the separate bags.
Yeah, me too. That's what I tell everyone, and they think I'm crazy.
Yeah.
Or stone.
Just hang out here for a bit. We'll pull these for you. Already shield slamming my hide. Little underpowered suckers.
Oh,
Good grief. Leave me alone. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Get off of me. Wow. This is one of the most annoying flipping little dungeons there is because all these shield slams. I think I got all the patters, so should be safe.
and there we go. Inventory is full.
I thought you emptied your bags.
Yeah, I told you there's too many of these grays that sell for 40 copper. They're not worth it. I'm deleting them.
Dude, you should be able to loot this whole dungeon without filling you. Like, did you empty your bags? Like everything but a Hearthstone?
Pretty much.
Yeah, you want to go empty coming in here. And if you got extra bags in your dungeon, I mean in your bank, I just swap empty ones out with bags in my Yeah, if you need another bag or two, like another 14 slot. Oh, you got your soul bag on you, don't you?
No.
No? Okay.
If every mob drops 2 grays, my bags could easily be filled. Think about it.
But we've run this so many times, and I've never seen anybody fill their bags with one run. Not where they couldn't pick up anymore. Yeah, don't come up here.
Oh, okay.
You want to stay right back here because I'm going to pull everything down. All the rest is going right on the other side of this bridge right here. Yeah, I just go to the top, jump off, and come back.
What do you drink normally? Are you a water kind of guy?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Here they go again. Flipping. I do drink water. I take it to work with me. But in a gallon jug. But typically I'm drinking, we drink a lot of milk.
Hmm.
And I'll drink some juice sometimes. Come on, people. Come on, people. Come on, people. Get off of me. Get off of me. Get off of me. Get off of me. Okay. I'm an idiot. Come on. Phew. These stinking shield slams. I can't get a spell off. You got to be kidding me. I couldn't get a spell off. Dude, that doesn't happen very often.
Oh god, I only got one of them, but I do have one of them on me. I'm running to the entrance.
Okay.
I don't know why. He beelined it.
Put your pet on him and run.
Yeah, I did. He's dead now. I knew I should have went with the Void Walker, just in case something like this happened. I can give you a health stone, but it's not going to be very strong.
Dude, I will never die again. You're not going to see me. Dude, this might be the second time I've done this out of well over 100 runs. It's just very rare for them to just chain those stuns and me not resist them.
I jumped over the
fires
side.
added in org right now?
No? Fire?
These big bonfires? Did they just put a bunch of big bonfires in the game?
No.
Something?
I mean, there's always been bonfires.
But there's one when you first come in from org. There's one right there in the front that not long ago had Frostwolf people at it for some Frostwolf event or something, and then now there's a bonfire there.
Oh.
And I don't remember seeing that big bonfire right there. When I came in and seen it, I started looking around thinking took a wrong turn accidentally or something. And then I realized I don't think that bonfire was always there.
I made it. Oh my god, he was right on my ass.
Oh, your guy was already dead. I thought you meant that. Well, I'm just going to run because I'm going to get mana back while I'm running. I thought you meant that the guy that you pulled was killed.
No, I don't know why I pulled him. It was out of all of the people, just one decided to come straight for me. I had an imp out, so he like two-shot the imp while I was running away.
Well, that imp saved your life.
Oh yeah, it did. Name is Gak Pit.
Can you name your warlock pets now?
No, you get a random one though. It's always cool to find what like you randomly get.
Okay. I thought they were all named the same. I never paid attention.
You get a unique, completely like random.
Hang Taz.
Yeah, Tang Taz here would have survived more than 2 hits. More like 4.
With him, you probably could have killed him.
Maybe.
I just got griefed. I actually just got griefed.
Like all that freaking loot.
The paladin
Did I even
was
kill any of them? I
trolling,
had to kill
Jay
some.
ran. We had that,
I don't know.
bro.
I'd stay here.
It was 6 mobs, dude.
Excuse
Me and the
you still have to
blueberry.
kill this one?
Yep.
Damn bitch. She gonna kill me. She gonna kill me, this bitch. And she did not give me a chance. And I really can't help her at this point.
Doesn't even look like I killed one,
What a bitch.
which is a good thing. You didn't lose any
We're gonna
of
head
your
up outta
quest
here.
item loot.
Oh shit. No, I think they stopped. Okay, good. It's her own fault.
I think I got all the quest items.
Because she was being a bitch.
All your quests
She
are done?
went down there and didn't go with me over to the other.
I gotta go to find that guy's corpse that other way. You know where that one guy's corpse is? But yeah, otherwise.
Oh, we did skip him.
Ah, shit, we got him. Okay. Here we go. God damn. Let's do this. Let's get that one down. Let's get a heal. Hopefully we can get a heal. Hopefully we can get a heal. God damn it. Oh, wait.
You see them guys just run right through that blizzard?
Oh, they're not undead.
Those pricks, like
All right, we gotta
6
do
or 10
this.
of them.
We need to get the mana. God damn.
All right.
We are in trouble. We are definitely in trouble. Because we can't get a heal. God damn it. What do I have? What do I have? I have nothing. Shit. That's my hand shaking so bad. We're dead. We're dead. Oh. Son of a bitch. Should have dropped that target dummy. Oh, it's nobody's fault. It's my own damn fault.
Shame. I dare you to jump off.
Okay,
No, don't. What?
I
Yeah.
did. Oh boy, I did. I did. Yep, I did.
No.
No. No, no, no.
I'm running.
Huh. Somebody said they're changing AoE farming in TBC anniversary.
Fuck.
What? Ow.
I see, yes. Some of the farms just take a second to get down. 100 gold. I finally got the hang of grouping it wise.
I died.
Are you boosting or just gold farming? Learning the path of Scarlet Monastery for gold farming. It's been 7 hours. I finally got the hang of it grouping wise.
Alright, let's go get that other
Ready?
guy. Yep.
Yep.
Junge, noch zwei Kopftiger, komm. Der wird safe eins droppen. Come on, das ist ein das ist jetzt gefährlich. Ui, 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 ui. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, I've run this so many times just for XP for people that
Jesus.
no, this way. That I keep forgetting that guy's part of the
Yo,
quest
fickt euch
chain.
doch, ihr Huren!
But
Come on, das respawn, ich bin dead.
there is a drop down up here.
Oh, I checked my macros for my follow macro, and I found a Shadow Bolt pet attack macro. I don't even remember when I made that, but that's going on my bar.
Let me ask you a question, because your dad's got this same mentality.
Oh, da kommt respawn.
I personally don't like my pet attack and my attack on the same one. I want my pet hitting something before I do
Oh.
and pull it onto me.
Yeah, I have different buttons. Sometimes I just want them on the same. Sometimes I just send my pet to attack with F1. I change it and put it on F1. And I'll send my pet to attack at the same time or whenever I want to. Yeah.
I'm gonna
I play with
give
pets a
you
lot.
a mouse over macro for sending your pet, and you tell me if you like it.
Oh, I think you've sent me that one before.
Oh, did I?
Final Fantasy.
I love the fact that as soon as something's is dead, without even targeting it, I can just mouse over something, hit that button, send pet.
There's
And when
like
TBC
absolutely
comes
no
out,
way
when
that
you
that
can
just
actually,
happened.
when the
I'm
heal becomes
halfway
a
up
hot,
this mountain.
you
Nothing
put
spawns
heal
up here,
pet
dude.
on it. So you
Literally
send the pet
nothing
with a
spawns
hot
up
on
here.
him, and then you loot and skin or whatever, and he's already up there gaining aggro and helping to kill.
I should cast spells whenever like a melee attack finishes. Like I can also utilize the freeze from frostbite with the general slow.
Yeah,
from
plus,
armor damage
I don't know if you know this or not,
a bit.
but
And finishing up dog show
you're
regeneration to the death
you are
mark.
capable of sending your pet to something
So that's enough.
farther than you can target.
6 to like 100 hours.
Oh,
So
yeah.
if you have a mouse over macro, you can mouse over something quite a bit farther away than what you would be able to target yourself and send the pet
I really never imagined
without even targeting it. Just send the pet after it.
feel on the edge of
And
death.
that's what one thing I really like about the mouse over macro too, because I can send my pet pretty far off. You know, if there's nothing close by, I can send him pretty far off. All right. Before you worry too much about that, like back to ore deal, come vendor here, get rid of your garbage, and then we'll send I'll send you over to the other places.
My light of balloon didn't work, bro. Is my hearth on cooldown?
Yeah,
It's
I'm
not. Why
vending the
fuck didn't
crap
my
out
light
of
balloon
this.
work? Holy fuck, holy fuck,
Yeah.
holy fuck, holy fuck. Holy shit, bro, my heart's beating so fucking fast.
I've got some level 35 healing potions. Would you want some?
35. Yeah, my mage. Well, my hunter's an alchemist, but yeah, my mage could probably use them.
These are just a bunch of free ones that I get from Sunken Temple.
Oh, yeah. Those are good.
Yeah, I was
Oh my
just gonna
God.
vendor them. I got so many of them.
You have that many? Hell yeah, I'll take them.
That didn't even empty my bags from them. I've got some more if you want them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll distribute them.
Yeah.
Give some
I think
to
that's all I got
Ryan.
right there. Here's this. You can send that to somebody. This is, like I said, this stuff all drops out of there. But yeah, there's leather working. Yeah, I'm not gonna beat you up with.
Okay.
Here's something else you might want too.
Oh, alright. Yep.
I keep 5 of them on me, but I keep getting more than I can use when I'm running that dungeon. I've got a bunch of level 40 strength scrolls too.
I'm probably dead, bro. I'm probably dead. No, bro. I'm so dead.
I would vendor those.
Yeah, this is it. This is it.
Alright.
No, dude. No, bro.
I'm probably gonna disenchant these greens that only sell for like 3 silver. The dust will be worth a bit more.
I think the greens sell for more than what you can buy stuff off of the auction house. At least it was that way a while back. I don't know what it's like now. I quit DE and stuff and just started buying mats because it was just cheaper.
Okay, yeah. I gotta go to Thunder Bluff and Oh, I never did the full hidden enemies thing. That's the problem.
Yep, but let's go to Thunder Bluff first. That's why I said I'll send you to Thunder Bluff, and then where'd you go? And then we'll go, and then when you come back, you can do that part here.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna shield wall early.
And make sure you get the flight point while you're there, and talk to the weapons master while you're there, and learn your weapons mastery stuff.
Be quick about your business.
Okay, when she's out, I will please be careful.
And I will be waiting for you at the weapon master to send you back to Undercity.
Are we able to kill?
He has CD. He doesn't have it.
Careful, grid. Use a pot or something.
I'll taunt him.
Silence 5 seconds. 3, 2.
Nuke while my last line is up. Okay, we're fine now. That was the most dog shit fucking spawn of the I have ever seen. I'm so glad everyone lived.
There's Chippy. All right, Chippy.
Today I was asked to turn this piece of blackthorn into a shillelagh, or more specifically a cudgel. Most shillelaghs today are made as walking aids, but the one I'm making here now was purpose built for fighting. A cudgel like this would have been the weapon of choice for any participant in the faction fights of our not too distant past. In these fights, two opposing groups formed by allegiances to village, families or parishes would engage in this act of frightful savagery. The battlefields were usually at busy fair greens and marketplaces, though other public gatherings such as paterns, races or funerals could also attract a fight. A French traveller to Ireland in the 1790s witnessed how mourners at a funeral procession argued over which side of the family the deceased woman should be buried with. They deposited the coffin on the street and commenced in a vigorous fight to determine by blows of sticks to which side the remains should be carried. Faction fights might also be organised by the supporters of political causes after evictions, or the result of disputes between those on the side of the boycotted landlords and those boycotting. That last
I really
paragraph was
should
excerpt
get
from
some.
the book Remnants of Our Past by Deirdre O'Neill that I had the honour of launching last week. The book gives us a vivid insight into what life was like for people on this island not so long ago. If you're interested in learning more about faction fighting and other remnants of our past, it might just be worthwhile picking up. Alright, that's all for now. Goodbye, be good, and if you can't be good, get a good stick. Today I was asked to turn this piece of blackthorn into a shillelagh, or more specifically a cudgel.
Is that
Most
sneezes?
shillelaghs today
Oh,
are made
yeah,
as
sorry.
walking aids, but the one I'm making
alright.
here now was purpose built for fighting. A cudgel like this would have been the weapon of choice for any participant in the faction fights of our not too distant past. In these fights, two opposing groups formed by allegiances to village, families or parishes.
I got some
would
violent
engage
sneezers in
in
my
acts of frightful
family.
Savagery. The battlefields were usually at busy fair greens and marketplaces, though other public gatherings such as paterns, races or funerals could also attract a fight. On this island not so long ago. If you're interested in learning more about faction fighting and other remnants of our past, it might just be worthwhile picking up. Alright, that's all for now. Goodbye.
Remember telling Shots one time. His sneezes was like, and I was like, what the heck was it? I was sneezing. I was like, what? I said, you sneeze like a little girl. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, you sound like a little girl sneezing. He goes, well, how are you supposed to sound like a guy sneezing? And I said, I don't know. Scream a cuss word while you're sneezing. And he started laughing pretty hard. Do something besides.
Yeah. Chew! Chew! I don't even know how people sneeze like that at all.
I think it blow their ears out.
What brings you here?
Yeah, like they're definitely holding back or something. Trying to hold it in.
So what do you have for a pet on your hunter?
I got a boar and a cat.
Okay, so they can both eat meat. What's the name of your guy again?
Oh, that's Rotarium, my hunter. Yeah.
Roterium.
No. Here, I'll spell it. No one can ever spell it. It's always ridiculous. Or say it. It's one of them. Yeah, and then I just end up going by rot.
IRIUM. That's not that bad. I just had an E instead of an I. So I'm sending you a bunch of 35 stakes, level 35 stakes. And I'll send you.
Farewell.
I'm just going to fill this mail up with some of this stuff. You can use it or vendor it, whatever. Why do I have rage potion on this guy?
Right.
Invisibility potion. I've got a bunch of stuff I need to be vendoring here. Interesting. Just garbage. Not garbage, but stuff that I don't need. Oh, okay. Over here's your weapons guy.
I got it. I'm ready for the portal.
Okay, all right. Let me vendor this stuff real quick. Save that. Mail that. Mana ruby. Do you have a blacksmith or an alchemist?
Oh, an alchemist. Yeah, my hunter's the alchemist.
Do you want potion? I got invisibility potion, level 235.
Yeah.
Here, I'll mail
send
it to
that
you
to
so you
him.
can have it when you need it.
Okay. Send myself some mail.
You can have that too.
Yeah, I had to come here to learn how to use staffs.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Back to Undercity. And when you were in Undercity, did you talk to that weapons vendor there? Weapons master?
Yeah. They taught me swords. No.
His name is Archibald.
Oh, yeah. I think you're right.
Yeah, I know I'm right because when I grew up, behind us we had an old guy named Archibald, was a friend of my dad's. Kind of. My dad was polite to him. They weren't really buddies. Cut from a different cloth kind of thing. But he see, on this one, since you've already been to all that stuff, I'm just gonna follow you all the way back there, so as soon as you turn this in, we can pour it out.
Perfect.
This makes it so much easier when you're doing this for lobies.
Yeah. 26 feels pretty high for my hunter, but I feel like I can get up to that with this, and then this will be my solo character. I just gotta catch up. I also want my rogue and priest, though. I feel like it'll be easier when TBC actually drops to level up. That's just a guess, but I feel like it.
Well, the power leveling will go easier, for one, because you're going to have 70s doing it instead of 60s, which means you'll be able to be power leveled a little higher. Now, if they change AoE farming, like in Sunken Temple, that's going to suck.
Yeah, it's kind of like why I'm making a mage, is to kind of do some of that stuff, and they're just going to get rid of it.
Well, you're not far from doing it, so, you know, you'll, if you got the time, of course, I think you and your buddy need to split, keeping them together once you guys hit that, because you're going to be way better off. Now, don't get me wrong. Maybe for the first couple levels, it might be okay to do that. But you know, once you guys get to like level 46, once you get to like level 46, you can, I think you'd be better off running your own dungeons because you're going to do it so fast. You're going to run through the reset, you know, and you're plus you're splitting the XP, and you know, once you guys both get to where you can run the dungeon by yourself, you know, pretty easily and safely. Now, when you want to go see Thrall.
Yeah.
Did you do your first aid on that guy yet? Do you have
Yeah,
it?
I'm at 42.
Okay. Well, this dungeon runs here will help you get a lot.
I put all that linen in my bank.
But yeah, do you understand what I'm saying? You're going to hold each other back on how fast you're going to level if you continue to play those two together after about level 45. Like in a big way, hold each other back.
Maybe.
Not just a little bit. No, not maybe. Without question. You can only do 5 dungeons an hour. And if you both go into that dungeon and do that dungeon together, you're going to hit the lockout much sooner. And then you're not going to be able to do anything. You know, you're going to have to try to go find somewhere to go quest instead of just running that dungeon.
Welcome to Orgrimmar.
And or you're just going to be sitting there for half an hour, you know, maybe 20 minutes of doing nothing versus just keep resetting it and getting all the XP for both of you guys. Because from once you hit like level 42, like me, I can take a level 42 mage in there and clear that dungeon without much problem. You know, I might die 1 out of 5 times, which that's 4 of those dungeon runs is way faster than any other kind of leveling you're going to do. When you hit that spot, you could just rock it right to 60. But if you guys go in there together, it's going to take you twice as long.
You're saying just solo it though. You can both solo it at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. That way you're each person's getting all the XP from doing it. With, you know, and you're not hitting your lockout at the same time. So if you go in there together, you're going to split the XP and hit the lockout. But like I said, I would do it together from like 42 to 44, just so you both get a better chance of learning it and you're kind of helping each other. You got a higher chance of completing it. At that point, it might be easier to learn it that way. But when you get to 44, there's a spell you get at 44, which I think increases your... Well, I know what it is. Those mobs in there are like 44. So when you hit 44, you get a lot less chance of them resisting your frost, your frost spells. You know, for running through your blizzard without getting slowed, that kind of stuff. But there's a pretty specific spec that you want for your mage. So when you guys hit 40, you're probably not going to want to respec. I would buy the.
Where are you going?
Buy the. I'm just killing time.
I'm ready to do it again if you want.
You got to go. You got to run back and forth. Unless you've already done that. He's going to run you. When you get back down to the bottom, he's going to send you back to Thrall again, and then you got to go back down there again.
No, yeah, I'm good. I have the quest to kill Basilan and Jurgosh now. Hidden enemies come like for real this time.
Oh, okay. I was thinking you did that already. So when you finish it the next time is when we're going to have to do running around. Reset.
Wait, I reset it. I still got to run around more.
Yeah, once you finish it, he's going to run you back and forth a couple times.
Oh yeah, I think I remember. All right, Tank Taz.
Yeah, I wish I had the level 55 water. It's like the only thing that I kind of wish I did instead of just doing nothing when I hit 60. Because that's something that definitely would save time over the course of time, especially. But I've just made out this well so far. I just hadn't done it.
Yeah, why not? How do you get it? I forget.
It's a quest. You got to go into Dire Mall East and get the key, then go into Dire Mall North and get a quest, and then go kill an elemental dude or some dude. He runs around, some little imp, I think. He runs back and forth in there. But I just know that once you hit level 70, or not level 70, but once you hit, what do you call it? TBC, you'll be able to train that immediately at the trainer.
Right.
So that's why I just didn't want to waste any time doing it.
Maybe even for the pre-patch.
Yeah, maybe.
If you're gonna be able to make your paladin that pre-patch, that's what Shot said he was gonna do.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm in Indonesia and I just yoinked a highly venomous blue-lipped sea crate. Later I yoinked this porcupine.
Yeah, we were leveling in a Rathy, and he wanted to come help because he has like a 39 priest, and I was like, oh shit, we can do stuff. He already did all the quests. But I was like, since you're with us, we could probably go do the elites, the area, the little Stromgarde castle.
So you don't go in combat.
Yeah, I'm backing up. The Stromgarde castle with all the elites. So we ended up doing that. And we got like a whole group together. He used the group finder and actually found some extra guys that were doing it. So it's like an open world dungeon over there. It's really cool.
Check out this little wet noodle. I thought it was a highly venomous sea snake, but it turned out to be a non.
That's the elites you said that's over there?
Yeah, the ogres.
Let me pet.
Stromgarde used to be their capital.
This little stingray is the most gorgeous stingray I've ever seen. This venomous viper was just.
I've done that so many times. Me and Dave have run each other's tunes through there. When we get up there, we just gather all the elites up, and then we go over there and knock them all out.
You know, when you kill all the trogs in a big pile like this, it looks more like a massacre or a genocide.
Yeah.
Kind of unfair. Okay, see, they dropped a lot less grays this time. My bag was almost full from just that last time. Now, it's not even close. Well, I'm probably speaking too soon.
Asking to get pet. She is so gorgeous. Probably one of the most gorgeous pit vipers I've ever seen. Anyone in the comments know the species of this lizard? This little flying fox is so adorable. Look at that little face.
Do you know somebody named Conquest?
Sinus infection from the bat guano.
What is that supposed to mean? Like in game?
A player name.
No.
Boop. That's a big.
They just messaged me asking if I have room.
Boop. Hey
Who the hell is that? Who is that? Oh, on me. Thank you. Alright.
Sure is spiky.
I'm like,
I made sure to keep him so he calms down and check him out. He
trying to
deflated.
think
That means he's
now.
happy. Check out this little mud skipper.
Yeah, I don't know who it'd be.
When I realized he was friendly, I went all out and
That
started
guy ran right
stroking
through
him.
it. Why are
Such
they
a
running
good
through
boy.
my
This one wasn't
blizzard?
having it though. Boop. He did a backflip. This sea urchin gives me.
So what's
traumatic
Shots'
flashbacks of
tune's
all the
name?
times I've been stung by them, but this one didn't get me.
I forget,
Indonesia has
honestly,
some
I
of the
don't even
prettiest coral
remember.
reefs I've ever seen. I'm not sure of all the species,
you know what guild
but
he's
this
in?
coral is absolutely gorgeous.
No, but I
Check
think
out
he's
this little
Horde,
wet
at
gecko.
least.
I thought it was a highly venomous sea
He
snake,
might
but
not
it
be in
turned
a
out to be a
guild.
non-venomous marine file snake. Hey,
If I
Mr.
know
Crab,
shots,
let me
he's pretty
pet.
social. He'd be in a guild.
He wasn't having it. This little stingray is the most gorgeous stingray I've ever seen. This venomous Waggler's viper was just asking to get pet.
I haven't really seen him
So,
on until he saw me
one of
on,
the
and then
most
he got
gorgeous
on
pit
and played
vipers
with
I've
us a
ever
little
seen.
bit. That's the
Anyone
only
with
time
all
I've seen him in
four
game.
species of this lizard? This little flying fox is so adorable. Look at that little face.
I'm going right, left. You're going right and left, then back. Are you ready? Stand by. I see clear. Close. Closer. Thank you.
I got a guy on me.
I'm going right, left.
You got a what?
Guy
I got
on
a
me.
guy on you. Can you get to me?
Yeah, I'm coming. Tank Taz got him.
They're just shield slamming me. Got him.
Yeah, Tank Taz was not taking any of his shit.
Yeah, I try not to pull this entire place all in one pool, because it takes so long to loot afterwards. I like pulling them in little clumps, so people are looting while I'm moving on through, you know?
That makes sense. Yeah, I got literally 30 less grays this time. I'm telling you, last Ren, I got like 1,000,000 more grays than you normally get. My bags are not full. I still have like 30 slots. But last time at this exact spot, they were full.
Yeah, that's pretty rare. Wish we had more runs like that, especially when I got a bunch of people in here. Get more loot for people.
About a year ago, I saw a video where somebody cleaned their glass on the wood stove with nothing but a wet cloth and ash, and I thought it was baloney. But then Jen and I tried it. Seriously, you just take a wet rag, dip it in the ash, and at first it seemed really, really dumb, but you just give it a little bit of time. And
Yeah, once we get to level 70,
starts to
this entire dungeon can be pulled in one pool.
Oh yeah.
And also, druids are really good at this because they put on the thorns, and the jokers end up killing themselves mostly.
There he is, the main man. Slow walking towards you.
They're just going, they're like getting right through my stuff.
I see that.
I'm wondering if they didn't already fix that. AoE farming by allowing all NPCs to get through there and resist that slow.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, they're just running through and they never do that. Like I never ever have that problem with them. Just these lobies running through my blizzard and not getting slowed. I mean, if anything, maybe one. But yeah, they don't really do that. Let me hop on my Alliance tunes and you can trade me some of them greens.
Yeah. Booty Bay Auction House.
Yeah, I did that for a guy that's in that guild. The guy that's trying to do these runs. I showed him just kind of briefly, ran my guy through it. I said, yeah, tomorrow we'll get on and you know, I'll guide you through it. Well, he didn't wait for that. He ran through that thing 20 times and only successfully did it like once or twice. Ready?
Yep. Through what?
Zul'Farrak. He's trying
Oh.
to, you know, he's a level 48 mage and he's trying to run this thing, but he was so unsuccessful because he kept making beginner mistakes. And then when I got on, I kind of got him through. He ran a couple times. I got in there with my mage and I showed him again. And then he did it. Almost got a couple, made a few more mistakes. So then I got my mage in there again. And I said, let me show you. I'm going to go in there. Don't run it yet. Let me show you one more time. I'm going to point out some of the mistakes you're making. And so I went in there and I said, okay, right here, you're doing this. This is what you want to do. And I did kind of polished him off. He went right back in there and successfully destroyed him. And now he's when I say successfully, he still was a little rough on the edges. Like his jumps going around that corner isn't ideal. He's not close enough to the pillar that he's jumping around, so it's making his jump from one wall to the other too far. Now he's making his jump, but he could make that jump shorter, which of course would give him a little bit more margin of error so he doesn't just screw it up. Carly, you don't have any? Oh, she's gone.
Yeah.
Actually, I should probably get going. I got to pick a guy up at 10 o'clock, and I'll run you maybe once or twice more, and then I'm going to go. I got to pick a guy up at 10 o'clock. He's coming over to help me finish, or not finish, but do more of my Christmas decorations, and he's just going to have dinner with us. The guy I work with.
That sounds
but
good.
I got to get some cooking done before I leave. I do the deviled eggs. You like deviled eggs?
Oh yeah, they're good. I used to not like them.
When you do deviled eggs, do you guys just do the yellow cream stuff and then maybe season it, or do you guys put stuff in the yellow cream?
We don't usually have them too often, but yeah, it's just the yellow cream and then what is it, like paprika on top, I think?
Something like that, yeah. Reset?
Hold on.
Okay, yeah, you gotta sell. You gotta go
yeah,
sell.
I gotta sell.
So this guy, not this guy, but me. One of the things I do is I buy a jar of minced jalapenos, little tiny jalapeno chunks, and I'll stir that into the yellow a little bit just to give a little bit of a zip to it.
Okay.
And then some of them I'll even add just a little bit of the water, you know, the vinegar from the jalapenos, and it kind of thins out the yellow stuff, so it makes it a little more creamy, which I really like. Plus, it gives it a little more zip to it. Another thing I do is I mince up portobello mushrooms, chop them up kind of small, and stir that into them a little bit.
You lost me.
You're not a mushroom guy?
No.
You would be. Do you like steak?
Yeah.
Well, if you were here and I cooked a steak for you on my grill and I grilled up on the grill too some of those portobello mushrooms, I guarantee you that's going to be a different thing, a whole different level of what you've had before. You eat them with the steak. Goes so perfect, it's ridiculous.
I want to say, dude, I love jalapeno flavor, so the jalapeno chunk sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, it's amazing. But anyways, another thing I do is I change up some of the sprinkle top I put on it. Like one of them I use, like, you know, the powdered ranch dressing that you mix with sour cream to make the ranch dressing.
Okay, yeah.
Filler. Yeah, so I use that powder as like a seasoning, and I'll put some of that on top. Sometimes I even stir it into it to give a little bit more of a tanginess, kind of, I guess, to it. And then I have you're not gonna like this probably, but I have a wild mushroom seasoning that's little more than dried wild mushrooms ground real fine. And I really like that a lot.
That might be good. I mean, the mushroom, you like the mushroom flavor, like the umami, whatever, that you get from the mushrooms.
I didn't mean to hit that.
The savory flavor, I guess. I don't like mushroom flavor. But somehow drying them and then grinding them up and getting a mushroom powder, that doesn't seem so bad.
Yeah, most people that I hear say they don't like mushrooms. It's a lot of it's the texture they don't like. They say they're slimy.
Oh yeah, they're slimy and mushy and gross. For sure, that's a part of it. I totally forgot to mention. Flavor's not exactly the best either, but the texture I cannot stand. I don't know why people be adding mushrooms to things.
Watch these jokers come at me.
I'm watching. They're going through? Are they going through?
Yeah, they went through. Yeah, I had that one beaten on me, and my shield was down, so he kept interrupting my blizzard, so I just had to go to arcane.
I would say just arcane explosion them to death. Screw the blizzard. You're not dying. You don't need to blizzard them.
But one blizzard can kill the entire pack, because it does 1,200 damage. That's one thing I like about it. And it does keep them off of me.
Yeah, when we're AoEing, I'm hard-pressed not to just, like, take the gloves off and just start spamming Arcane Explosion. Like, let's just do this thing.
I remember being on my warrior at level 70 and was running people through this dungeon, and I pulled the entire dungeon and I died because I had so many things spamming me with shield bash that I couldn't do anything. They just constantly were hitting me on the back, keeping me on my back, knocking me down.
Yeah, you don't get those, like, diminishing returns from them. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
It work really well, even with the most stuck on stuff. Like, this stuff's really stuck on. If you know anything about wood stoves, you know how bad this glass actually was. But I'm not even scrubbing that hard. Somehow every time I do it,
you can
I'm just amazed it works as well.
That pattern,
I just doubt myself.
I've already picked him up, so you don't have to worry about him.
But there's a little bit of lye in wood ash. That may help eat away at it, but I think it's mostly the grit, the fine grit in the wood ash itself that is just causing it to slowly erode away at it. Can't get this spot.
Yeah, he's got, my friend's got his shaman that he's been leveling up solo too. He's like 32 or 33 on his shaman by now.
wondering that, you should probably research.
We
a little
could
more
just
before
like
you try to
swap
operate a
off
wood
and level
stove.
those
About a year
together.
ago, I saw a video where somebody cleaned their
I don't know.
glass on the wood stove with nothing but a wet cloth and
That might not be a
ash,
bad
and
idea.
I thought it was baloney.
But
Then
no,
Jen
you
and
guys
I
can keep,
tried
like I
it.
said, keep your
Usually
mages
just a wet
together,
bag, dip it in
and
the
then
ash, and at first it seemed really
just
dumb,
play your mages separate, dude.
but just
I'm
give it a
telling
little
you,
bit of time,
even though you're both on,
the rack,
you can
and
both
it
be in
starts to
channel
work
talking to
really
each other
well,
while
even
you're
with the most
playing them
stuck on
mages.
stuff. Like, this stuff's really
You know,
stuck
both
on,
doing the
so
exact
everything
same
about wood
thing.
stoves, you know how bad this glass actually was, but
A little bit of competition going.
every time I
Maybe,
do it,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
amazed it works as well, because every time I just doubt myself, I'm like, no, that
Sorry,
Whatever,
little
it would
prick
ask them
shoe.
to do this on a regular basis.
Sorry,
So if
little
you're wondering
pricks.
that, you should probably research a little more before you try to operate a wood
Yeah,
stove.
now eat
About
this
a year
sucker.
ago, I saw a video where somebody cleaned their glass on the wood stove with nothing but a wet cloth and ash, and I thought it was
Yep, you can come up and loot.
about a year ago.
Okay.
Oh, I know what she's doing. She's making us smoothies. I thought it was a vacuum cleaner running, but now I can tell it's the mixer.
Smoothies.
Yeah. We do this deal where when we make our smoothies, we start out with a base of finely ground oats. We put oats in the machine and grind them up pretty small.
Like an oatmeal drink. That's good.
Yeah, it's so you get the benefit of eating the raw oats. And then it also acts as a little thickening agent to make it a little thicker. And then we just add all kinds of stuff to it. One of my favorites is peanut butter, cocoa, and banana. That's my favorite. Peanut butter, cocoa, and banana. One of my favorites. And then we use real maple syrup to sweeten it, and it gives a maple flavoring to it. That's amazingly good because you'll put a little bit of cinnamon in there and make it like a maple cinnamon roll. You can
Yeah.
go loot.
That sounds great. Peanut butter, chocolate, and banana are all three things that just go together perfectly.
Yeah, it is. I tell you something else I do is I will make toast. And have you ever seen those they're kind of like bags of pudding that is in a tube it comes to a point, you nip off the tip of the bag so you can fill donuts and stuff with it or whatever. I'll buy the cream cheese one of that. And then I put banana, peanut butter on toast, and then put some of that cream cheese with it on it. Dude, that's amazing. It's like a little dessert almost. It's not super sweet because the cream cheese icing isn't super sweet.
Right. I'm not a big sweets guy. I don't think my dad is either. Kind of a good thing. I don't have a big sweet tooth.
Level 14. Oh, he's there. So go ahead and loot this up, and see, you're training there, so there's no really reason for you to You need to walk through the dungeon because you're gonna be training right outside the dungeon.
Right.
There's more over there.
More
To your
over.
right.
Right.
You're taking a long way.
Not really. I'm gonna go take a right. There we go. Instant cast corruption unlocked. Crazy, got a talent for that.
Right. That's a really, really good PvP talent, though.
What?
Guy in looking for group says, looking for a TBC guild that will prioritize me for the glaives.
Yeah.
What do you need? Strength.
Curse of recklessness. They definitely get rid of that.
Did I tell you what I was doing with my paladin on that alliance server?
No.
So, with all my tunes that I have, all these bank alts and stuff, one of the things I do is when I make them, I get them to org, I take all the gear off of them and I vendor it just to get the money out of it. And then I even vendor my or just destroy my hearth.
With your naked girl paladin chasing people around? Yeah.
Yeah, I did tell you, didn't I? Dude, I've done that again, man. Yesterday, I was doing it again. Oh my god, it's so funny watching people react to that.
Yeah.
Oh god.
You're a psycho. You're a freaking psychopath.
And then somebody else dropped a campfire, for a cooking fire, and they don't hurt. Cooking fires don't hurt you. So I walked up and stood in that fire with that character, and it looked pretty cool. It was glowing weird with weird shadows on it. It was pretty cool.
I thought you were gonna say you were following some guy, so he put down a cooking fire and then dragged you on top of it to burn you to get you to stop.
Yeah, that would work. That would be cool, but the fire don't burn you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, damn, that dude who played 4D chess with you.
Yeah, that's I don't know why I get such a kick out of doing it. Just one of the funniest things I've done to people in this game. You can still do it to them. It's so funny. I think so anyways. You remember in Dalaran how they had on the Horde side, how they had that little arc circle with all the ports to go to the cities?
Yeah.
Well, in that circle is archways in the wall, and each archway has a portal already there. Like it looks like a mage portal. So what I do, they go org, and then they go Undercity, and then they go Thunder Bluff. Just to the left of the org one is an empty archway. So I go up to that one and I take my mage and I drop an org portal right there. And then I move to the right and I drop an Undercity portal right in front of the org one. And then I do the same with the next one down. And people run up and they start clicking on the org one and it don't work. They're like, what the heck? Then you'll see them like run over and they look at the other one, they mouse over it, it says Undercity when they mouse over it, because my portal's in front of the one from org.
You're a menace. If there was like a police society, you would get like a minor infraction for disturbing the peace.
Dude, you gotta see how people back up. And they start they type in /say. And they start talking to each other, and you can read what they're saying, and they're so frustrated, like, why are the portals broke? It's just 4, 5, 6 people standing up there, all backed up on the portal, can't figure out how to get out of there. I just sit back and crack up laughing, man. I've done that so many times. And I got to be honest, it wasn't my idea. I seen another mage do it one time, and I just took it to an extreme and did it all the time. Oh,
a harmless prank, but also a menace to society.
Almost definitely. Now, don't they give us portals from Shattrath? The same way?
Yeah.
We could probably do that.
You could do that there. I'm gonna try it now. I'm gonna tap to try it now.
Oh my goodness. The funny part is I never thought of this. I would put the org portal I would put the org portal where there was no portal. I didn't even need to do that. I could put it where it was, just put it on top of the other one, so they were clicking my portal instead of the real one. Oh man, that's funny stuff. I don't know. I get such a kick out of it, but I love.
You're a troll. You're literally a troll.
I love screwing with people with that. I remember showing Brad that. he cracked up, man. That was one of the near times me and Brad used to do. I told you about him getting paid for lap dances.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it when they started tipping him a gold. He probably got 6-8 people in there that all paid him a gold, and so he's up on top of them dancing.
Man, dude, the things people will do in this game. The things people will pay you for, it's ridiculous.
Right, right. They just rolled with the role play. I mean, what was one gold in TBC? You know, or actually that was in Wrath that we did. We were doing that because it was in that same little area. I kind of got bummed out whenever they put flying in Dalaran, though.
What do you mean?
Well, they you know, when you first go to Dalaran in Wrath, you can't fly in Dalaran.
Yeah.
You have to run. Well, they eventually added flying there before the expansion was over. Like toward the end, they allowed you to fly there, and
Oh.
and it was nice because you got all around real good and everything. But it just made it to where people would just hover in the air. They'd get on their mount, they'd be hovering up in the air instead of all in on the ground together, making you really get to see how many people was there. It felt much more crowded and used and stuff when people were on the ground.
That is true. People flying take up more space, so they're like, look at me, look at my mount that I rated to get. And it's like, no one cares, dude. Literally no one cares.
Yeah, I had I know you remember the Netherwing Drakes.
Yeah.
Those things, I used to have a headset that had a lot of bass to them. And those things, when they'd be hovering like that, their wings
Whoosh, whoosh. Yeah,
and
yeah.
it would just shake my headset, man, and I could feel it like vibrating down inside my ear, and I'd have to run away from them. Eventually,
That's
I
funny the
would.
way you said it, though. I'd run away.
It did. It drove me insane. The sound. So those ones eventually broke, and I've never had one that had that much bass to them as those, and so I never noticed them bother me after that. But I did get that. I still have that on my warrior. That's my favorite mount on my warrior because here, let me show you something. Wait a minute, what'd I do? I closed it. Oh, I'm a moron. Well, I'll just close that one too then, and open this one up. What character was Shots on whenever he was with you?
He's a priest.
Oh, you did say that. So are you going to... Oh, I didn't want to do that.
I'm going to go to Crossroads.
Are you going to play a paladin right away?
Oh, no. No, I don't care too much about paladins immediately. I'll make one eventually, but yeah. Like I said, I'm trying to do other things, though. I'm just anything other than locking myself into the hunter pipeline again. You said people say what?
Oh, they say that they're going to level a paladin as soon as it comes out. Now, if they let us start leveling paladin early, then I can understand that.
Yeah.
But if you're going to be playing that paladin instead of playing a tune that's already level 60 to get to 70 quicker, I think that's a mistake. So I think getting into that level 70 economy as soon as possible is pretty important. Okay, I'm gonna stream this. And I know you've played this version of the game enough to have seen this. But these are all transmogs on these guys.
Oh yeah.
And
Tier set.
this transmog I have for this axe, a two-handed axe. I'm dual wielding two-handed axes, but that's actually the setup that I had in TBC. And so I've kept that transmog all the way along. And this one, I never did get the Bloodfang chest, but I wish that guy would stand up more.
Right.
You can't make him jump, huh? But anyways, it's got a skull on the chest of it, which I think actually looks cooler than the Bloodfang set. But it's a different tier, and but it's the only piece. And then, remember me telling you about the Alabaster set? Wasn't I telling you about the? Yeah, it makes the Paladin look like it's a
Stormtrooper. You said.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
That you have the chest piece with the rock behind you. That's I like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that a neck that's making that blue on there? Because that blue's not part of it.
I think that's your chest.
Yeah, it probably is. Now I do have that, so I must have. That must just be a piece of gear I picked up and then didn't retransmog it. But yeah, my warlock. I think that's a pretty cool looking set. I don't like this one too much for a mage. I would like that more for a warlock.
Yeah, that's more warlock. This is your retail.
Yeah, this is retail. Here's Utter Heals. That's them. I can't remember the name of them. That healing set. That might even be a big part. I think those there are BOEs, or the BOA shoulders that I put together with those feathers. But that's a set I put together because the feathers all over the gear.
That's a tier set. I forget what. I mean, like based off of tier set, I think.
There's Crappy. Crappy was. I got him to 120.
So Crappy is always a troll shaman.
No, it originally
you
started
had a
out
druid.
Yeah, my druid. They forced the name change, and that's when I switched to Utter Heals. Utter Heals started out being Crappy, and they made me change it.
I remember that now.
And then there's my dragon. Of course, it doesn't really look like much with gear. And there's Storm. I tried to make that look as dark skinned as I could, because Storm is Halle Berry playing it, and of course the goblin looks like it's a black person's face. You know,
from X-Men. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I did this after Halle Berry, Storm. And then of course that's just see, that is leveling gear. This is a level 11 druid. We're in the same thing.
Yeah,
that's my level.
Heirlooms are based on tier or pre-tier, pre-bis like dungeon sets.
Got you. Did you ever watch the John Wayne movie? Wait a minute, not John Wayne. Jackie Chan movie where he was playing in the Western deal with Owen Wilson, and he meets Owen Wilson, who's this goofy gunslinger, and Jackie Chan, of course, is from China, and he tells him, he says, "You need to think of a Western name. More, you can't be telling people, your name is something other Kim or whatever. So you got to have a Western name." And he looked at me and he says, "How about Chan Wang?"
Chan Wang.
And he looked at me, he goes, "Chan Wang? That's a stupid Western name." It was so funny. And so that's why, and I'm glad I got it. That's why I named my monk here Chan Wang. the panda. It was just so funny when he said it. That's a stupid Western name. And there's my hot little Worgen.
Yeah. I like Worgens.
And I like this one too. This is Lord Tyrion. Like playing that way. And then of course this is my rogue. Lucian, he started out being that. Remember me telling you about me start playing a blood elf? rogue, and then I saw the dance and I quit playing it.
Oh yeah.
That was him. That was the blood elf.
And you actually you race changed him.
Yep, I switched him over and changed him to this thing, and then I renamed him Lucian. And you know who Lucian is, right?
No.
Did you ever watch the movies Underworld, the vampires against against werewolves?
We watched.
And, well, Lucian was the leader of the werewolves. He's the one that they thought was dead for a long time, and they found out he was just in hiding.
My dad liked those movies. You probably talked to him about them then.
I'll probably have to. I really like him. I've watched him quite a few times.
Yeah, he likes those.
And this little dude right here, I had leveled up pretty high. I think I got it to level 110, and it was geared to the teeth. My little warlock, Freckles, I don't remember what server it was on, but it was really geared well. And I remember going out and soloing those high level rares and just dominating them with this guy. Yeah, and then I made this character right here. And I never one time thought of shots. When I was just trying to think of a name that I could give to a hunter, and I thought of Big Shot. He's a big shot. He's a hunter. And so I typed it in, and it took it, and then I started playing it, and then it hit me. I was like, wait a minute, that's Shots' name. So I quit playing it, and then I made this guy.
Little big shot. Why would you
just to change the name?
Oh.
And of course, then I got this one too, Tiny Big Shot.
Wait, you got all the way to oh, it's only level 18.
Yeah, just 18. And of course, that's super fast. When I was doing this, we had leveling gear and everything, and that's why there's leveling gear all over them. But here's an interesting character I made. I went on a server to play by myself, and I called it Dumb. And I created a character. Brad finds out about it, and he wants to play with me. No, actually, I back that up. Me and Brad did this together. We did this together, and we named our tunes Dumb and Dumber. And we quested around together, running these two druids, Dumb and Dumber.
That's nice.
We actually did a roll-off in game to find out who was going to be dumb and who was going to be dumber. And I won, so I got to be dumb, and he's dumber than I am. So, and then Axiom, Matt, he finds out we're doing this. Oh, I want to do it too. Well, we really didn't want him to because it was kind of our thing, but I didn't say no. And so he comes on there, and that moron names his character Dumb.
Oh, what?
Just spelled it, it had a little different symbol on it. Named it Dumb. So we're doing Dumb and Dumber, and then he comes, and then somebody else found out about it. I think it was Mooftress, and she comes on, and she names her tune. I can't remember what it is. Does obtuse mean dumb?
Yeah, it means you're dumb, basically.
Yeah, so she named her tune Obtuse. Somebody else came on, I think Sadi came on, and he named one of his tunes like Ignorant or Moron or something like that. So everybody else is naming their tune something extra, but Matt comes on and names his tune the exact same thing I named mine. And I was like, what are you doing, dude?
He could have been Dumbest, maybe.
Yeah, there you go, Dumbest. Or Dumb AST.
How long ago was that? How many years ago was that? You said I hadn't moved with you.
Yeah, that was probably, well, it was after my accident. So it was probably 15, 16 range. So I'm probably in that area. Move's gone blind. She can't even play video games now. Her cataracts are so bad she can't see.
Oh my god, that's terrifying.
Yep.
Wait, you can get them removed.
Well, you don't get them removed. You get cataract transplants. So you got to have a donor. You got to get on the list and wait and all that kind of stuff. I don't think that they remove cataracts. I could be wrong.
I definitely don't know for sure. I thought it, yeah, I guess I don't know how you would remove it. You would transplant it.
Okay, it says yes, cataracts can be removed through surgery, which is the only effective way to resolve vision loss to a cataract. This is a very common and safe procedure where the clouded lens is removed and replaced with an artificial lens. Yeah.
Okay, so you do have to replace it with an with something. So yeah, we're
Yeah.
both right basically. You
Now,
remove
the
them.
problem with an artificial lens, because I have a friend that has one, is it can't flex like the lens does. So you cannot focus distance. So if you have two cataracts and they have to replace both of them, what they'll do is they'll put a closer focus in one eye and a farther focus in the other, and over time the body adjusts to it. And if you start looking out, your body will automatically look with the right eye or whatever, and then up close it'll automatically start looking with the other eye.
Oh my god, that's terrifying.
Some people choose to have both eyes the same, but at their most common used thing, and then they put glasses on to see further. Like if you want to play, if you're on a computer a lot, whether you can have your lenses focus in, like 2 to 10 feet range, and then there's going to be a prime spot though when you do it, because there's no focusing. There's going to be a prime spot. And so then the further you get off the spot, it starts getting more and more blurry. So they give you like a 2 to 10 range, probably be about 4.5 feet from you would be the prime spot. And then if you got to go driving, you put glasses on to focus out farther away. But that's better than being blind. My buddy, the way he got one, he was on a job site and he's got safety glasses on. Another guy says, "Hey, let me see your hammer." So Dean tosses him his hammer, and the guy takes Dean's hammer and puts the claw against the wall, and then hit the hammers face to face. And he was going to drive Dean's hammer claws into the wood so he could rip part of the wood off. And so Dean, he's got his glasses on, the stupid moron. But just out of habit, when the guy went to hit the two hammers together, Dean turned sideways so nothing would fly and hit him. Well, by turning sideways, a little tiny chip off of one of those hammers flew straight over at him and went behind his glasses, went right through the side of his eye into his lens.
No.
All he would have had to do was just look at the guy, because he was wearing safety glasses. If he'd have just looked at him, it would just tinked off his glasses. It wouldn't hurt anything. But so over time, that damage caused to his lens. He had a little spot that he could see, when he was looking, this little gray spot, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger until it dominated his whole eye, and it just covered up everything he could see. So then he had the lens replaced. And one cool thing about that lens is it's reflective. So when you get at the right angle and somebody in a light hits their eye just right, their eye reflects back to you like a cat eye does. It's got this almost prismatic reflection to it where it reflects a lot, and that's kind of cool. So while he's talking to you, sometimes you start seeing a sparkle coming from his eye where the light's reflecting out.
You always tell me the most horrific stories. Oh, this guy turned 2 degrees to the left and got a shard of wood straight through his eyeball. Now he's fucked.
Dude, what's funny about you saying that is guys at work, this guy I'm going to pick up, he's one of them. I tell stories all the time, and I'll be tell him yeah, man, that reminds me of this friend I had, he did so-and-so, it was really funny,
and he's like, stop,
stop
talking.
And then I'll go, yeah, sorry, Joker, though, man, it got hit by a car last year, and he's dead now,
Yeah.
They're like, why do you always got to end these stories in some horrific thing, But I've had a lot of them die, a lot of friends die. Like I told him not too long ago, I said, we were talking about something, best friend, something. I said, I had this one friend, I said, him and I did a lot of stuff together in the church, and everything. I said, and when I was getting ready to move from Kansas to Ohio, him and I went for like a 5-mile run and we talked the night before, just one last little hangout, and he says, he told me during that run that I was one of the best friends he ever had. I said, then the prick went and got prostate cancer, and he died like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But that's a true story. Edwin died of prostate cancer. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Okay, I got to jump off, man.
Okay.
Go get some Thanksgiving stuff done.
Yeah.
And then some Christmas stuff. Get a bunch of Christmas decorations out. But all right, man. I'll catch you later. Good playing with you this morning.
All right, I'll be on later. Or well, you said you won't be on back today, but yeah.
Well, I'll be back on later today, but it'll probably be after 4 or 5.
Okay.
But I'll be back on after a while.
All right, I'll see you.
All right, happy Thanksgiving, man. Catch you later.
See ya.
Elevates its status, but it's also the cover mascot of Emerald, which is not only one of my personal favorite Pokemon games, but also pretty widely agreed upon as one of the best Pokemon games in the entire franchise. Rayquaza completes one of the most iconic legendary trios, and its design individually is amazing. I mean, just look at this thing. How can you think it's not cool? Rayquaza is also very strong. Very strong. The Pokemon franchise has repeatedly shown that Rayquaza is operating on a world-altering level of power. When Kyogre and Groudon nearly end the world as we know it, it's Rayquaza who canonically restores order, sending the 2 ancient legendaries scurrying like kids who have made a mess before mom gets home from work. When extraterrestrial threats loom, it's Rayquaza who steps up to bat to protect the planet, whether by fighting off eldritch space horrors or literally destroying a meteor. And at its peak, it channels humanity's literal hope for salvation, igniting the awesome power of Mega Evolution within its own body to become Mega Rayquaza. And when I won the World Championships, I did it with Mega Rayquaza on my team. So I feel qualified to tell you that Rayquaza lives up to the hype. Or I should say, it used to. Because while Rayquaza is one of the strongest Pokemon ever, it's fallen off harder than nearly any other Pokemon, to the point where, in the current official competitive format, despite being tournament legal, Rayquaza is seeing 0 usage. But back in 2016, Rayquaza was undeniably one of the best and one of the only restricted Pokemon. A restricted Pokemon is a type of legendary Pokemon that is normally banned, only to be released every 3 years or so for players to have a look at. They're called restricteds because you're only allowed a limited number of them on your team. Their usage is restricted. And back in 2016, the number that you were allowed to have in your team was 2. But the thing is, back in 2016, there weren't really that many restricted Pokemon that were actually worth using. But despite this, Rayquaza was clearly one of the top 4, alongside the likes of Xerneas and of course, Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre. Now, those of you familiar with the power of Xerneas may be surprised to hear that Rayquaza was able to keep up, given that there was the single most broken fairy type ever made dominating the field. But it's true, Rayquaza was still able to succeed and win the World Championships that year. But it was only able to do so because of the power of Mega Rayquaza. If you've ever dabbled in any type of competitive Pokemon, you've likely heard people talk about the power of Mega Rayquaza. See, Mega Rayquaza has a couple things going for it. First is an incredibly broken signature ability called Delta Stream. This ability not only cancels out any other weather conditions on the field, and it can't be overwritten by regular weather conditions like sun, rain, hail, or sand, but it also turns off all of the weaknesses of all flying type Pokemon currently on the field. In other words, while regular Rayquaza is weak to rock and quadruple weak to ice, Mega Rayquaza takes neutral damage from rock and only double damage from ice. It also means that Mega Rayquaza has a resistance to electric where it was neutral before. This alone would probably be enough to justify using Mega Rayquaza. But of course, I haven't talked about the second thing that Mega Rayquaza has, which is the single highest base stat total of any usable Pokemon ever, period. And the stats combo nicely with the third thing that makes Rayquaza ridiculous, which is its move pool. Rayquaza learns basically every move under the sun, and then some more. Want a powerful offensive move of virtually any type? Try Rayquaza. And because Mega Rayquaza has so many stat points, it works as both a physical and a special attacker at the same time. Because even if you didn't train one of its attacking stats very much, the starting value was so high that it could still do tons of damage. Rayquaza also got a signature move in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire called Dragon Ascent, which is effectively a flying type version of the fighting type attack Close Combat. While this doesn't sound very flashy, you have to remember that flying is an incredible offensive type that is really held back by its lack of good attacking moves. There's like Brave Bird, which has recoil damage, and like that's kind of it. They made dual wing beat but can miss. There's like acrobatics, but you need to have no item. There's really not many good options. So getting access to Dragon Ascent, which is a super powerful move and also doesn't deal any recoil damage, is a pretty big deal. Though what really made Dragon Ascent ridiculous is the fourth and, in my opinion, the most crucial aspect of what made Mega Rayquaza so unbelievably good. See, normally, in order to Mega Evolve one of your Pokemon, you had to hold a special item. Kangaskhanite for Kangaskhan, Mawilite for Mawile, etc. This was the case for every single Mega Pokemon, and it makes sense from a balancing perspective, because items allow you to multiply your Pokemon's power, and given how much stronger Mega Evolutions are already than regular Pokemon, giving them an additional boost from an item would just make them too difficult to keep in check. Which begs the question, why would they let Rayquaza, the strongest Mega Evolution, Mega Evolve for free? See, unlike literally every other Mega Evolution in the game, instead of needing to give up its held item to Mega Evolve, Rayquaza simply had to learn the move Dragon Ascent. You know, the super broken move that you were planning on using anyway. Mega Rayquaza was so broken that in the unofficial singles formats, they had to make an entirely new format just to handle it, because this thing was too uber for ubers. When people talk about the most broken Pokemon of all time, this thing almost always gets a mention. After 2016, Mega Rayquaza was no longer legal for the following 2 years, but it maintained its reputation as one of the strongest Mega Evolutions and one of the strongest Pokemon period going into the 2019 competitive season, which is the next time it was legal. During that season, it won the North American International Championships, used again by yours truly, and then it went on to earn 2 top 8 Worlds placements. And that's not another first place trophy, but it is a testament to one simple fact. Mega Rayquaza was one of the most fearsome Pokemon to ever exist, because after its 2019 performance, Rayquaza vanished, disappeared back into the sky from whence it came. Rayquaza, one of the strongest Pokemon ever, has not had a tournament win in 6 years and counting. Now, to be fair, Rayquaza hasn't been tournament legal for every format since 2019, but also to be fair, every single time it has been allowed, which is 2022, 2024, and 2025, Rayquaza has sat at under a single percentage of usage and at the bottom of every tier list. And while sometimes a worse Pokemon will still have its diehard fans, there's no trainer out there going to bat for Rayquaza, not even me, one of its single biggest fans. Since 2019, there are only 7 recorded uses of Rayquaza in official tournaments in the past 6 years, and out of those 7 teams, all but one placed outside the top 128. The only one that made it inside top 128 placed 115, so just barely squeaking in there. So the question is, why? How did the Emperor of the Air get sent crashing to Earth? Well, the initial answer seems obvious. What made Rayquaza so unbelievably broken was its Mega Form, a form that was removed from the game following 2019. This is seen pretty clearly by looking back at the 2019 season. See, even though I've been talking about 2019 as if it was only one format, it was actually 3. Sun Series, Moon Series, and eventually the format that we played for the World Championships, Ultra Series. What's interesting about these 3 rule sets is that, unlike most other formats which rotate Pokemon in and out, these 3 formats kept the same list of legal Pokemon, but changed which mechanics were legal. In Sun Series, neither Z-moves or Mega Evolution was allowed. Moon Series added Z-moves, and finally, Ultra Series added Mega Evolution and whatever's going on with Primal Groudon and Kyogre. In other words, we can compare regular Rayquaza to Mega Rayquaza by seeing how well it performed in the Sun and Moon series compared to Ultra. So, how did regular Rayquaza do? Not good, and by that I mean it really wasn't used at all. Even with other Mega Evolutions banned, Rayquaza still couldn't keep up. So, I guess that's it, right? Mega Evolution is the only thing that was making Rayquaza good? Well, not exactly. Because remember, Rayquaza doesn't use a stone to Mega Evolve, so the Pokemon Company couldn't just ban Rayquaza-ite from play. Instead, they had to ban Dragon Ascent. Mega Evolution is the only thing that was making Rayquaza good? Well, not exactly, because remember, Rayquaza doesn't use a stone to Mega Evolve, so the Pokemon Company couldn't just ban Rayquazaite from play. Instead, they had to ban Dragon Ascent, Rayquaza's single best move. So this isn't actually a fair comparison, because we're not comparing Rayquaza to like Mega Rayquaza, we're comparing Mega Rayquaza to Mini Rayquaza, Rayquaza Jr. Keep in mind that the #1 winner from the Sun and Moon formats was arguably Xerneas, who only needed to rely on the Power Herb to reach its broken power level. And so this actually isn't such a fair comparison when we want to look at just Rayquaza. The fact remains though that losing its Mega Evolution was a huge blow to Rayquaza. Not only does it lose its broken ability, it also found itself down 100 points in base stats, which is functionally the same nerf that Groudon and Kyogre received. And yet, those two still saw a ton of play. So our mystery hasn't been solved yet. There's another mystery we have to solve first though, which is some of you aren't subscribed, and I would like for you to subscribe. That would be cool. Subscribing helps the channel out a lot and also lets YouTube know that you want to be notified of my videos when they come out. I'm hoping to do more videos like this one, diving into competitive Pokemon's history, so if you're enjoying this one, make sure you subscribe. Anyway, something that I think is strange is that following the removal of Mega Evolution, Pokemon introduced Dynamax and then Terrestrialization as new mechanics. And in theory, Rayquaza should use both of these mechanics quite well. The single best Dynamax move in the game was Max Airstream, which is the move that all flying type moves would turn into. The reason it was so good is basically it did more damage than it should have, and it gave your Pokemon a speed boost, and speed is like super important in competitive play, and Rayquaza seems like it should be an ideal user of, again, the best Dynamax move in Sword and Shield. As a flying type legendary Pokemon with a high powered move to base it off of, it's easy to imagine Rayquaza blasting through foes and running away with the game. But it's here that we get to Rayquaza's weaknesses, and there are unfortunately many of them. While both Dragon Ascent and Extreme Speed are strong moves, they share some types that resist them in Rock and Steel, with Steel also resisting Rayquaza's Dragon type moves. Moreover, these moves can only hit one of your opponent's Pokemon at a time, and while some restricted Pokemon can get away with hitting one foe at a time, Pokemon like Groudon, Kyogre, Xerneas, and both Calyrex forms are strong in part because they can beat down both your foes simultaneously. Regular Rayquaza also doesn't have an unthinkable attack stat, meaning you likely wanted a Swords Dance boost before you started firing off attacks, and in the high-powered, double-restricted format of Sword and Shield, it was pretty rare that you were actually able to take it slow. One quirk of Dynamax is that once a Pokemon has gone big mode, their moves lose all of their priority aside from max guard. In other words, your starting speed stat matters a lot when you Dynamax. And surprisingly, Rayquaza isn't actually that fast. It sits at a cool base 95, which isn't terrible, but it's way under the other speedsters of this format. So Rayquaza takes a little while to get going, and in that time, your opponent could be dishing out instant damage with things like Choice Specs Kyogre or just Zacian. Speaking of which, Rayquaza has an awkward relationship to Dynamax in general. First of all, it wanted to spend a turn outside of Dynamax to set up a Swords Dance ideally. And while Max Airstream is a great move, the issue is that the other move that Rayquaza would normally run is Max Strike, and that's only okay, and it also achieves the same thing but slightly worse by lowering your opponent's speeds rather than boosting your own. The reason Rayquaza needed to use Max Strike is because Extreme Speed is one of its best moves, and in fact, Extreme Speed and Dragon Ascent were the only two damaging moves that I used when I won the World Championships. Of course, you could drop Extreme Speed, but that meant that Rayquaza was way worse outside of Dynamax. But then again, if you used it, it meant that you were often just down a move slot inside of Dynamax. If we look at the other Max Airstream abusers of the format, like Thundurus and Charizard, they had really useful, really powerful secondary moves that didn't have too much overlap with the Max Airstream itself. And so if you wanted a dedicated Max Airstream user on your team, there were better options that also didn't take up your restricted slot. Now, Rayquaza is also a Dragon type, and so if you wanted, you could drop Swords Dance or you could drop Extreme Speed and try and get Dragon coverage. But if you wanted access to Max Wormwind, you had to choose between the low-powered Dragon Claw, the incredibly unreliable Outrage, or the specially based Draco Meteor, which attacked from the opposite side of the spectrum as Dragon Ascent. I told you earlier that Mega Rayquaza could be used as a mixed attacker, using both special and physical moves. But that's because Mega Rayquaza has 60 more stats in its offenses. If you gave Incineroar 60 more stats that it could use, I think I would have no choice but to retire. Regular Rayquaza just doesn't have the raw stats to justify using a special attack without investing any stat points into it in the same way that its Mega form can. I haven't given it too much attention yet, but the loss of Delta Stream is also a pretty big deal for Rayquaza. While its regular ability Cloud9 still does turn off the weather, it now has to deal with way more weaknesses than before, including both Flying and Dragon being weak to Ice. When I used Mega Rayquaza to win tournaments, I was using it in part to handle opposing Kyogre, and at North American Internationals in 2019, I used Assault Vest Rayquaza, which took 3 Ice Beams to KO with Kyogre. Bulk is really important on Dynamax Pokemon because, like, if they go down early, then you don't get your 3 turns of value. But without its Mega Form, Kyogre Ice Beams suddenly become a much scarier prospect. That's not even talking about Max Hailstorm. But what if I told you that the biggest issue wasn't even its typing or its moves or its ability? That there was another, more frustrating issue, one that invalidated Rayquaza almost entirely, and that issue was a single Pokemon. Mega Rayquaza may have previously been considered the most broken Pokemon ever made, but Generation 8 introduced a new contender, one seemingly handcrafted to cut the dragon down to size. Zacian is Rayquaza's worst nightmare. You thought I was going to talk about Incineroar, I bet, but no, this time it's different. It's Zacian, okay? The thing about Zacian is it's immune to the Odd Dragon move, and it resists both flying and normal type moves, and it can deal super effective damage back with Play Rough. Not to mention, if Rayquaza Dynamaxes, Behemoth Blade now does double damage to it as well. I do think all the other issues with Rayquaza definitely held it back a little bit, but I don't think any of them were as hard to overcome as Zacian. There was just no way that Rayquaza was going to succeed when Zacian was the second most used Pokemon at the World Championships, only behind Incineroar. So Rayquaza's first foray without Mega Evolution was, well, I mean, it didn't really foray anywhere. It just sat in the no usage zone. It was outmatched, overpowered, and underwhelming. Power creep had caught up, and Rayquaza would need something special to get back on top, which surprisingly is what Generation 9 seemed to offer, with a new mechanic seemingly tailor-made for Rayquaza's problems: Terastallization. There are 2 primary ways that a Pokemon can benefit from Terastallization. The first, and often most important, is defensively. A Pokemon can switch its type on a whim, discarding the weaknesses that may have weighed it down before, or it can simply flip a problematic matchup on its head. The second, of course, is offensively, although there are a couple different ways that you can use Terastallization here. You can Terastallize to get access to a coverage move. With Terra Blast, Pokemon can cover type combos that they normally wouldn't be able to hit. This is a powerful tool, but it also requires using a move slot, and it will often lock the Pokemon into always Terastallizing. The second type of offensive Terastallization, and the more commonly seen, is to power up an existing move, because Pokemon receive a 50% power boost when using a move that matches one of their types. An example of this is Pokemon like Hydreigon, which could launch Terra boosted Heat Waves once it had turned into a fire type. And the best type of Terastallization is one that combines both offense and defense. Luckily for Rayquaza, it had a perfect role model for just this type of Terastallization: Dragonite. Before Rayquaza even got in the plane to Paldea, Dragonite was terrorizing the metagame with a Terastallization reliant strategy perfectly attuned to Rayquaza's capabilities. This strategy revolved around a Paranormal boosted extreme speed, often next to the legendary Pokemon Pao, who reduces the defense of all Pokemon while it's out on the field. With a Choice Band, a big old gemstone on its head, and the Snow Leopard's menacing aura, Dragonite could rip through anything that didn't resist its normal type moves. In addition, Terastallizing to normal dropped Dragonite's otherwise terrifying weaknesses. As a dragon and flying type, it's weak to ice, rock, fairy, and dragon, all weaknesses it gives up when it turns into a normal type. And as I'm sure you know, Dragonite shares a typing with Rayquaza. This Dragonite Chempao combo became one of the most standard building blocks for teams during the first year of Scarlet and Violet, and even beyond in the second year, picking up a good deal of success there too. And it seemed like Dragonite was just laying down the red carpet for Rayquaza. After all, Rayquaza does everything Dragonite does and more, right? Better attacking stats, an actual usable flying type move, and even the option to run Swords Dance and free up your item slot. Honestly, the biggest difference is just that Rayquaza has Airlock, whereas Dragonite has Inner Focus as its ability, which ended up being a deal breaker, because Inner Focus makes Dragonite immune to both Fake Out and Intimidate, freeing it up to start attacking immediately, even in the face of, you guessed it, Incineroar. Inner Focus also makes the Choice Band way more appealing. You can't have your damage sent back to reasonable levels if you ever get intimidated, and being unable to protect yourself is way less important when you don't have to worry about the positional tool of Fake Out. It doesn't help that the best Intimidate Pokemon and the best Fake Out Pokemon are one and the same, Incineroar again, and Incineroar is on nearly every team at all times, because the problem is that after an Intimidate, Rayquaza is actually noticeably weaker than Dragonite, meaning it had to choose between the Clear Amulet item, which makes it Intimidate proof but doesn't offer a damage boost, or the Choice Band, which makes it way stronger when Incineroar isn't around but a lot worse when it is. Airlock was a disappointment in more ways than one. Lots of competitive Pokemon formats are ruled by weather, and in the past, Groudon and Kyogre were two of the best and most used restricted Pokemon. But in Generation 9, the game is often centered around Pokemon who don't mind clear skies, like Miraidon, Zamazenta, and both the Calyrex forms. Oh yeah, speaking of, Rayquaza certainly hates to see Ice Rider coming. Not only is it an Ice-type Pokemon with a move that hits both of its foes, but it's also a phenomenally bulky Pokemon, making it nearly impossible for Rayquaza to break. Now you might think that with a little help, say a Swords Dance or Clear Amulet and maybe Chenpao as well, Rayquaza can get around these weaknesses by just blowing up its foes with extreme speed before they can move. But the reality is that extreme speed felt way more like just okay speed in practice. Let's think of a best case scenario. +2 Terra Normal extreme speed with Sword of Ruin active, and you still don't KO Calyrex Ice Rider, who by the way has its Glacial Lance boosted because you have your own Chenpao out in the field. And it's not like you're close either, like you should only be doing about 75% even with this combo. And again, this is assuming that you managed to get a Swords Dance up in front of Ice Rider in the first place, which is already quite difficult. Calyrex Ice isn't even the only problem. Groudon and bulky Koraidon can survive this extreme speed as well if they want to. Lunala and Calyrex Shadow are fully immune to extreme speed, and there can even be a partner Pokemon like Indeedee, Sarina, or Triggerath that just completely shuts down all priority moves, including extreme speed. In an absolute best case scenario, sure, Rayquaza's extreme speed could eviscerate the correct slot, just in time to get picked up by the other Pokemon on your opponent's side of the field, exploiting the damage that you've taken in setting up, or faking you out, or intimidating you, or whatever. Rayquaza is simply too linear and too slow to really make work. In the time it takes to set up, the opponent's probably already lined up one of their 3 countermeasures. If you're running Choice Band, you're locked into one strong-ish move at the expense of any sort of flexibility. But what makes things really funny is that Rayquaza's game plan hasn't really changed since its heyday. This method of attack, hard, concentrated, and single target, is exactly what I used it to do back in 2016. All the gimmicks since then, whether max airstream spam or banded extreme speed, play towards that same idea. It just needs a little bit more power, a bit more X factor, something special. Yeah, okay, it needs Mega Evolution. Look, I've done a lot of circling the drain here, pointing out Rayquaza's other flaws, and the point remains that without those flaws, maybe regular old Ray could get the job done. But you can't get away from the simple truth. With Mega Evolution, Rayquaza's a contender. He's a somebody. Without it, he's a noodly nobody. The extra power level means that simple game plan is worth pursuing. Mega Rayquaza can muscle through contingencies and create enough pressure on the field that a single Swords Dance can derail your opponent's whole game plan. Or it can lean into defense, using the Assault Vest in combination with Delta Stream to survive unbelievable hits while attacking with strong physical and special moves. Or it can lean into the burst potential and use Life Orb, not caring about Intimidate thanks to the power buff and its ability to use Draco Meteor. Or maybe another set entirely. There are new items now that didn't exist back when Rayquaza had access to its Mega form. Maybe Clear Amulet Mega Rayquaza is a whole different beast. You never know. Unfortunately, Mega Rayquaza is not in Scarlet and Violet. But for some strange reason, I just have this feeling that it won't be too long until we're seeing Rayquaza at full power again. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, you might be interested to hear about how Dragonite kind of followed the opposite arc of Rayquaza, starting out as a Pokemon nobody would touch, and then finally becoming one of the top threats in Scarlet and Violet. If I told you that Dragonite was a bad Pokemon, you probably wouldn't believe me. After all, how could it be? It is the original Dragon-type Pokemon, it's somehow both cool and cute at the same time, and it's one of the most iconic Pokemon ever. But while all of this is true, it doesn't change the fact that Dragonite has never won a single official competitive tournament. Had never won, because in Scarlet and Violet, Dragonite became not only usable, but one of the top threats for the first time ever, and finally got the tournament win it had been chasing for over 2 decades. Okay, but maybe you think I'm exaggerating for dramatic effect. I am a YouTuber after all, that is something that we are known for. But actually, that's not what's going on here. Here's a list of all of Dragonite's recorded accomplishments prior to Scarlet and Violet, and here is some of Dragonite's results after these games released. There's a bit of a difference, huh? We're going to talk about what changed for Dragonite that allowed it to unlock its hidden potential, but before we do that, we need to understand what made it so difficult to use Dragonite in the first place. So, let's go all the way back to Generation 4 and the birth of the modern official competitive Pokemon circuit. Back in Generation 4, Dragon was the best type in the game. With only a single type that could resist them, access to the unbelievably powerful move Draco Meteor, and far better stats across the board than most of the other types, Dragons dominated competitive play. But if Dragon types were so strong, where was Dragonite? Nowhere to be found, because players didn't think Dragonite was worth using. These are the 4 main ways that we evaluate how good a Pokemon is. Dragonite fell short in all of them. Dragonite's single biggest weakness is its stats, which is probably surprising because across the board, Dragonite stats range from good to great. In fact, Dragonite does not have a single bad stat, especially by Generation 4 standards, before Pokemon like these existed. So if every individual stat is good, what exactly is the problem here? Each of Dragonite's stats is good, but only in a vacuum. When you consider how these stats work together, it becomes clearer what the issue is. For example, Dragonite has a sky-high attack stat, so you might think it wants to operate as a powerful physical attacker. But then you look at its speed. Far too slow to keep up with other offensive Pokemon, especially other dragon types like Garchomp, Salamence, Kingdra, and Latios. Dragonite is actually naturally slower than Cresselia, who is not only one of the best Pokemon in Generation 4, but also almost always carried an ice move that can deal quadruple damage to Dragonite, threatening to knock out the dragon in a single hit. Dragonite has really good bulk across the board, but if you invest your stat points to maximize its bulk, you have to give up on speed, power, or both. Sacrificing your already limited speed means you can forget about ever moving before your opponents, but sacrificing your power means you aren't investing in Dragonite's main weapon. You could also forego training your bulk altogether, but then Dragonite won't be able to stick around nearly as long. It's like one of those triangle charts where you can only pick 2 of the 3 options. A lot of the issues with the stats are compounded because of Dragonite's typing. As a dragon and flying type, Dragonite has weaknesses to dragon and rock, as well as that nasty quadruple weakness to ice. Back in Generation 4, these were some of the most common attacking types in the game. Rock Slide being a broken move and Tyranitar being an incredible Pokemon made rock-type attacks commonplace. Dragon was the best type in the game, meaning most teams had at least one dragon type, and because dragon types were so popular, there was good reason to put Ice Beam onto your team if you could afford it. Especially given that Rain was a popular strategy, Ice Beam Pokemon were everywhere. Now, if Dragonite could knock out the users of these super effective moves before getting hit, that would change things, but its low speed stat makes this impossible. Of course, Pokemon can compensate for their weaknesses with more than just their stats or their typing. In fact, if a Pokemon has a really strong ability, it can often single-handedly redeem an otherwise unremarkable Pokemon. So, what is Dragonite working with? Inner Focus, an ability that prevents flinches, and that's it. Definitely nice to have sometimes, but nowhere near a good enough ability to save Dragonite, which just leaves the moves. In general, dragon types tend to have phenomenal move pools, with access to many strong attacks that don't match their types. This is true for Dragonite, getting access to moves like Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Aqua Tail, and Superpower, to name a few. However, there is one type of move that is suspiciously absent from Dragonite's kit, a type that you would really expect it to be able to use: flying. The strongest flying type move Dragonite could use was Wing Attack, which has a pitiful 60 base power. Oh, actually, okay, technically that's not true. It can use Fly, which is a 2-turn move with only 90 base power, arguably worse than Wing Attack. Other than these 2 moves, nothing. Now, because Dragonite learns so many good moves of other types, you might think that it's not such a big deal that it can't use any good flying type moves. But here's the thing. When a Pokemon uses a move that matches one of their types, that move gets a whopping 50% power boost. This bonus, called the same type attack bonus, or stab for short, is really important to take advantage of in order to bring out your Pokemon's full potential. Without any good flying type moves, Dragonite doesn't get the benefit of having a second type, but still has to pay the price with additional weaknesses. To understand the full picture, let's talk about another dragon type Pokemon that actually managed to win the World Championships during Generation 4. Salamence. Dragonite has a lot in common with Salamence. They both have the dragon and flying typing, they both lack good flying type attacks, and their stats are comparable. But if they're so similar, why is one world champion while the other can't even make it into the venue? To start, let's compare their stats. Dragonite and Salamence have very similar offensive stats, with attack stats within a point of each other and special attack stats within 10. Defensively, Dragonite has a slight edge over Salamence, though their bulk is similar enough. The big difference then is the speed. With 20 more base speed, Salamence is able to consistently outspeed far more Pokemon, and by giving it the Choice Scarf item, Salamence is able to outspeed nearly every other dragon type, allowing it to KO them before they can attack. These stats also allow Salamence to run a different set of moves. Despite Salamence having a much higher physical attack stat, in competitive play, Salamence was mostly used as a special attacker. This is largely because the special move, Draco Meteor, is so much stronger than the physical attack of Dragon Claw, allowing Salamence to actually do far more damage via the special side. Outrage is nearly as strong and is a physical attack, but the random targeting and the fact that it locks you in for 2 to 3 turns makes it inconsistent as a primary attack. The reliable special moves being stronger is true of Salamence's other move types as well, with moves like Fire Blast, Heat Wave, and Hydro Pump being much more powerful than their counterparts of Fire Punch, Fire Fang, and Aqua Tail. Special attackers also don't have to worry about Intimidate slowing them down, often turning 1-hit KOs into 2-hit KOs. And speaking of Intimidate, Salamence's ability is one of the best in the entire game. Even though Salamence is intended to be used as an offensive Pokemon, its ability provides passive support for the whole team just by bringing it to the battle. With Intimidate, Salamence could either use the Choice Scarf item to allow it to work as an anti-dragon delete button while still providing a bit of team-wide support, or it could lean into a more defensive role, using items like the Citrus Berry to help keep it alive, and relying on Dragon's natural resistances and Intimidate to make it difficult to remove. Salamence also couldn't learn any good flying type moves, and still had to worry about the same ice, rock, and dragon type attacks that Dragonite did, but this was much less of an issue because thanks to its higher speed, Salamence was able to play at a much more offensive pace. The more offensive a Pokemon is, the less likely it is that it'll stick around for multiple turns, meaning you can worry less about its defensive attributes and more about wiping the opponent's Pokemon off the face of the earth. Some of you probably want to learn how to wipe the opponent's Pokemon off the face of the earth for yourselves, and the best way to get that knowledge is to subscribe. I post a new video every single week, not only ones like this where I go over the history of the game, but also ones where I enter tournaments with wacky and off-the-wall strategies myself. We've got some banger videos in the works right now that I'm sure you're not going to want to miss. So back to Dragonite. With Salamence around as seemingly just a straight upgrade, nobody was willing to give Dragonite a shot, and that's how things remained for the duration of Generation 4. But nothing in Pokemon stays the same forever, and a new generation meant a new buff for Dragonite. Welcome to Generation 5. Generation 5 shook the series up in a major way, with new Pokemon, a new region, new items, and more. One of the biggest changes was the introduction of the Dream World, and with it, the new mechanic of hidden abilities. These are special abilities not accessible to a Pokemon through normal means, and they breathed new life into many classic Pokemon. While not every Pokemon received a hidden ability, Dragonite did, and it was certainly an upgrade over Inner Focus. Dragonite was now the proud owner of the brand new ability, Multiscale. Multiscale is a great ability. It's simple enough to understand. If a Pokemon with Multiscale is at full HP, cut the amount of damage that the next attack was going to do in half. This effect can even trigger multiple times per battle, if the Pokemon manages to heal back up to full HP using moves like Roost or Recover. However, while this ability was a big upgrade over Inner Focus, Generation 5 may have inadvertently made things harder for Dragonite. See, Black and White introduced new items called Gems. There was one of every type, and when a Pokemon connected with the move that matched the type of the gem that they're holding, the gem would be consumed and the move would become 50% stronger. This was very, very powerful, as previously, the only way for an item to give a power boost this large was to use one of the choice items, which greatly limits your Pokemon's options. Realizing the strength of gems, players quickly looked to find the strongest attacks they could, searching for an instant delete button, and find one they did. Dragon Gem Draco Meteor Latios. With the base stats of a legendary dragon, the absurd power of Draco Meteor, and the multiplicative effect of Dragon Gem, this became the strongest, most commonplace attack of the generation, And unfortunately, even with multi-scale, Dragonite couldn't survive it without investing numerous stat points into its bulk. And even if you could justify bulking up Dragonite, the presence of such an incredibly powerful dragon type attack, which at the time was only resisted by one single other type, meant that every single team had multiple Pokemon dedicated to taking down dragons. In other words, Latios not only beat down Dragonite itself, it made the entire format a hostile work environment for it. And that's not even to mention the fact that Garchomp, Salamence, Kingdra, and the new addition of Hydreigon were all other incredible dragon type options, each offering far more than Dragonite could. Once again, Dragonite found itself without a seat at the table. But maybe things could change for our hero with the generation that shook things up more than any other. Generation 6. Generation 6. The games that introduced the most important feature in any Pokemon game, rollerblading. Apart from introducing the single most confusing city in any Pokemon game, X and Y also changed the game forever by introducing a new type. Dragons had been dominating the game for too long, and Game Freak's solution was simple, efficient, and largely pink. The fairy type. Unfortunately, creating a new type that was not only specifically designed to counter dragons, but also happened to be the best type in the game, did not improve Dragonite's viability for some reason. But there was a chance for Dragonite, a new path towards redemption. Generation 6 introduced Mega Evolution, and with it, the chance to breathe new life into older Pokemon that had been struggling to keep up. Many Dragon-type Pokemon even got Mega Evolutions themselves, perhaps to help keep them relevant in the face of fairies. With tons of new Mega Evolutions being given away to Dragon types, surely this was Dragonite's chance. Salamence got a Mega Evolution, Garchomp got a Mega Evolution, Latios got a Mega Evolution, Ampharos and Charizard got Mega Evolutions that turned them into Dragon types. Dragonite got access to secret power. Now you can use it to make a secret base. Yay! Generation 6 was Dragonite's worst generation yet, which is saying something because the prior generations weren't exactly kind to it. With fairies and Mega Evolutions everywhere, Dragonite could barely poke its head out of hiding. But having weathered the primordial weather of the 6th generation, weathered the weather, Dragonite was given new hope, with a generation that would be its best performance yet, in the tropical land of Alola. Now, on paper, Dragonite didn't receive any meaningful buffs going into Generation 7. However, these 3 years were dominated by the fire, water, and grass type core of Pokemon, thanks in part to strong new additions such as Kartana, Tapu Fini, and Incineroar. As a bulky dragon type, Dragonite saw a little use in these years thanks to its resistances to all of fire, water, and grass, though it did still have to worry about the new powerful fairy types and mega evolutions that these games introduced as well. This generation also gave Dragonite its most famous competitive appearance to date, its North American Internationals in 2017, and Giovanni Costa has brought an unusual team featuring not only Dragonite, but also Eevee. Eevee was given a signature Z move in Sun and Moon that doubled all of its stats, so Geo's strategy was to double Eevee's stats, then use Baton Pass to give these boosts to another Pokemon. In this case, his bulky Dragonite with Roost and Leftovers for healing, using Multiscale as additional insurance with his now double defenses. Now, at the time, Dragonite was not a common pick, even on Eevee-based strategies. Other Pokemon were considered better most of the time, but Dragonite is Geo's favorite Pokemon, so he was determined to try and make it work. As a fun fact, Geo is now an editor on this channel. Say, Geo, why do you like Dragonite so much anyway?
So the reason why Dragonite is my favorite Pokemon of all time is because back when I was a kid, I was playing through Pokemon Red, and I really wanted to have a Dragonite on my team. And the only way to get one was to go to the Safari Zone and fish for a Dratini. So, you know, I went there, started fishing for one, and I actually found one right away. But unfortunately, it ran away from me because the Safari Zone sucks. But I was like, well, you know, it probably won't take me that long to find another one, but turns out another one wouldn't show up for several hours. And I was so angry. I was just like, you know what? I already put this much time into it. I'm not going to give up. Let me just keep going. And eventually I did get one, but it took so long that I actually forgot to do my homework and got in trouble at school the next day because of it. But I was just the happiest kid in the world that I had a Dragonite on my team. So whenever I look at Dragonite, I think of a simpler time back when, you know, your biggest worry was having to do homework. Now I have to do taxes and stuff.
In this streamed match, the game appears to be completely over. Geo's Eevee was KO'd before it could pass the stat boost to Dragonite, thanks to an untimely poison, and every one of his other Pokemon has already been KO'd. In exchange, Geo has only managed to land one single attack for half of Hariyama's HP, meaning he hasn't taken even a single KO. Down 1 against 4, the match is presumed to be over. Do you think he has any chance to win?
And then
Yep.
Hidden Power Ice, Power Gem.
Yeah, because if time runs out, you win 4 Pokemon to 1. So
Spore. Smeargle outspeeding that Dragonite using Spore to put it to sleep.
I don't know my damage calcs for that because I have not faced off against a Dragonite in this format before.
Smeargle saving that Spore for later. Nihilego revealing it brought the Hidden Power Ice. It's not a one-hit knockout though. Dragonite living. Oh, and Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout of Nihilego. It gets the knockout.
Don't even see that common on Dragonite, and it picks up the knockout onto both Pokemon.
Fake out.
Down to 0 just a little bit ago, but
Wow.
But despite Dragonite's newfound stardom, this was the last time it would be relevant. Not just in Generation 7, but in Generation 8 too. There is not a single recorded instance of any player using Dragonite in all of Sword and Shield. Not one. These games weren't kind to Dragonite. Dynamax didn't especially favor it, and as the Pokemon got stronger and stronger each generation, Dragonite just fell further and further behind. Of course, Dragonite wasn't even allowed to begin the generation at the starting line. Sword and Shield were especially rude to Dragonite, as these were the first Pokemon games that did not feature every Pokemon in them. And though Dragonite was eventually added in the second DLC, by then the power level had far eclipsed Generation 1 standards. However, these games were arguably the most important in setting Dragonite up for future redemption. For you see, Dragonite received not one, but 2 major buffs in Sword and Shield. The first has to do with its ability, not multiscale, Inner Focus. In Sword and Shield, Inner Focus received a buff. Now, in addition to preventing flinching, this ability also blocks Intimidate. Intimidate was on nearly every team at this point, and it's the main tool used to slow physical attackers down, so ignoring it is a huge deal. The other buff was to Dragonite's move pool. While it still didn't get access to a good flying type attack, Dragonite did get access to a new move called Scale Shot. This move is like a souped up dragon type version of Bullet Seed. It hits 2 to 5 times, then lowers Dragonite's defense and raises its speed. Of course, it is more likely to only hit 2 or 3 times, so in Sword and Shield, it wasn't considered very strong because of its inconsistent nature. But it will be important later, because with this improved ability and new move, Generation 9 would finally free Dragonite from the shackles of mediocrity and catapult it into a top threat for the first time in history. Welcome to Scarlet and Violet. Going into Generation 9, nobody other than Geo was thinking about Dragonite. After all, why would they? It hadn't been strong in any prior generation, and with more and more powerful Pokemon being added to the game, it was laughable to think that a Generation 1 Pokemon with no results to speak of could keep up, especially with the new best Pokemon in the game seeming to be designed specifically to counter it. Ultimately though, it was Dragonite who got the last laugh, and the reason why begins with the core mechanic of these games, terastallization. Every generation since Generation 5 has added some core new mechanic to battles. Black and White added gems, X and Y added Mega Evolutions, Sun and Moon added Z moves, and Sword and Shield added Dynamax. Mega Evolutions were their own thing, either a Pokemon had one or it didn't, but for the other 3 mechanics, they all shared something in common. These mechanics were all about scaling. What I mean by this is that in order to bring out their full potential, you needed to use Pokemon that were already powerful. For both gems and Dynamax, the Pokemon taking advantage of the mechanic would become about 50% stronger. But think about it. If your Pokemon wasn't strong to begin with, how much is this actually going to help? Z moves would roughly double a Pokemon's damage output, making it even more important that the base move was doing as much as possible. Given you're only able to use these mechanics for between 1 and 3 turns each battle, it didn't take long for players to realize that the best way to optimize around them was to focus on Pokemon that were already strong. Put another way, every single one of these mechanics created a rich get richer effect, where Pokemon that were already strong could become even stronger. And in doing so, it became even harder for weaker Pokemon to keep up. But this philosophy of scaling doesn't apply to Scarlet and Violet's mechanic of terastallization. Terastallization allows one of your Pokemon to change their type, and while this can result in a power boost, it's equally as viable to rewrite your defensive relationships and give a new type of move a stab boost. Because this mechanic is much more flexible and far less centered around make big Pokemon do big damage, it opened the door for previously forgotten Pokemon to take center stage, and none made a grander appearance than Dragonite. Remember that Dragonite had 4 primary things holding it back: typing, move pool, ability, and stats. Terastallization improves Dragonite's typing, yes, but it also allows it to make better use of both its move pool and its stats. For Dragonite, the go-to Terra type quickly became Terra Normal. Normal only has one weakness: to fighting, a type that Dragonite resists before it terastallizes. Going from 4 weaknesses to only 1 is an upgrade, obviously, but the main reason Normal is chosen actually has to do with offense. You see, at the start of Scarlet and Violet, Dragonite was the single strongest user of the move Extreme Speed that was legal in tournaments, and it's now second only to Rayquaza, since Dragonite has more attack than Arceus. Extreme Speed is a very, very powerful move. It is only 80 base power, which lands it in the strong but not remarkable category, but the reason you use it isn't the power alone, it's the priority. This move has +2 priority, meaning it will go before almost every other move in the game. For context, most priority moves cap out at 40 base power, half of Extreme Speed, and most of them only have +1 priority. When a priority move is allowed to be stronger, it normally has some extra condition it needs to fulfill, like Sucker Punch or Thunderclap or Grassy Glide. Extreme Speed has no such condition, and is stronger than these other moves anyway, while also having more priority than them. Dragonite has always had access to Extreme Speed, but without the same type attack bonus, it wasn't really worth using. Terra Normal changes that. By making Dragonite's primary attacking type normal, this also fixes some issues with Dragonite's move pool. It doesn't matter that Dragonite doesn't learn a flying type move, because it's not going to bother using a flying type move when Extreme Speed just knocks everything out anyway. However, if Dragonite really does want to use a powerful flying type move, Terastallization can grant that wish instead. Some players had success using Dragonite with Terra Flying, Terra Blast, as at the start of Scarlet and Violet, good offensive flying types were hard to come by. Dragonite's huge attack stat could be put to good use by boosting it even further with the power of Terastallization, dealing massive flying type damage that hit a large portion of the format for tons of their health. Of course, the main set that Dragonite used was still Terra Normal, building around Extreme Speed, and this inadvertently fixes the main issue with Dragonite's stats. Remember, Dragonite's primary weakness here was its low speed stat, but when your primary attack is a move that nearly always goes first anyway, you don't even need to worry about your speed stat. Now, Dragonite could much more freely invest in its bulk and power, neglecting speed altogether. I think that Game Freak realized that as a move, Extreme Speed is just way too powerful, and that is probably part of the reason that in Scarlet and Violet, there is not a single tournament legal normal type Pokemon that can learn it. A move with this much power, this much priority, and the same type attack bonus would clearly be unhealthy for the game. Being able to knock Pokemon out before they can even attack is a nightmare scenario. Of course, even if there was a Pokemon that could pull off Terra Normal Extreme Speed, it can always be kept in check by the fact that all physical attackers can be slowed down by Intimidate. Unless, of course, the user is immune to Intimidate. The buff to Inner Focus didn't do anything for Dragonite in Sword and Shield, but here in Paldea, it's another story. Now your Terra Normal 80 base power +2 priority attack is not only immune to flinching from Fake Out, it also can't be slowed down by Intimidate. Give Dragonite a choice band for another 50% damage amp, amp, and things are starting to really get out of hand, but we still aren't done yet. Scarlet and Violet introduced another buff for Dragonite in the form of a new partner Pokemon, Chen Pao. Chen Pao is a fast and frail Ice and Dark type, capable of threatening the Dragon types that hit Dragonite out of Terra, and the Ghost types that are immune to extreme speed. It can also hit the Rock and Steel types that resist extreme speed with Sacred Sword, providing exceptional coverage for Dragonite. Of course, the main reason to use Chen Pao has to do with its ability, Sword of Ruin. This ability passively lowers the defense stat of all other Pokemon on the field while Chen Pao is out. Meaning, not only is Dragonite using an 80 base power move that almost always hits first, not only is it being multiplied by 50% from the same type attack bonus granted via terrestrialization, not only is Dragonite immune to flinching and intimidate from its ability, not only does Dragonite get another 50% multiplier from the choice band item, not only does Dragonite's partner naturally threaten the Pokemon that could survive extreme speed, but also it receives another 25% damage amp just by having Chen Pao next to it on the field. Terrestrialization was so good to Dragonite that it even won a tournament before Chen Pao became legal, using an Assault Vest set with Terra Flying Terra Blast. Once Chen Pao was added to the game though, the dominant set by far became Choice Band Terra Normal Extreme Speed. In early Scarlet and Violet, this was one of the main, if not the main physical attacks that players had to plan around. An attack from Dragonite, a Pokemon that couldn't even keep up back in Generation 4, was now a central focal point of competitive play. But Scarlet and Violet were so good to Dragonite that even after Chen Pao became legal, other Dragonite sets still found major success. The first international event in Oceania was won by a Lumberry multi-scale Terra Flying Terra Blast Dragonite, providing some anti-Amoonguss support for the team and using Ice Spinner to handle opposing Garchomp and Psychic Terrain based teams. This same Lumberry Dragonite set won a regional in Canada a few months later, paired with a Sun strategy, using Dragonite's bulk with multi-scale and resistances to fire and water to give an otherwise offensive team a great defensive pivot. Another multi-scale Lumberry Dragonite won a tournament in Italy with Dragon Dance. The strategy was to use Earthworm's new attack, Shed Tail, to give Dragonite a substitute that was extra hard to break thanks to multi-scale, allowing Dragonite to set up a Dragon Dance or two and then sweep through the opponent's team. Normally a Dragon Dance Pokemon would prefer to use Inner Focus to prevent opponents from taking away the attack boosts, but since Substitute already blocks Fake Out and Intimidate, Multi-Scale lets you get the best of both worlds. Finally, at the end of the first year in Scarlet and Violet, Dragonite placed 4th at the World Championships with a Choice Band Inner Focus set that used Terra Flying Terra Blast instead of the more conventional Terra Normal Extreme Speed. Dragonite's first win of the second year of Scarlet and Violet was once again as the classic Terra Normal Choice Band Extreme Speed set, paired with Chen Pao, of course. But unfortunately, this was also its last win of the 2024 season. While it was still one of the most used Pokemon, and at this point almost exclusively used the Terra Normal Choice Band build, Dragonite was unable to bring home another win. Though that's not to say that it wasn't strong. Dragonite got very close several times, and even finished 6th at the 2024 World Championships in a format where it wasn't even thought to be especially strong. Which brings us to this season. What you need to know about the 2025 season is that in the 4 months following the World Championships, all legendary and paradox Pokemon were banned. With Chen Pao gone, would Dragonite be able to keep up? Dragonite won more tournaments during this 4-month stretch than it did in all of the 2024 season. It also placed second at nearly every major event when it didn't win. Of course, without Chen Pao around, the primary set changed. Many players went back to Lumberry or Assault Vest with Terra Flying and Multi-Scale, using Dragonite as a strong physical attacker with flying coverage and great bulk. However, a new set would quickly rise in popularity, becoming a brand new threat so immense, the entire format warped around it. I told you we'd come back to it. Let's talk about Scale Shot. You see, I haven't told you about one final buff to Dragonite and Scarlet and Violet. This comes in the form of a new item called the Loaded Dice. This item does nothing for most attacks, but is very powerful when the holder uses a move that hits multiple times. Remember how Scale Shot was more likely to hit 2 or 3 times rather than 4 or 5, making it really inconsistent? Well, if the Pokemon holding the Loaded Dice uses a multi-hit move, that move will always hit either 4 or 5 times. moves. In other words, loaded dice Scale Shot Dragonite is a move that is always either 100 or 125 base power that ignores Focus Sash and gives Dragonite a speed boost. And all you have to do to use it is give up your item slot. For context, Outrage is 120 base power, meaning half the time Scale Shot is stronger without the drawback of locking you into the move or targeting a random opponent. Scale Shot also raises Dragonite's speed after connecting, though connecting with the move does lower your defense stat in exchange. However, with multi-scale increasing your survivability and Dragonite resisting many of the common physical attacks like Flare Blitz, Grassy Glide, Wave Crash, and Close Combat, this is a small price to pay for a speed boost and a ton of damage. Unlike any prior Dragonite, Scale Shot Loaded Dice Dragonite played a weird role. It was able to do damage, yes, but it often used the speed boost that Scale Shot provided to support the team rather than doing more damage. These Dragonite would normally use moves like Tailwind, Haze, and even Encore to change the flow of the battle. Many Dragonite didn't even use a second attacking move, trusting that Scale Shot would be enough and believing the support to be more important. Another difference to past Dragonite is the Terra type. While nearly every Dragonite before had used an offensive type of Flying or Normal, for this New Age Dragonite, the standard became either Steel, which has the best defensive type matchups in a vacuum, or Fairy, which had the benefit of making your Dragonite immune to other Scale Shot Dragonite. With this set rising in infamy, Dragonite had cemented itself as a Pokemon with not one, not two, but 3 different tournament-winning sets over the course of Scarlet and Violet. Terra Normal Choice Band Extreme Speed, Terra Flying Terra Blast, and Terra Fairy Loaded Dice Scale Shot. Dragonite had proven itself to be not just a flash in the pan, but one of the standout competitive Pokemon in all of Generation 9. Geo even used it to pull off another ridiculous Dragonite comeback, landing the perfect Outrage target turn after turn, and just barely surviving a crucial attack at the last moment. Seems like Dragonite isn't only Geo's favorite Pokemon, but Geo might just be Dragonite's favorite trainer. I think there's a lesson here in all of this. Dragonite is a Pokemon that looked like it was going to be forgotten to time in competitive Pokemon, but with just a few small improvements over the years and the perfect conditions thanks to Scarlet and Violet's new mechanic, it was able to even outperform Pokemon released 8 generations after it. I think this is part of what makes Pokemon so cool as a competitive game. I seriously doubt that Game Freak went into Scarlet and Violet intending to make Dragonite one of the best Pokemon, and yet it happened anyway because of how these small buffs over time added up, and how terrestrialization happened to favor a Pokemon with exactly Dragonite's toolkit. Personally, it makes me really excited for Generation 10, not just to see what other silly new Pokemon they come up with, but also to discover which other Pokemon can shatter the chains of destiny to try and claim the throne for themselves. Maybe it's finally time for Luvdisc's Reign of Terror. I made a video talking about how Zacian, formerly the strongest Pokemon in the game, lost everything. Kind of like an opposite arc of Dragonite. If you like this video, you might be interested in that story as well. Something that should not be possible happened at the 2015 Pokemon World Championships. Something that has never happened before or since. The same team, or something very similar, finished first and second and third and fourth and fifth and 7th. But you're probably thinking, why should this not be possible? After all, if one team is just better than everything else, shouldn't that team dominate tournaments? It is a good question, but the answer is no. The short answer as to why is that there are a lot of Pokemon. Back in 2015, there were 690 legal Pokemon. Each of those Pokemon has 4 moves to choose from a pool of dozens, 20 different possible natures, tons of items that change how they play, maybe even multiple abilities to choose from. Look, you've heard all this before. There's a lot going on beneath the surface in a game like Pokemon, and that means that there's rarely one best team. The point is, the amount of variables is so high that it shouldn't be possible for everyone to have the same team, because that would mean that there was one best team, and then that team would become public enemy number 1 as other players found ways of countering it. Of course, these 6 teams at the 2015 World Championships do have some differences between them, but the fact that they're so similar is wild even still. Now, we do have to acknowledge that not all Pokemon are created equal. Some are naturally better than others in competitive formats, and these stars rise to the top. Now at this point, you're probably thinking, why wouldn't everybody just use the strongest Pokemon? Why use anything other than the best? And doesn't the existence of this team just prove all those people right who say that competitive Pokemon is boring because everyone uses the exact same Pokemon? But again, the answer is no. And I present as evidence the fact that nothing like this has happened at any World Championships before or since. Under normal circumstances, popular teams follow a kind of life cycle. A team has a dominant showing somewhere. Maybe it's an official tournament, maybe it's an online tournament, maybe it's just on the ladder. If the team is good enough, other players will try it out and realize that it makes winning easier. More players will begin using the team, but then other players have incentive to try and counter this new popular team. They'll start planning for it, practicing against it, maybe even changing their teams to better deal with it. Sometimes, Pokemon that previously weren't viable will find a niche for themselves if they match up well into this shiny new toy. As players become better prepared, the team that was dominating will begin to fall in usage, often being eclipsed by the next hottest team, which will often have a positive matchup against it, and the cycle begins anew. Even if there was a team with mostly good matchups that was introduced, that team just won't be able to dominate for long. Let's simplify things. We can think about this in terms of starter Pokemon. Let's say that Charmander just so happens to be significantly stronger than Bulbasaur or Squirtle on its own merit, and so most people run it. Actually, let's say it's more than most. Let's say that out of a 128-person tournament, 126 people buddy up with the fire type since it's clearly Game Freak's favorite. But then there's one Bulbasaur player and one Squirtle player. The Bulbasaur player might win a round against the Squirtle, but otherwise they're cooked to the temperature of several hundred degrees. But that lone Squirtle player has a field day. Yeah, sure, maybe they lose to the Bulbasaur, but otherwise, they're going to be knocking over Charmander after Charmander until they win the whole tournament. Obviously, this is a simplification, and it doesn't even really make that much sense because in order for everyone to want to use Charmander, it would need to be strong into other Pokemon that people were already using. But the point is, if everybody were to use the same team, you're bound to see some counters rise to the top. Even if Squirtle is the worst of the three in a vacuum, in the broader context of what everyone else at a tournament is using, it can still pop off. As far-fetched as this thought experiment might seem, this actually happened to me in a tournament back in 2016. I entered the Florida Regional Championships with Dialga, an extremely uncommon pick for the time. For whatever reason, at this specific tournament, a huge majority of the player base was using the combination of Rayquaza and Kyogre, two Pokemon who struggle against Dialga in a massive way. I ended up playing Kyogre after Kyogre, and and eventually won the tournament despite being one of only a few Dialga players in attendance. So, even if a team is popular and extremely strong, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be able to dominate a tournament, because eventually the players using it will run into a bad matchup. Unless, of course, the team only has good matchups. Now, obviously, the goal when you're building a team is to have only good matchups, but the reality is it's just not possible. There are too many variables, there's too many things to consider, there's too many Pokemon to cover, it can't be done. Except, at this tournament, it looked not only possible, but like what happened. In fact, this team did so well that the only logical conclusion that people thought they could draw was that it must have had exclusively good matchups, or at the very least that it didn't have any especially bad ones, which must mean this has to be the strongest team of all time, right? Well, kind of. I do think that this team is very, very strong, but I also think that it's fundamentally misunderstood. But before we talk about the misunderstanding, let's begin with sweet understanding. What was this team, and what let it pull off this incredible run in the first place? This team actually has a name: Chalk. One letter for each Pokemon on the team: Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Kangaskhan. The sixth Pokemon was flexible, but in the case of the world's winning team, we're dealing with Chalk T. But the T for Thundurus is silent because it doesn't quite roll off the tongue as well. Unless we're saying, Chalk Tua, gang on that thing!
Oh, brother, this guy's...
From looking at these teams, we can see that only 3 of them actually have all of the proper letters. The rest are Svalked and Shulked and Sialk. You can make the case that Chalk really only refers to the exact 5 Pokemon whose names are in the acronym. And to be honest, that does make a decent amount of sense. But these teams are still similar enough to at least raise an eyebrow. So, why these Pokemon specifically? Let's talk about what makes this team so fearsome. It might seem unintuitive, but we're gonna start at the end of the word. The 2 Pokemon this team centers around, the ones not changed in any iteration, are Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian. They might be at the end of the acronym, but that is not an indication of how strong they were. At the core, this is a bulky Mega Kangaskhan team. It was an archetype that had been around for a while, but Chalk became the best way to run it, which was notable because Mega Kangaskhan was undoubtedly the most powerful physical attacker in the format, and also probably the best Mega Evolution. Landorus Therian is debatably the second greatest Pokemon of all time in the official competitive format, and it had a real claim to the title before Incineroar came around. Oh my god, how am I talking about Incineroar in a video that took place this tournament's from 2 years before Incineroar even released? Kangaskhan offers overwhelming physical damage, paired with a pretty nice speed tier, great natural bulk, 2 of the strongest priority moves in the game, and an absolutely broken ability that even lets it set up while dealing damage. Landorus Therian is similarly good at everything: damage, bulk, speed, typing, move pool, ability. It has it all. Chalk may have made up 6 of the top 8 teams that year, but Landorus went 8-for-8. Moving on to the next letter, we find our next most popular inclusion in the team: Amoonguss. This is one of the best support Pokemon ever created. A deceptively tanky little mushroom who's probably the best grass type that we've ever seen, in part because of its access to both Spore and Rage Powder, 2 of the best supporting moves in the game. A few teams used Aegislash instead, who traded some of the support capabilities of Amoonguss for a little bit more damage. Most of the time though, this slot is Amoonguss. We just mentioned Aegislash because it also starts with A, but there is no H replacement for Heatran. Not one person was brave enough to use Heatmore. That's a real Pokemon. Some of you don't believe me. Heatran's combination of stats, ability, to use Heatmore. That's a real Pokemon. Some of you don't believe me. Heatran's combination of stats, ability, and typing, which give it 2 immunities and a heap of resistances, lets it sit in the field and dish out damage turn after turn while shrugging off your opponent's attacks, which you might be starting to notice is a trend with this team. Its typing lets it handle opposing Amoonguss while also dealing with the other common Mega Pokemon in the format, such as Mega Salamence, Gardevoir, Charizard Y, Venusaur, and to some extent other Kangaskhan. With a substitute up against the right Pokemon, it became a nightmare to remove. Fire-type replacements for Heatran were often introduced thanks to another shift in the team that demanded role compression. For example, you could use Volcarona for redirection if you lacked Amoonguss, or Entei for a little bit more physical damage. Finally, Cresselia, the single best Trick Room setter in competitive Pokemon's history. Monstrously tanky, able to output decent damage over the course of the battle, and having access to Ice-type coverage moves like Ice Beam or or Icy Wind was a huge boon on a team in a format with so much Landorus. It is no overstatement to say that all 5 of these Pokemon have a claim to be some of the absolute greatest competitive Pokemon of all time, and that was certainly true during the 2015 season. But like I said before, if all you had to do to win the World Championships was throw every strong Pokemon together onto the same team, we'd see that every year. What made Chalk so strong was not only that the Pokemon were individually extremely powerful, but they also had incredible synergy when combined. Yeah, you had the strongest Mega, strongest support Pokemon, strongest speed control Pokemon, but the way the team was pieced together made them all blend beautifully in a way that normally isn't possible for every shining star within a format. So, what made Chalk the exception? First of all, there's the bulk factor we've been talking about. Every single Pokemon on this team could tank hits, provided they'd been specced out properly. This leads to incredible consistency when using the team, where your Pokemon could survive for most of the battle, clicking reliable moves turn after turn. With so much natural survivability, a single critical hit, flinch, or prediction gone wrong would rarely cost you the game, something not true for teams with less staying power. Speaking of consistency, there's the moves themselves to talk about. Because Chalk made the battles go on so long, it had very high positive variance. That is a slightly nerdier way of saying this team made you feel like you should buy a lottery ticket. There's a lot of luck in Pokemon, but some of the hardest to plan around are the things like secondary effects of moves and critical hits. But if you're consistently clicking those moves while your opponents have to play defensive, you increase your chance every turn of hitting big, letting you turn an even matchup into an overwhelming winning one. This was basically playing inside of Hikari's domain expansion. The team also had ways of mitigating or avoiding incoming bad luck. Most of the moves were 100% accurate, and lots of them had secondary effects that could swing a fight if they got triggered. Landorus Rock Slide Flinch, Cresselia Psychic Special Defense drops, or an Ice Beam Freeze, Heat Wave burns from Heatran, or even the double chance at critical hits from Kangaskhan's Parental Bond. Not to mention how on the World Champion team, literally everything Thundurus does has a chance to just totally stop your opponent from moving for a turn or 10. In the long haul, it was statistically unlikely that the dice didn't roll your way, and by making battles go long with its incredible defensive backbone, every turn was a new roll that could spell disaster for unprepared foes. Not that this team was all defense. It had tons of offensive tools, including spread moves and multiple different types of coverage, and on top of that, the specific moves selected covered the very Pokemon that the team was built around, the strongest in the format. Cresselia's Ice Beam hits Landorus. Landorus's Earthquake and Kangaskhan's Low Kick hits Heatran. Heatran's Heat Wave hits Amoonguss. You get the picture. But even the attacking moves were just a part of a bigger whole for this team. It also had supporting moves to spare. Fake Out, Rage Power, Spore, Substitute, Trick Room, all packed onto Pokemon already doing damage. Oh, and that's not even talking about the abilities, which were universally incredible. You have 2 immunity granters in Levitate and Flash Fire, the single best universal ability created in Intimidate, one of the best defensive abilities ever in Regenerator, and an offensive ability so disgustingly strong, it was probably number 1 on the list of things to nerf in the following generation. In essence, this team was just super stable. It would force you to play long battles over turns, often slightly weighted towards the Chalk Pokemon. And if the variance ever went the team's way, it became nearly impossible to come back from. This really reveals the overall ethos of this team. It's all about the value. This is a team with a focus on packing as many useful tools as possible into one complete bundle. Now, that probably sounds like what you're supposed to do in every Pokemon team, but what makes this one unique is that the Pokemon that provided the best tools were not only strong on their own, but they also had incredible synergy when used together. Sometimes, players will use a Pokemon that might not be as strong in a vacuum, but fits the specific team very well because of its synergy. And sometimes, you use a Pokemon that might be an awkward fit on your specific team because its general tools are just so strong. But here, these Pokemon fit both columns. 5 strong pillars of a building with no weak foundation. I mean, this team just seems ridiculous, right? I'm only talking about upsides here. How stable it is, how hard it is to break through, how one bad turn of luck makes things so difficult. I mean, it must have dominated the entire 2015 season, right? Oh, well, okay, maybe people just hadn't figured it out yet. Surely after the World Championships, people figured out how strong this team was, and then it just won everything, right? Like Chalk all the way down. Okay. Well, maybe everyone was just trolling. Or maybe they had like a moral opposition to not use Chalk. I don't know. I mean, we know that at Worlds, the team was just totally dominant. Look at the top 8 finishers. And I'm sure that if we look outside the top 8, we'll find even more. So, despite the team totally dominating the top 8 of the World Championships, it somehow failed to make a huge splash elsewhere. What does this mean? Well, this is exactly why I think that Chalk is so misunderstood. And there's two main misconceptions. First, contrary to what you might think, the 2015 format was not a year dominated by just one team. This graphic, which has become ubiquitous with the narrative that competitive players are lazy, just doesn't tell the whole story. In reality, this year was a varied, constantly developing format that just so happens to have been immortalized during its biggest tournament by a team that took the Western world by storm. Second, for years now, people have pointed to this top 8 graphic and used it as proof that Pokemon can be boring because if you just find the strongest Pokemon and put them all together, everyone will use the same thing. But in fact, Chalk proves the exact opposite of that. And even though I just built it up as this unassailable villain, it had real weaknesses. Weaknesses that people exploited. But to understand that, we need to talk about how the 2015 season evolved over the year. Well, actually, to understand what happened in 2015, we have to go back to 2014 first, the first year of Generation 6. 2014 was the first year that we ever played with one of Pokemon's most impactful mechanics, Mega Evolution. And from the jump, everyone agreed, Mega Kangaskhan was the best. That didn't mean that it won every tournament. Plenty of people played Mega Mawile or Charizard, or even some outliers like Venusaur and Gyarados and Lucario. In fact, with so many Mega Evolutions to choose from, not a single Kangaskhan made it to the top 8 at Worlds. But if there's anything that this video is supposed to illustrate, it's that the top 8 at Worlds doesn't always tell the whole story. And for the rest of the year, Kangaskhan was an absolute menace. I think if you asked most people which Mega defined that year, they would still say Kangaskhan, even though it didn't have a great showing at Worlds. And the reason for that is that after a full year of domination, every single Worlds competitor was focused on stopping the mom and her iPad kid, building their team specifically to counter it in multiple ways. This World Championship saw a huge uptick of Mega Mawile when paired with Gothitelle, a combination specifically designed to counter Mega Kangaskhan. So, Kangaskhan underperformed at Worlds, but going into the next year with more Pokemon available, it was still looking like the #1 Mega Evolution to beat. But Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire introduced a whole host of other Mega Pokemon that threw a pickle into the equation. The most notable ones were Mega Metagross and Mega Salamence, both of whom seemed to be competing for the title of Best Mega Evolution right from their release. Kangaskhan now had new rivals to contend with in the Mega slot. In fact, in more than just the Mega slot. That Landorus Therian that we mentioned before, the most used Pokemon in the format, suddenly sporting Intimidate, wasn't exactly appealing news to Kangaskhan. Not to mention the fact that Salamence itself brought the same ability before it Mega evolved. In 2014, Mega Charizard Y had sometimes been a threat to Kangaskhan. With the same speed stat as Kangaskhan and the ability to really do big damage, it was not only as fast as Kangaskhan, but it also threatened really big damage that could even blow through Kangaskhan's bulk. Salamence threatened similar damage to Charizard, though it was a hair bit lower, as well as providing a way to weaken Kangaskhan's damage output. Not to mention, Salamence could blow up Amoonguss and matched up really well into Landorus, who were two of Kangaskhan's most standard partners. Just one little introduction into the metagame can cause a whole spiraling butterfly effect, and this was well more than just one little wing beat, with hundreds of new Pokemon becoming tournament legal in 2015. As Salamence became more popular, so too did Trick Room Mega Gardevoir, thanks to its ability to threaten a KO and turn Salamance's speed against it. And then Metagross swings back into popularity to beat both of them, another Pokemon that resists Kangaskhan's normal type moves. Mega Mawile even made a reappearance once or twice. Things have become a little complicated for good old Kangaskhan and her friends. Do these developments mean that Kangaskhan was just dead in the water? No, of course not. But it also wasn't really thriving, especially not in the same way that it was for most of 2014. It really depended on the day and the tournament. Just a glance at some of the national level tournaments that took place before Worlds paints an interesting picture. At the UK Nationals, my good friend Marcus won the whole thing with Kangaskhan, and it was, in fact, the most popular Mega Evolution in the top 8 finishers. Head on over to Germany, and we can see a glut of Kangaskhan's, but they didn't win the tournament, falling to Metagross and Venusaur, compositions that had good matchups. And moreover, a decent amount of these teams don't even have half the letters in Chalk, and not one of them has all 5. So does that mean that people hadn't figured out that these Pokemon were really good? Or even just that they were really good with Kangaskhan? Again, no. You can see pretty much every individual member of the final Chalk core, except for Cresselia, on most of these teams. People knew that these Pokemon were strong. They even knew that they worked together well. But at the end of the day, while Kangaskhan was strong, it still had problems. It was either outrun by Salamence, Trick Room by Gardevoir, or resisted by something like Metagross. I'm not saying it was bad, it just wasn't fully figured out yet. And given what had happened at the World Championships the year prior, it was understandable that most people were hesitant to bet on Kangaskhan again. People were waiting for someone to assemble the Super Squad, waiting without knowing it. I wonder who that could be. An innovative team builder who crafted something so intricately well designed that it felt like a well-oiled machine. Hey, apropos of nothing, let's take a look at US Nationals, where wow, only a single player in the top 8 had Kangaskhan at all. This team actually is just one Pokemon away from Chalk. It even has the Silent T. I wonder who this surely dashing player was. Oh yeah, now that you mention that, I do kind of remember this. At this point, you must be thinking, wow, Wolf was already on Mahokt at Nationals? Just what I expect. I bet at Worlds, he made just the precise changes he needed to pull it all together. Well, let's take a look at my Worlds 2015 team. Yep, there are some changes. Looks a little bit different, but you want to know the real surprising thing? I thought that this team was better than my Nationals team, and to be honest, I still do. I think that my Nationals team was not very good. I was not the person to figure out how to put Chalk together, and even though I had lots of the right Pokemon, spiritually, this team is nowhere close to the true version. How is that possible? I had almost all the pieces of the puzzle. How could I be so far away? Well, it's more like I knew the picture that I was going for, but everything was cut into the wrong shapes. Remember how earlier I did that whole, but you've heard from every Pokemon creator before about how complex building a Pokemon team is? Well, if there's anything that you should have taken away from that, it's that choosing the right Pokemon is only half of the battle. I might have found most of the right Pokemon, but without the right sets, this team will never fit together to form that beautiful picture. I was not the person to figure out Chalk. I said earlier that people around the world were doubting Kangaskhan, but that's not entirely true. One region in particular still saw loads of Kangaskhan, and the seeds of a team that would soon come to define Pokemon history. Let's head to yet another national championship, where the team that would rule the world championships was truly born, and where we can figure out just why it was so successful. It's time to head to Japan. These are the results from the Japanese National Championship in 2015. Here, you can see the prototype of what would become Chalk. And for the first time, all 5 Pokemon in the acronym were assembled by the winning player, Shoma Honami, along with a Mega Charizard Y. Spoiler alert, Shoma would swap Charizard Y for Thundurus. And if that looks familiar to you, that's because Shoma will go on to win the World Championships with these 6 Pokemon. So, what made Shoma's team so special? Well, the most obvious standout here is Cresselia. That's the piece that I didn't have on my team, right? The only member that we didn't see in the Nationals results? It makes sense to start there. See, you might remember that one of Kangaskhan's weaknesses was that it got outrun by things like Mega Salamence. A lot of trainers just accepted that this was part of the deal when using Kangaskhan, and decided to handle Salamence in other ways, with fairy types like Sylveon, or things that deterred it from switching in, like competitive Milotic. Kangaskhan's speed might not be enough to match Salamence, but what can you do about it? Kangaskhan can only go so fast. But Shoma wasn't content to leave things that way. He decided to run Trick Room on a team centering around a base 100 speed Pokemon, considered fast for the time, considered Ogerpon food now. This call meant that suddenly, Kangaskhan had a way of moving before every single Mega Evolution, whether inside Trick Room or outside of it. Shoma gave his Kangaskhan just a couple points in its speed, just enough to overshoot max speed Tyranitar by a couple points, a range that a lot of Pokemon like to hang out in at the time. But by investing only a few points, it ensured that Kangaskhan would be slower than the fast Pokemon in Trick Room, and that's where things flipped, because suddenly, Kangaskhan wasn't so vulnerable to getting blown up by Charizard or Metagross or Salamence or Lucario or even other faster Kangaskhan. By only putting a couple points into speed, it freed up other stat points for both bulk and its attack, whereas other Kangaskhan normally sacrificed their bulk in favor of speed. This meant once you were in Trick Room, Kangaskhan was favored not just in its speed, but in its survivability. Instead of running a race he was guaranteed to lose, Shoma set the finish line in the other direction. Other than Kangaskhan, a huge amount of the Mega Pokemon used in 2015 were special attackers, and Shoma Shoma was prepared for that as well. While most Landorus Therian up to this point were running either the Choice Scarf or the Focus Sash, Shoma opted for the Assault Vest item, letting Landorus be tanky against the attacks that mattered. In fact, all of Shoma's Pokemon were tanky in the right situations. That style of bulky offense that we talked about earlier is on full display here. Other than Landorus and Kangaskhan, every single Pokemon had nearly maxed out its HP and virtually no speed, again letting Shoma's version function incredibly well inside of Trick Room. Finally, the addition of Thundurus in between Nationals and Worlds lets Shoma have another form of speed control outside of Trick Room, and it helped slow the pace of the game down to a crawl, creating those positive variance outcomes we discussed earlier. In keeping with the solid, bulky style, Shoma's Thundurus is fully invested in its special bulk, and it held the safety goggles to handle Amoonguss, at a time when most Thundurus opted for Citrus Berry or for another defensive item. To be clear here, it's probably not entirely fair to give Shoma complete credit over this entire team. Pokemon teams are a nebulous thing. Sometimes two ideas develop in parallel, or one concept from one player inspires another who builds on it. It's not possible to easily do a full genealogy of a team. Shoma wasn't the only person to run bulky Kangaskhan or Assault Vest Landorus, or even to think of bulky offense as a style for this particular team. But he was the one who made the puzzle whole, and given that he won both Nationals and Worlds with this team, it feels fair to give him the lion's share of the credit. So, to answer a question from earlier, yes, part of the reason that Chalk wasn't showing up before Worlds is because no one had fully figured it out yet. It was a sharp and forward-thinking adaptation to refocus on Kangaskhan's bulk and ability to stay consistent, thereby enabling its strong teammates. Shoma even opted to use the move Low Kick over Power Up Punch, something that reduced Kangaskhan's ability to sweep through opponents' teams, but improved consistency by a ton due to being able to immediately do damage on opposing Kangaskhan and Heatran before setting up. But even though Chalk really kicked off after Japan Nationals, it's not like it was a secret going into Worlds. Once Shoma won Nationals, people started to take notice of the team, and it plays super well in several other Japanese tournaments. In fact, Marcus actually told me about Chalk before Worlds, and I didn't really pay it that much attention, because I thought I had a good matchup into it. We all knew about Chalk, we respected the team, so it wasn't a surprise to see Chalk at Worlds. The real surprise was just how ridiculously well it did. Of course, I've been saying we here, but it's not like this was true of the entire world. You might have noticed that 7 of the world's top 8 that year were all from Japan, including every Chalk player. Post-Japan Nationals, the Japanese scene came to a consensus. Chalk was the strongest team. So many Japanese players proceeded to spend the time in between Nationals and Worlds, honing their skills with it. Nationals took place in June, while Worlds took place in August. That's a not significant amount of time. And while other regions invested into different strategies, a large portion of Japanese players prepped their blackboards and sharpened their chalk. You can see from the results how that worked out. So surely they saw Shoma's team, realized how necessary the changes that he'd made were, and smartly piloted them to the top. Except they didn't. Because even though Chalk was there 6 different times, none of these teams were the same. I just yammered on about how Shoma figured out a bevy of optimizations that created Chalk, and I stand by that. But let's look at these other Chalk teams in the top 8 and see how they stacked up. Those other Landoruses? Only one other Chalk Landorus held the Assault Vest. The other 4 opted for Life Orb, Yachi Berry, or Focus Sash. That low kick, so crucial to Kang's consistency, only half of them had it, and Shoma was absolutely the only player to opt for Sunny Day on Amoonguss, as a way to not only boost Heatran, but also directly counter rain teams, like the one that had just won the US Nationals the month prior. I say all of this not to detract from Shoma's fellow top 8 competitors, but to lift them up, and to dispel the notion that Chalk was ever one single team. It got the catchy name because that was the version that won Worlds, and because, to be honest, it just so happened to make a really cool sounding acronym. Have you ever heard of fake PG? I didn't think so, and I should apologize. I'm sorry for the jump scare, Sun and Moon players. Gigalith can't hurt you anymore. It is true that this is the least variance in Pokemon picks that we've ever seen at Worlds in the top 8 level, but the Pokemon themselves were still extremely different from player to player. You will not find an identical one from team to team. I guarantee you. And here's the thing, that makes these players better team builders. Because you have to keep in mind, these were the days of hidden information, when all your opponents knew about your team was what they could infer from the 6 sprites in front of them. Using a popular team, but switching up the items and the moves, gave you a huge edge. And it's another hidden part of what made this team so strong, the variation between Pokemon. When you were facing down a Landorus, you weren't just battling that Landorus, you were battling the memories of 1,000 Landorus you'd seen before, each with different items, moves, spreads, and natures. It helped that each one of these Pokemon had multiple viable movesets and items that they could run, which isn't the case for every Pokemon. In a weaker team, you might be able to suss out the specifics of a Pokemon just based on the holes that it had to fill in the team. But in a team with so few holes, the Pokemon were capable of covering for each other in a variety of different fashions. If every one of these players had truly used a carbon copy of one of these chalk teams, they almost certainly would have done worse, even if they were using the version that won Worlds. Information would spread throughout the tournament about the Landorus item, the Thunderous moves, and players would be able to test their game plans in real time, maybe losing to one Japanese player, but figuring out how to win against the next one. The diversity of the team was, in my opinion, crucial to its success. To understand this better, let's look at Daiki Moriyama and Hayato Takahashi, the only other two players to have the full chalk core. Daiki's Cresselia didn't even have speed control, and while we don't know all of the details of the stats of his team, we can tell from the natures of the Pokemons that they weren't slow. He had a speed boosting nature on all of his Tyranitar, Landorus, and Heatran. But thanks to Choice Scarf Tyranitar and his unconventional 4-attack Cresselia, Daiki was still able to output good damage, whether by outspeeding the opponent through other means or simply wailing away with a Cresselia you kept predicting to click the Trick Room it didn't even have. Hayato, on the other hand, did opt for Trick Room, but his Cresselia also packed Icy Wind. While Shoma's team was built to operate inside of Trick Room except for the genies, Hayato had a speed boosting Leftovers Heatran and a speed boosting Life Orb Landorus on the one side, then a speed lowering Scrafty and a special attack boosting Cresselia on the other, with Kangaskhan meeting them in the middle. A team that was built to function inside of Trick Room or out. And all of that isn't even touching on the different attacking moves that players selected. Here's the unintuitive part of Chalk's success. By using Pokemon people were used to, you actually increased unpredictability. Many different versions of Chalk were able to succeed because while people had seen these Pokemon before, maybe even in similar configurations, they still didn't know exactly what to expect. So Chalk was not a cookie cutter template. It was a framework, a trellis on which you could grow a variety of fruitful flora, tailored to your own personal taste. That's one myth about Chalk dispelled. Here's the next. Chalk didn't actually dominate the World Championships. Yes, it dominated the top 8 finishers, but scroll down just a little bit and you already know what we're going to see. A whole host of different teams, almost none of them Chalk. This is where we get to the other part of why Chalk worked so well. It was a really good call for this particular tournament. See, we've been talking about Chalk as this big, solid team that was really hard to put down, but that's not entirely true. What was true is that the things that put it down weren't quite as popular at the time. I have a few theories about why Chalk worked so well in this particular tournament. First, the meta narrowed at Worlds compared to the rest of the year. For most tournaments that year, you would have had to prepare for a good 7 to 9 matchups, but at Worlds this year, only 6 Mega Pokemon were used more than once, and of those, Venusaur was only used twice. With the biggest stakes on the line, players gravitated to the strongest Mega Evolutions: Kangaskhan, Charizard Y, Salamence, Gardevoir, and Mawile. Unless for some reason you wanted to use Charizard X. This is of course a bit of an oversimplification. Just like every Chalk team is different, a Charizard Y team or a Gardevoir team might have had many different iterations, and Megas also weren't the only Pokemon to consider when building a team. But Chalk was well prepared for the meta that was at Worlds, and the cream rose to the top. The second reason has to do with the unique regional metas that open up in Pokemon. As I mentioned prior, most players were not feeling too good about Kangaskhan after its crash out at Worlds the prior year, except for Japan. You already know this, but the nuance here is that because Japan believed in Chalk so much, the success of one Japanese Chalk player meant the success of other players too, even if they were using Chalk themselves. If you can only catch Charmander in one region, it stands to reason that everyone there would be experts in Charmander combat, even when using Charmander themselves. Chalk was a good meta call, and because Japan had way more experience with that very meta call, the cycle started to feed itself. In addition, Worlds 2015 had an absolutely huge amount of Japanese players because of a glitch in their qualification system that made it much easier to get their Worlds invite. I believe that every player at Worlds that year deserved their spot, and I'm not saying this to disparage them in any way, but I do think that it helps to understand that there were far more Japanese players than normal that year. Putting it all together, it was a Chalk meta through and through. But as we already know, it didn't stay that way afterwards. When some people talk about Chalk, they say that it dominated 2015 after the World Championships. And while it is true that you'd run into this team all day on the ladder, the post-event results tell a different story. There were 5 regional events that took place after Worlds that used the same format. 5 top 8s, that's 40 teams. Let's count how many were Chalk or one of its variations. For our purposes, that'll mean at least 4 out of the 5 lettered Pokemon. I'm being generous here on purpose. You can probably guess why. In total, out of 40 teams, there were 12 teams, give or take a few based on the criteria, that were roughly Chalk. Now, that's obviously a lot of teams and a very strong showing, but it's not the same dominance that we saw at Worlds. So why is that? Well, as you can probably guess by now, people adapted. The cycle continued. Some adapted by changing Chalk, myself included. I won Lancaster Regionals. Oh wait, I think I say that wrong. Lancaster. There you go, Pennsylvania. You're welcome. I won Lancaster Regionals with a variation on the team that used Azumarill and Mega Gardevoir over Heatran and Cresselia. Honestly, even though it meets our criteria, this team didn't even play similarly to Chalk because all of my sets were so offensive. I had Life Orb Thundurus for crying out loud. Without the staying power or the access to Trick Room, this team felt nothing to use like the world's winning one. This is another part of the misconception about Chalk, that it's all about the Pokemon species. To be totally fair, Chalk originally only referred to 5 specific Pokemon: Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus, and Kangaskhan. But its success didn't just boost those 5. It boosted bulky Mega Kangaskhan teams as a whole, new and old. And as they rose, Chalk evolved. Not just in a competitive sense, but in a semantic one. What once meant 5 specific Pokemon soon became a catch-all for bulky Mega Kangaskhan teams in general. To say Chalk dominated post-Worlds isn't really true. And honestly, even though Kang did fairly well, it didn't totally run the show either. Because, as competitive players always do, they adapted. People started to develop strategies that beat Chalk. 2 of the teams that won those regionals had Rotom Washing Machine, a Pokemon who couldn't do much to Venusaur or Gardevoir, but could burn Kangaskhan and Hydro Pump Landorus Therian and Heatran. We also saw a rise in Ghost types to better match up into Kangaskhan, whether Sableye or Aegislash or Chandelure, or my personal favorite of Mega Gengar. While Kangaskhan did have Sucker Punch, that didn't account for Ghost types clicking Will-O-Wisp, or sometimes even better, something like Perish Song. Azumarill was another potential answer to the team's bulk. Even Cresselia doesn't like to take a +6 play rough after a belly drum. When you can invalidate the bulk that's taken so much of your foe's stat points, your opponent is often left with no edge. I know I just did a whole spiel before this on how Chalk being popular was its power, but that was because the team hadn't been properly understood before. Once it was public enemy number 1, well, anything can be countered if you spend enough time figuring out how to beat it. Maybe Chalk was the Charmander, but players became the Squirtle. Or they became a new type of Charmander kitted out to beat the original Charmander. This is how a format develops. One trend begets another, and then that inspires something else, and so on and so forth, evolving either in cycles or in non-circuitous lines that we can only hope to predict. Because that prediction is the essence of how you prepare for a tournament. Every tournament is a series of questions. What do I think is popular right now? How valuable do I think beating it is? How confident in my solution am I? You can index heavily into one matchup, spread your value across many, or find a way of mixing in between. And you can't always be sure your solution hasn't already been anticipated by the next Shoma Honami of the world. The truth is, doing well at a tournament is not only about what Pokemon you use or even how you use them. It's also about when. But the fact remains, this team did something thought to be impossible at Worlds 2015. I just personally think that it's impressive, not for the reasons that people usually use for it. Let's recap the myths of Chalk. Which of them are true, which are misinterpretations, and which lie somewhere in between. First, the most basic myth. 2015 was a format dominated by one team, the least creative year in competitive Pokemon history, and a stagnant format the whole year through. I think it should be apparent by now that this is just downright false. 2015 had an incredibly diverse format, especially in the early days. People were experimenting with every Mega Evolution under the sun, eager to try out new strategies, and even once new Toy Syndrome wore off, there was a constant shift between successful teams, whether Kangaskhan, Gardevoir, Salamence, Charizard, Metagross, Venusaur, Gengar. I could go on, really. Sure, the metagame did narrow at Worlds, but other than that, it was pretty open to discovery, and there were a lot of cool, unconventional teams at Worlds too. Chalk only really came into its own right at Worlds itself, and even at that tournament, it didn't make up most of the teams, it just dominated the top 8 final finishers. Even there, only a few of the teams were true Chalk. After Worlds, there was certainly a lot of it going around, but it was still only a piece of the larger whole, and the other teams were all pretty different. which leads us to our next myth. Chalk took the world by storm, proving everyone a fool for not considering it. In actuality, Chalk was a well-known composition by the time that Worlds rolled around, especially in Japan. Its level of success was unprecedented, but our reaction was more like, wow, that's wild, as opposed to, whoa, that's wild! Chalk's success at Worlds illustrates one of the most peculiar dynamics of competitive Pokemon, one that I could honestly do a whole nother video on. How separate regions interpret a given format in wildly different ways, developing their own siloed off metagames. Japanese players bet on Chalk and won the prize for it, but it wasn't some secret weapon tech hidden away for a surprise attack at Worlds. And after Worlds, well, that's myth number 2. Second myth. Once Chalk hit the field, it took over. First of all, this is untrue because many players already knew about it and most simply opted not to use it. But did we make the wrong call? Maybe for that tournament, but when players saw how strong Chalk was, well, to be honest, they didn't all flock to it. Chalk slowly came to mean a huge subset of bulky Kangaskhan teams, but that wasn't the original definition. Bulky Kangaskhan did well, sure, it was probably the most popular team after all. But Chalk? It did okay, but true Chalk was still being countered. The line between what makes a bulky Kangaskhan team and what makes a Chalk team is a little bit blurred. Truthfully, I think that this is a distinction you're gonna have to make yourself. I know some Chalk purists, and I know people who would call it Chalk, even with the vowel or some consonants missing. Whether you only admit the exact 5 or the variants, Chalk never totally ran the metagame. Personally, I leave some leeway, but either way, the very possibility that you could create your own dictionary entirely dispels our next myth. Third myth. Chalk was a cookie-cutter recipe for success. Even with the 6 Chalk teams in the world's top 8, I had to say a bunch of dumb, fake words to illustrate how people were changing them. And that's just with the Pokemon, a trend that continued after Worlds. The sets were even more varied, with nuance aplenty. Chalk was an archetype lucky enough to be developed by one of the greatest players of all time, and adopted by some other stellar trainers who each made it their own. These teams were all different, and the subtlety to that difference is, for me, part of what makes Pokemon so incredible and so personal to every player. By the way, that's true whether you consider all 6 bulky Kangaskhan teams in World's Top 8 to be Chalk, or just the 3 that did it by the letter. The extension of this false claim is that at the top level, you can just use the same strong Pokemon to succeed. And while that's already false on the face of it, the real error is in assuming that your Kangaskhan is the same as my Kangaskhan is the same as the one belonging to that person over there. Species are not the only differentiating factors between Pokemon. They're different in a million different ways, even if you can't always see it from the sprite. Finally, the myth that Chalk was the strongest team ever created. This is, it's not really a myth. I mean, strongest ever is kind of hard to gauge, but I did put in the title of this video, so maybe. I don't think that Chalk was as dominant as it was made out to be, nor was it as simple, but it was an incredible team. There's no way I can deny how wild it is to see the same archetype populate most of the top 8. However, in my honest opinion, Chalk was not the strongest team of all time, even though many competitive players would disagree. The true strongest team of all time would appear 1 year later and put on a show even more impressive than what Chalk accomplished. But that's a story for another time. So Chalk might not have been the strongest, but if it wasn't, it sure got close. And even if it wasn't the strongest, I would argue it's one of the most misunderstood teams of all time. And yes, it was incredibly strong. Shoma, and everyone else who contributed to this team along its long, layered conception, truly made one of the greatest teams of all time. And I don't think anyone would argue that Chalk was the strongest team of the entire 2015 season. That players countered it later isn't evidence against that. It's proof of its legacy. Chalk was, no reservations, at the highest level of team building that we saw that year, even with all the downplay that I've been doing. It showcases so many of the dynamics that go into a format story, from making a call for one tournament, to region-specific trends, to the ebb and flow of a team going between too common and just common enough. Each of these are not the monolithic picture painted by a top 8 graphic. They are the very specificities that make playing Pokemon not just a game about showing up to a tournament and battling, but everything that happens in between as well. Chalk's history is not just the story of a team. It's an illustration of the social and chronological currents that shape Pokemon, the whirls and eddies we have to instinctively read if we want to compete at the highest level. It's a hard task. Nearly impossible, you could say. Man, do I love Pokemon. If you like this video, you might be interested to hear about how Dragonite, a Pokemon that was bad for almost 30 years, suddenly became a top threat, winning tournaments. Nobody predicted the dominance that this once forgotten Pokemon would go on to achieve. There's only one Pokemon team in the conversation for the strongest of all time. There's only one Pokemon team that has achieved a level of dominance previously thought to be impossible, and afterward inspired countless trainers for a fraction of the power that it possessed. There's only one Pokemon team that has ever truly felt unbeatable, that's made you feel stupid for even daring to think that it could be stopped. There is only one Pokemon team that I fear, and its name is Big Six. It's difficult to put into words just how unbelievable this team was. Those of you not around for the era of Big Six might really struggle to comprehend it, and I don't blame you, because there's never been another team that even got close that I can use as a reference. Even if you didn't play during the Big Six era, which was more technically during the 2016 season, if you're active in the competitive Pokemon space, you've most likely at least come across the name of it before. You've heard the team mentioned that broke so many players, that threatened to consume the entire game itself. But maybe you don't know much more than the Pokemon that were on the team and the fact that it is really scary. Personally, that makes me happy. I'm glad that so many of you didn't have to go through what us old heads went through, that you didn't have to suffer the way that we suffered. If you started following competitive Pokemon
The Mega Drain.
horde. Blood and thunder. Loktar.
Nutcracker. Dance. It's actually called Dance of the Sugar Plum. Yeah, that's enough of that. That has been enough of that for entirely too long. Just don't. They like ended up blocking it out.
Pokemon get stronger when they evolve. That's like a core tenet of the entire franchise. After all, if evolving your Pokemon made them worse, then you wouldn't go through the trouble in the first place. But not all evolutions are created equal. And sometimes, the absolute garbage Pokemon you just spent an entire week trying to evolve simply wasn't worth the effort. Now obviously, not every Pokemon is supposed to be a big hit. Your Route 1 bug Pokemon shouldn't be as strong as your endgame dragon. I made an entire video breaking down why it's a good thing that some Pokemon are stronger than others, and how within a generation of Pokemon, it's good to have a whole wide spectrum of strength. But what I think is really interesting is when a Pokemon's evolution comes in a later generation, sometimes over a decade after the original Pokemon was introduced. Starting in Generation 2, Game Freak began introducing new evolutions to existing Pokemon lines, with a major wave coming in Generation 4. Now I can tell you as somebody who was a kid when Diamond and Pearl came out, these new evolutions were really cool. Pokemon that I thought were finished, having already reached their final forms, were suddenly bursting with new potential that I'd never even considered. And interestingly enough, it seemed like the Pokemon being given new evolutions were Pokemon not quite strong enough to keep up with competitive play at the time. Like, let's be honest, Roselia and Piloswine are not doing much against Garchomp and Cresselia. But not every Pokemon given a new chance at competitive viability was taken seriously. In fact, some of them appear to be a big joke to the big Pikachu pulling the strings. And it was one of these Pokemon that actually made me want to make a video about this in the first place. A Pokemon introduced in Scarlet and Violet. The Dunsparce. The Dunsparce is the Generation 9 evolution to the Generation 2 Pokemon Dunsparce. Now, Dunsparce is something of a fan favorite within the community, in part because it's goofy looking, and I think also in part because it's just such a terrible Pokemon by competitive standards that it makes people love it. Terrible stats and bad typing combine to make a Pokemon that I can't even compare to a wet paper bag for fear of insulting the bag. But a beloved Pokemon with no viability is the perfect vessel for evolution. To use Dunsparce as a base, but improve it, fix its flaws, give it a fresh coat of paint and a new motor. Evolution is great because unlike regional variants and Mega Evolution, you aren't tied to the total stat points of the pre-evolution in any way when your Pokemon evolves. You want to just give it 100 more speed and I don't know, 50 more attack? Go nuts, kid. Evolution is also an opportunity to modify typing. Dunsparce's popularity resulted in 20 years of fan art imagining what secret wonders it was hiding. Maybe a huge dragon type with sprawling wings putting the Salamances and Dragonites of the world to shame. But that isn't what we got. Instead, Game Freak left Dunsparce alone for 23 years, only to finally break out the Dunsparce, a slightly longer Dunsparce. And you're probably thinking like, okay, but there has to be some kind of gimmick, right? Surely if they were going to make us wait for 2 decades, they'd be giving us a little more juice, right? And the thing is that, yes, the Dunsparce actually does have a signature gimmick. When you evolve your Dunsparce into Dunsparce, there is a 1 in 100 chance that your Dunsparce will be slightly longer. It'll have 1 more segment to be exact. And that's it. There's no functional difference between Dunsparce 2 segment and Dunsparce 3 segment. It's just a cosmetic difference. I guess you can differentiate them by calling the longer one Dunsparce. The Dunsparce is a pure normal type Pokemon with stats that are better than its pre-evolution, but not by enough to justify using it. They gave it a signature move called Hyper Drill, which is in theory good because it ignores protecting moves, but the problem is that the Dunsparce isn't actually strong enough to pressure opponents to protect in the first place. Now, to be clear, the Dunsparce is definitely more usable than Dunsparce. Like, you can use it, it just won't be very good. The main problem is that the stats just aren't good enough to keep up with the modern world, to be honest. Like, if you really wanted to use it, you could use, I don't know, it has the ability Serene Grace, which doubles the effective secondary moves, and it gets the move Rock Slide, which, you know, has a high chance to flinch, but the Dunsparce is really slow. But it does learn Tailwind, so maybe you could do something with that, I don't know. It's not a very good strategy, but it is really frustrating to play against, so if you want to try and make your opponents turn their Switch 1 into a Switch 2 the traditional way, you could use it, I guess. Also, in case you weren't aware, you also have a 1 in 100 chance to get a 3-segment subscribe button if you subscribe on this video specifically. This also gives you a 100% chance of getting recommended other great videos in the future. It's actually not 100%. I don't know how YouTube's algorithm works. Sometimes it won't recommend videos, but you have a higher chance if you subscribe. Now, obviously, a lot of these cross-generation evolutions are a big success. Some of the other Generation 9 evolutions in particular have been amazing. In Scarlet and Violet's first 2 years, Farigiraf placed first and second at the World Championships, and Annihilate and Kingambit have both put up a ton of results too. But talking about the Dunsparce really got me thinking, what other cross-generational evolutions have missed the mark? One that I was personally really disappointed by was Cleavor. Cleavor. That's what I think Cleavor sounds like. Scizor is one of my favorite Pokemon. I actually used it to win US Nationals back in the day. And so when I heard that Scyther was getting a new evolution and that it was getting a signature move that could do something that no other Pokemon in the game could match, I was excited. However, when I finally tried Cleavor for myself, I was disappointed. Cleavor is a bug and rock type Pokemon. Can I just say, by the way, that every time I say a line like that, I feel like the frickin' Pokédex. Cleavor is a bug and rock type Pokemon. Are you getting that, or is that just me? Anyway, bug and rock are two of the single worst types in the game. But surprisingly, when you put them together, it's actually not as bad as you might think. Bug cancels out 3 of rock's weaknesses to fighting, grass, and ground, and rock resists the flying and fire type moves that bug is weak to, resulting in only 3 weaknesses total, which is pretty good. And the stats are pretty well distributed, but there is a problem. While Cleavor doesn't have any glaring weaknesses in its stats, it also doesn't really have any huge strengths. It's not blazingly fast, supremely strong, or absurdly tanky. It's a pretty well-rounded jack of all trades. However, this isn't factoring in its ability Sharpness, which gives certain moves a massive power boost. Cleavor's unfortunate weakness lies in its signature move, Stone Axe. This move should be ridiculous. It's a rock type move that, when it hits a target, sets up stealth rocks on the opponent's side of the field. Stealth rocks cause any Pokemon switching in on the opponent's side to take damage based on how weak to rock they are. They're normally not worth setting up because in the official competitive format, you only bring 4 Pokemon to any given match, and 2 of those Pokemon start out already on the field, so even if you get Stealth Rocks up turn 1, you might only ever damage 2 Pokemon with them before the end of the battle. Stealth Rocks normally can only be set up by using the move, well, Stealth Rocks, which doesn't do anything except set up Stealth Rocks. I'm never going to be able to say Stealth Rocks again after this. Now, of course, if there were a better way of setting them up, of course you would love to have them. Breaking Focus Ashes and dealing a quarter of Incineroar's health every time it switches in is great, but it's just not worth spending an entire attack for. What makes Cleavor so appealing is the fact that Stone Axe sets up the Stealth Rocks while dealing damage. But Stone Axe is also the problem. You might think that the issue is that it's a relatively weak move, coming in at only 65 base power. But remember, Cleavor has the ability Sharpness, making Stone Axe a perfectly respectable attack. The true issue is that, for some reason I cannot fathom, Stone Axe has only 90% accuracy. This might not sound like a huge deal, but remember, Cleavor isn't so strong that landing a hit is going to pick up a KO most of the time. And it's also not so bulky that it can afford to take hits without doing anything back. 90% accuracy sounds pretty good, but Cleavor just can't afford to miss 1 out of every 10 attacks. And without a reliable rock type move, competitive players just couldn't justify the rock and bug typing or the awkwardly distributed base stats. And poor Cleavor got left in the ancient past of Hisui. A Pokemon from the ancient past of the franchise that's always felt like a disappointment competitively is Blossom. Now, I really love Blossom's design, so before you type an angry comment, I'm on your side. I think it's an incredibly designed Pokemon. But also, because the design is so great, I think I feel extra let down that it's just such a garbage Pokemon competitively. Now, to be fair, Blossom is from Johto, and if you look at a lot of the Johto Pokemon, it's pretty clear that they weren't designing with competitive play in mind. But even ignoring the fact that Blossom has stats worse than Magmar, there's another issue: the typing. It's pretty rare for a Pokemon to go from a dual type pre-evolution to a single type evolution, but that's exactly what happened to poor Blossom. From a grass and poison type Gloom to a pure grass type Dancer. At least the design is cute. Blossom did get given a little treat in the form of After You, which is a move that forces the target to move immediately after the user. This would, in theory, allow it to pair with strong sun-setting attackers like Torkoal or Groudon, activating Blossom's Chlorophyll ability and allowing its buddy to fire off a super fast eruption or Precipice Blades before the opponent can move. There's only one problem. Okay, there's several problems. There's a bunch of Pokemon that do this better. Also, for whatever reason, Blossom is actually slow, so even in the sun, it's not necessarily going to be outspeeding all the Pokemon you would want. Now, I did just mention Magmar, and that's actually another category of Pokemon that I want to talk about. Specifically, I want to talk about evolutions that only matter because they happen to make their pre-evolution better. This is only possible because of the Eviolite item, which increases both defensive stats by a whopping 50%, but only works on Pokemon that can still evolve further. Eviolite tends to be pretty decent on these cross-generation evolutions because the starting Pokemon was designed intending to be the final form. Evolutions like Magmortar, Electivire, Honchkrow, Blissey, and Tangrowth see basically zero use in competitive play, because by evolving, they lose access to the Eviolite item, and their stats don't increase enough via evolution to actually justify using them. It's worth noting that most of the Pokemon that shine in this category are support-oriented Pokemon, not intending to do damage, but instead to fill a utility role. Magmar, Electabuzz, and Tangela support the team with redirection, while Murkrow offers speed control in the form of Tailwind. Murkrow is an interesting case because while its stats aren't amazing even with Eviolite, it's still always used instead of Honchkrow because Honchkrow loses access to the incredible ability Prankster when it evolves. Now, funnily enough, Chansey is the exception to this rule. When Chansey has been seen in competitive play, it's normally as this kind of terrible raid boss that is one of the most frustrating Pokemon to go up against. Now, it hasn't been used for a couple of years now, but the way the strategy used to work is that you would pair Chansey with a Pokemon like Shuckle or Carbink, who knew the attack Guard Split. Guard Split averages the defenses of the user and the target. So if Chansey has 60 defense and Shuckle has 300, they would each end up with 180 defense. Importantly though, this average happens before the Eviolite is applied, so Chansey's 180 defense is actually 270. This is what makes Blissey irrelevant. Even though its base defense is literally double Chansey's, that sounds more impressive than it is. I mean, it's base 5 versus base 10. 5 points higher sounds a lot less impressive than double, whatever. It doesn't really matter because when you factor in the Eviolite, Blissey is actually way less tanky than Chansey, even when you don't factor in Guard Split. Now, this next one isn't exactly a cross-generational evolution, but it's also not a cross-generational evolution. I don't really know where to put this one, but basically I want to talk about Alolan Raichu. Alolan Raichu was added to the game right after I won the World Championships with regular Raichu. And maybe it's because I just like Raichu, but over the years I've tried to make it work a couple times and it has always fallen short. The issue is really that Alolan Raichu is set up to be this fast special attacker, but at the same time it is tied to Raichu's stats, which just aren't very good. And that means that you have Alolan Raichu who's this like special attacker in theory, but it's actually not that strong. Now, Alolan Raichu does have a signature Z move and a signature ability, plus it's got one of the best shiny forms in the game in my opinion, but if you want to actually win, Alolan Raichu probably won't help you get there. Okay, as long as I'm bending the criteria a little bit, I want to talk about some Mega Evolutions. Now, technically, this is an evolution that happens in a later generation, so don't yell at me in the comments, okay? Now, the biggest offender of any of the Mega Evolutions is, in my opinion, Mega Garchomp. You would think that giving one of the single best Pokemon of all time a new form with 100 more stat points would create a monster that could ruin competitive play, but somehow, Game Freak managed to make Mega Garchomp worse than regular Garchomp. For some reason that I truly cannot fathom, they dumped 40 of its new stat points into its special attack stat, which is almost maximally inefficient since it wastes as many points as possible while still not being enough to actually justify using Mega Garchomp as a special attacker. Even worse than the special attack though is the fact that for some reason, Mega Garchomp actually gets slower, losing 10 of its speed points. This puts it from 102 base speed before Mega Evolution to 92 after. Now 10 points might not sound like a lot, but back in the day, the general rule for if a Pokemon was fast was if it had more than 100 base speed. Garchomp at 102 is fast. Mega Garchomp at 92, not so much. And there were a lot of good Mega Evolutions sitting exactly at that base 100 mark, including Mega Kangaskhan and Mega Charizard Y. So for Garchomp to go from outspeeding those Pokemon to underspeeding them, not a good look. To add insult to injury, Mega Garchomp's ability is also a downgrade. It gains Sand Force, which does absolutely nothing unless the sand is up. Regular Garchomp has two arguably better abilities in Rough Skin, which does good passive damage, especially against the most popular Mega and Kangaskhan, and Sand Veil, which also only activates in sand, but gives all moves targeting Garchomp a chance to miss, which will normally have a bigger impact than the power boost from Sand Force. Putting everything together and keeping in mind that you need to give up both your item and your Mega Evolution if you want to use Mega Garchomp, it's not a mystery why it never saw any play. Now, okay, I can't figure out if one of my all-time favorite Pokemon actually belongs in this list. That's not true. It certainly doesn't belong in this list, but I want to talk about it anyway, so that's what I'm going to do. What do y'all know about Chimecho? So Chimecho doesn't technically belong in this list because, like, rather than being a Pokemon who had an evolution introduced later on, instead it's a Pokemon who had a pre-evolution introduced in a later generation. And that's Chingling, baby. I think Chingling is probably one of the most forgettable baby Pokemon. I love Chimecho and I don't have any kind of opinion about Chingling. Maybe people like it. I don't know. If people like it, they'll tell me in the comments for sure. I love Chimecho's design. I love its silly little face, but I don't love it competitively. Listen, Chimecho isn't even the best non-legendary Psychic-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 3 with Levitate, okay? And that's not even comparing it to some of the monsters that they're letting out of the cages nowadays. My question is, if they were going to introduce a pre-evolution in Generation 4, why not just introduce an evolution instead? Chimecho is so bad that it's one of the only times a Pokemon has received a stat increase between generations. In Sun and Moon, Chimecho received a whopping 30 extra stat points, which is about a third of a Mega Evolution. And yet, it is so bad that it doesn't matter at all. Even giving Chimecho 100 more stat points probably wouldn't have been enough. I'm hopeful that Chimecho will one day receive a little love, a Mega Evolution or a real evolution, but until then, it's staying in the box. There's other Pokemon that fall into this category too, like Sudowoodo getting Bonsly, Jinx getting Smooshum, and Mantine getting Mantike. But truthfully, I only wanted to talk about Chimecho because it's one of my favorites. Sorry. Anyway, there's only one more Pokemon that I want to talk about in this video. One of the most bizarre looking Pokemon ever made, Probopass. Probopass is a weird Pokemon, but I guess that's probably obvious. I mean, if you've ever seen this thing, you know that it's a weird Pokemon, right? Putting aside the creative design, it's also a weird Pokemon from a competitive lens. Probopass is the evolved form of Nosepass. I'm doing the Pokedex thing. Probopass is the evolved form of Nosepass. Beep boop, feed me Pokeblocks. What do they give Rotom? I don't know. Anyway, Nosepass also has a weird design, but this isn't a design video, okay? I'm talking about competitive. I'm talking about evolution. Who knows what I'm talking about? Okay, let me talk about Nosepass, Probopass, whatever. Okay, hold on. Nosepass is pretty clearly designed to be like the single stage garbage Pokemon you find in a cave that you used to be Flannery because you have nothing else, and then you leave it in your box forever, right? And again, that's fine. I don't have an issue with Pokemon being bad. Like, I think it's good for Pokemon to be bad, right? Especially during a playthrough of a game. But the weird thing about Probopass is, as far as I can tell, I think they actually tried to make it good. Let's just look at Probopass's defenses to start, okay? The HP is a little low, but the defenses are so high that they can probably make up for it. These are very good defensive stats, okay? And unlike many rock-type Pokemon, Probopass even has good special defense. The problem is when we look at the other stats. Not one of these stats I would put into the usable category. That being said, there are Pokemon out there that have pretty bad offensive stats and pretty bad speed that are still good in competitive play because they excel at supporting their team, like Amoonguss or Cresselia. And on the one hand, Probopass was given an audition for this role because, unlike Nosepass, who is a pure rock type, Probopass gains the best defensive type in the game in Steel. But the problem is, Steel just happens to be one of the worst types to pair with Rock. Steel and Rock combine for 2 double weaknesses to fighting and ground, plus a regular weakness to water. Now, it's not the end of the world, but it's also not great to have a double weakness. But even this could have been forgiven if not for the move pool. Apart from Wide Guard, none of Probopass's moves are all that useful when it comes to supporting your team. Yes, it can Thunder Wave, but it's too slow to really make good use of it. Same with Gravity. It can set up an Iron defense, but that doesn't help when it's still taking twice as much damage from fighting and ground moves, even after doubling its defense. It gets Helping Hand, which I won't pretend to understand. Are those things hands? Are they supposed to be hands? I thought they were just like floating magnet rock things. Anyway, it doesn't even matter because the truth is that Helping Hand is given to almost every Pokemon in the game. It's not like a reason to use Probopass. But in a way, I guess it is fitting that Probopass gets Helping Hand, because if there's one Pokemon on this list that needs a little help, it might be Probopass. Or actually Dunsparce. Game Freak will presumably continue to give older Pokemon new evolutions in upcoming Pokemon games. Only time will tell whether they'll create absolute monstrosities or complete disappointments. Realistically, probably both. All I hope is that they're half as cute as Chimecho. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, you might like this other one I made talking about what the worst starter Pokemon of all time is. The world of Pokemon is filled with so many incredible, fantastical creatures, from dragons to fairies to even bugs. But some Pokemon, they aren't actually so incredible, they're just very normal. And that got me thinking, what is the best normal type Pokemon ever made? Now, I've done a few videos in this series, but for those of you who are watching this one as your first one, keep in mind that I am only talking about competitive Pokemon here, official competitive Pokemon at that. And so that's the lens that I'm going to be kind of choosing the Pokemon for this video. So if your favorite normal type isn't on here, doesn't mean it's bad, it just means that it's bad in the official competitive format, or not the best, I should say. Anyway, this list was full of surprises for me. I kind of felt like normal type, like, well, it shouldn't have that many great Pokemon, right? But actually there's a fair few, though. The first Pokemon on our list was a bit of a surprise to me, but after looking it over and checking the results and really thinking about it, I feel like I have no choice but to include our number 8 best normal type, Eevee. Eevee probably seems like a Pokemon that, you know, a YouTuber would put in a list like this as a joke, but actually competitively, it is undoubtedly one of the best normal types ever. And that's because in Pokemon Sun and Moon, it was given a signature Z move. Now, I can't show you the actual Z move animation because it will get me flagged for copyright. Thank you for that, Pikachu. But basically, for those of you who didn't play Sun and Moon, Z moves are special once per battle moves that would basically transform a regular move into something greater. In Eevee's case, the move was Extreme Evo Boost, and what it did was give Eevee a +2 boost in 5 of its 6 stats, every stat that can get a boost except for HP. Okay, and technically accuracy and evasion, but those are kind of separate. All the regular stats, you know what I mean? Anyway, Eevee got a move that could literally double all of its stats, and it was also the only Pokemon that could use this signature EVM Z move. Just as a refresher, there were some Z moves that all Pokemon could use, which were, you know, Normalium Z, Grassium Z, Firium Z, Okay, let's move on. And then there were signature Z moves that could only be used by certain Pokemon holding the special Z crystal and also using a certain move. So in Eevee's case, if you held EVMZ and used the move Last Resort, it would transform into Extreme Evo Boost, which again is incredibly powerful. Because Eevee was the only Pokemon that could use this move, it was the only Pokemon that was viable with the strategy. The strategy was actually pretty strong. Basically, you would use support Pokemon to protect the Eevee so it could use Extreme Evo Boost and double all its stats. And then you would often use the move Baton Pass, which would basically switch Eevee out into another Pokemon, but keep all of the stat boost that Eevee had earned. So basically passing, doubling stats to whatever you wanted. That was extremely dangerous if it doesn't appear obvious. On top of that, it wasn't even mandatory that you use Baton Pass to get the stat boost on another Pokemon. You could also use the move Psych Up, which just copies all the stat changes of the partner. So you could do stuff like Psych Up Espeon with stored power, which just does more damage based on how many stat boosts you have, paired with Power Trip Crocodile, like that you Baton Passed into, which also does more damage based on how many stat boosts you have. Yeah, like basically people would run the move Haze and Roar kind of just to deal with this Eevee strategy, and it actually did really well, like ultimately winning a major tournament back in Sun and Moon. It is worth noting that Eevee was really only ever good when it could use this signature Z move. It didn't see any play, obviously, outside of it, but it was very strong. It was a totally valid strategy, like I said, and I mean, it was basically around for quite a while in the early years of Sun and Moon, and Eevee was the only Pokemon who could pull it off. It was also a totally unique strategy, right? Like, we never really saw setup Baton Pass in competitive Pokemon other than with Eevee. Like, I'm sure there were a couple exceptions to that, but like, for the most part, Eevee was probably the most dominant any like setup Baton Pass Pokemon ever was, at least in my memory. And I think that's cool and definitely like warrants a spot, although it is further down on the best normal type Pokemon of all time. Coming in at number 7, the next best normal type on our list is, just like Eevee, a Pokemon that has only been good for one generation, though that's because it's only been out for one generation. It's Ursaluna. And for the sake of this video, I'm going to group both Ursaluna here together because even though they play very differently, like it would be weird to have one higher than the other. So I'm just going to put them both together. Ursaluna is the evolved form of Ursaring. I actually don't know if that's true for Blood Moon Ursaluna. It might actually be counted differently. But regardless, it's an incredibly powerful normal and ground type Pokemon. The two Ursaluna, they have some things in common like the typing, but they otherwise play very differently. So I'm going to talk about them as if they're two Pokemon, even though I'm grouping them together as one. Let me just get this out of the way. The only reason that these Pokemon aren't higher up is that they have not been out for very long. Ursaluna only became legal in the competitive format as of basically last August, and Ursaluna Blood Moon only became legal as of this past fall when it was released in the DLC. If this video were made like a couple years later, I think I definitely would justify putting these Pokemon higher up depending on how they continue to do. But at the moment, I feel like they haven't been out long enough, so I can't justify putting them any higher, but they're already so strong that I also need to include them on this list somewhere. Both Ursaluna basically serve as sweepers, and they prefer to be in Trick Room because they're both pretty slow, but they also have had some success outside of Trick Room as well by being trained to be really fast and often used with the Tailwind move, which doubles your team's speed stats, basically allowing them to outspeed Pokemon that they otherwise would have no business moving before. Ursaluna regular for me is a physical attacker, and it's really strong because it has a combination of a bunch of different offensive tools. The big one is that it has the ability Guts. Guts gives it a 50% power boost whenever it's affected by a status condition, and that status condition is almost always the burn status condition given by the Flame Orb item. Normally, burn cut your attack stat in half, but in Ursaluna's case, because of the Guts ability, it doesn't cut it in half and instead makes it 50% stronger. This also combos with its move Facade, which is a 70 base power move, which doubles in power, becoming very close to like Hyper Beam or Giga Impact if the user is affected by the status condition. And that's not even factoring in the additional status boost from Guts. Basically, it's a 210 base power move factoring in Guts, and that's not factoring in like same type attack bonus or Helping Hand or Swords Dance or anything like that. It's very, very powerful. It's so powerful it can even like come close to KOing even resisted hits, which is just completely nuts. On top of that, Ursaluna's ground typing is very valuable. It hits the rock type and steel type Pokemon that would otherwise resist normal, and as well as ghost type Pokemon that are immune to normal, so they have actually surprisingly good synergy there. And with its ground typing, it can use a couple different ground type moves. Earthquake is kind of an obvious one because it hits both opponents, and Ursaluna is so powerful thanks to Guts and its incredible stats, which I haven't even talked about yet, which I guess I'll talk about in a second. But also, you don't even need to use Earthquake if you don't want to hit your partner. You can also use the new move Headlong Rush, which does immense amounts of damage. It's basically ground type close combat, and it's significantly stronger than Earthquake, and so having both options is really nice. I should talk about Ursaluna's stats. So the physical one is incredibly tanky and very strong and pretty slow. slow. So it's nice because it works very well as a Trick Room Sweeper. We actually saw it most recently win the largest Pokemon tournament of all time in Europe, used by Nils Dunlop, paired alongside Porygon 2 to help set up Trick Room, and then Ursaluna would just KO everything. It also is really threatening because, like, obviously Guts powers it up, but it also means you can't slow it down with a burn, which you can do for other physical attackers, or Spore, which you can do for all Pokemon that can be affected by Spore, because the burn protects it from being affected by different status conditions. Ursaluna also benefits a lot, I think is worth mentioning, from Terrestrialization. It is weak to fighting type moves, and as is the case with a lot of Trick Room Pokemon, it really doesn't want to get slowed down when it's in Trick Room. Like, you only have a couple turns, so you need to make use of them. And so if it weren't for Terrestrialization, I think Fake Out would actually be a really reliable counter too. Well, not a counter, but it'd be a good tool to slow down Ursaluna, but it can actually run Terra Ghost to become immune to Fake Out and immune to the fighting type attacks that would otherwise hit it for super effective damage. And yeah, like, it's basically a real problem when you can't fake it out and can't stop it from getting value out of its Trick Room turns. Let's talk about Ursaluna Blood Moon, because there's some similarities, but it also plays very differently, largely because it's a special attacker. Now, Ursaluna Blood Moon has a different ability than Ursaluna, which makes sense because Guts only works on the physical attack stats, and this ability is just really broken. It's kind of a combination of two different abilities, the Keen Eye ability, kind of, and then like the ability Scrappy. It's got differences in both of them, but basically Mind's Eye, which is its ability, I didn't actually explicitly say that, though I'm sure the editor put it on screen, so you probably didn't need me to say that. But anyway, Ursaluna Blood Moon's ability, Mind's Eye, allows it to hit ghost type Pokemon with normal and fighting type moves when they would otherwise be immune to it, which is extremely threatening, as well as the fact that it basically makes it so Ursaluna Blood Moon's accuracy cannot be lowered, and it doesn't care about evasion boosts on the opponent. This ability would already make Ursaluna Blood Moon very threatening because, unlike regular Ursaluna, like, you can basically play around regular Ursaluna if you're really smart, because there are types that are immune to both of its moves, right? Like, let's say I have Flutter Mane and like Tornadus, right? And I'm like, okay, well, my opponent wants to go for Facade into my Tornadus. I can switch to Flutter Mane, and then it's like, okay, well, they want to use like Headlong Rush against my Flutter Mane. Let me switch back to Tornadus. Like, you can kind of outplay it if you're really good. You can't really do that for Ursaluna Blood Moon because of the ability. You can't use Ghost type Pokemon to resist its normal type attack or be immune to its normal type attacks. And if you want to use a Steel or a Rock type Pokemon to resist its normal type attacks, those are weak to Ground type moves, which it also gets with Earth Power, which is a no drawback move that is very spammable. As if all this weren't bad enough, Ursaluna Blood Moon also gets a signature attack called Blood Moon, which is basically just a better Hyper Beam. It's 140 base power. Now, keep in mind, any move above like 90 or 95 base power typically has a very real drawback, whether it's a lot of recoil damage, lowering some of your stats, really bad accuracy. Blood Moon's drawback is just that the user can't click the move 2 turns in a row, which compared to all the regular drawbacks is way more reasonable. Like, this really isn't that big of a drawback. You just like have to keep it in mind a little bit, I guess, when you're using it, but like, you're not like weakening yourself, you're not chancing a miss. Like, it's actually very manageable. And when you pair this with like Terra Normal for a damage boost, Life Orb for a damage boost, Helping Hand, it's by far one of the single strongest attacks in the game. Just like Ursaluna regular for me, Ursaluna Blood Moon for me has a spread move that is very clickable. It's Hyper Voice, which is a spread normal type move, which is just very powerful. It's very reliable, and unlike Earthquake, it does not hit your partners. So yeah, Ursaluna Blood Moon is currently, I would say, thought to be a bit better than Ursaluna regular, especially because as a special attacker, Ursaluna Blood Moon isn't affected by like Intimidate or anything, but both of them are incredibly strong. Despite the fact that neither has been out for even a year yet, they each have major tournament wins, and yeah, they just look to be some of the strongest Pokemon that have been added in Scarlet and Violet, and so I think they definitely deserve a place on this list, and the only question is, should they be higher up? And I think eventually the answer will be yes, but right now I feel like this is a fair placement for them because they don't have as many results as the Pokemon above them, but they have been out for far shorter a duration. Coming in at number 6, this is one of my favorite Pokemon that was added in Scarlet and Violet. It's Farigiraf. Farigiraf is cool because it isn't flashy in the same way a lot of the other Pokemon on this list are. Like, it doesn't have the stats of Ursaluna or Ursaluna. It doesn't have like a signature move like Eevee. In fact, the thing that makes it unique is, although technically a signature ability, like, it does the same thing as several other abilities, but that is its ability Armor Tail. Armor Tail is really great because it stops all priority moves from working against the user's team. That's a really big deal in competitive Pokemon because priority moves are everywhere between Fake Out, Grassy Glide, Thunderclap, Sucker Punch, Aqua Jet, like Taunt from Tornadus, like, or any prankster Pokemon. There are so many priority moves that kind of form the bedrock of competitive Pokemon, and when Farigiraf is on the field, I mean, your whole team is immune to them. Normal and Psychic typing also like offers some unique benefits where normally normal type Pokemon are weak to fighting type attacks, but with Psychic you are neutral to them and you can actually hit opposing fighting type Pokemon for super effective damage. Psychic type Pokemon are typically like weak to ghost type attacks, but normal makes you immune to them. So while it isn't like perfect synergy or anything, they each type kind of complement each other in a nice way. Farigiraf is primarily used as a Trick Room Pokemon, but what I think is interesting is that whether it's an offensive Trick Room Pokemon or like a supporting defensive Trick Room Pokemon varies depending on the player and the team. I would say the more popular way of using Farigiraf is to focus on more of those kind of like defensive team supporting attributes. You can keep Farigiraf alive for longer if you invest more in its like defenses, and it's actually really good as a supporting Pokemon because not only does it have Trick Room, it can also use Imprison to stop opposing Trick Room teams, even if you don't want to set it up yourself. And it often uses Helping Hand as well to boost its partner's damage output, which allows it to function inside of Trick Room, but also be a good Pokemon outside of Trick Room because you can pair it with a really strong attacker that's fast and just use Helping Hand and not have to worry about any priority moves dealing with the faster attacker. But the thing about Farigiraf is it actually has a very respectable special attack stat, and so my personal favorite way of using Farigiraf is actually more as an offensive Pokemon. Just like Ursaluna Blood Moon, it can use Hyper Voice as a normal type, which hits both Pokemon, though it's notably weaker when Farigiraf uses it. But the nice thing about Hyper Voice is you can use it to activate your held item, the Throat Spray, which gives Farigiraf a special attack boost after it uses any sound type move. Hyper Voice, unsurprisingly, is a sound type move. After being boosted by Throat Spray, Farigiraf actually can do a respectable amount of damage, and although it often isn't picking up one-hit KOs, it's actually a very valuable Trick Room attacker because you can't slow it down with Fake Out, and it's consistently outputting like decent amounts of damage with like boosted Hyper Voice or boosted Psychic. And so if you pair it with other bulky Pokemon like Rillaboom or Incineroar or other Pokemon as well, you can actually use it as kind of this Trick Room setter that also works as a support Pokemon outside of Trick Room that also can actually be a sweeper inside of Trick Room. It's a very interesting Pokemon that doesn't play a lot like other Pokemon that we've had that set Trick Room up. In its debut season, Farigiraf had a couple good performances and actually got second at the World Championships, almost taking home the whole thing. What I think is neat about it is that sometimes Pokemon that do well, especially early on in a generation, they tend to struggle a bit more as the power level increases, right? Like stronger Pokemon get added, and that makes like the Pokemon that we thought were good like slightly harder to use, right? Like there's a lot of Pokemon that really struggle once Incineroar becomes legal in a metagame because it just like invalidates so much. Farigiraf is actually really cool in that it scales kind of with the power level because the stronger its partners are, the more value you get out of Armor Tail protecting them from these priority moves. And so at the first regional of the most recent format, Farigiraf actually won the whole thing supporting a Miraidon. It was really cool because it actually used Terra Ground, which is not a common Terra type on Farigiraf or any Pokemon, to become immune to the partner Choice Specs Miraidon's Discharge. So what you could do is Helping Hand boosted, Choice Specs boosted, Electric Terrain boosted, Hadron Engine boosted, same type attack bonus boosted, Discharge paired with Farigiraf, and your opponent couldn't use Fake Out or any priority moves to stop Miraidon, and then you would just output a ton of damage. So yeah, I think it'll be really interesting as we kind of go into these later formats where stronger legendary restricted Pokemon are allowed and seeing how well Farigiraf keeps up. Also, quick question, how do you feel about subscribing? In all seriousness, this is my full-time job, and so if you're enjoying the content, it's a really good way to kind of support me and help me make more of these videos. Also, it helps you all out because if you're liking this video, which, God, I hope so, we worked really hard on it, it'll make it more likely for YouTube to show you future videos. And, you know, I do hope to do one of every type, so if you want to see more of these videos, or you're just like want to support the current channel, or you want to see other types of videos that I do, it's free, it's easy, it just takes one click, and it helps me out a lot. So yeah, I know that like people might find these kind of sub plugs, you know, a little annoying, but I really appreciate you all having grace with me as I try and figure out how to actually be a YouTuber as a career. Coming in at number 5 is another Pokemon with the same typing as Farigiraf, Indeedee. Indeedee is also a more recent addition to the list, though because it was added in Sword and Shield, it's been around for a bit longer, and it's incredibly strong. There are 2 Indeedees technically because Indeedee is one of the few Pokemon that has different stat distribution and a different move pool depending on the gender. So we're talking exclusively about Indeedee Female here, which is the more supportive one. Indeedee Male is the more offensive one, and it's not as good. Indeedee Female is incredible because of its move pool and its ability.
No, I'm just trying to tell me.
Female is incredible.
You guys gotta split up once you get to 45. You can't be leveling together. You're seriously gonna hold each other back.
Been in the game for a while, but what really sets Indeedee Female apart is the fact that it's bulkier and its move
Like,
pool is
why? So you gotta be soloing Sunken Temple. You can't be doing it together. You're gonna cut your thing in half, and you can only do a dungeon 5 times in an hour. I'm like sitting there thinking to myself, you think I'm gonna be able to fucking solo Sunken Temple 5 times? 5 times an hour? Maybe it's not the whole dungeon, maybe it's just one like little small part you get to, you solo it, and then you run out and reset. Actually, now that I think about it, probably it is that.
One of the ways around follow me is
Yeah.
to use fake out into one
I'm
Pokemon
like,
and then
okay,
attack with
we'll
another.
just
Urshifu is a really good way
do
to kind
it
of combo this, where you
solo.
fake out the follow me user and use Urshifu to go after the Pokemon that you actually want to hit, even if they use protect. But there are other ways of punishing this as well. Fako can also be used to stop the follow me user for a turn if the partner Pokemon can't protect for other reasons, like it's holding a choice item or I don't know, like just protected last turn. It's a very valuable tool, and with Indeedee Psychic Surge, Fake Out doesn't really work. Indeedee
Well,
also has
that's
to move
gonna be
Follow
what
Me
we're
in,
gonna
which
have
can
to
be
do.
used to
It's gonna
support
be
your
way
partner
easier
Pokemon
to
do even
level
more
that way.
damage,
Once we
which lets
get
it
to
kind of
like
contribute to the battle
43, 42,
offensively, even in the
we're gonna go to
situations
Sunken
where,
Temple
yeah, like
and
it isn't
start
necessarily,
soloing it.
like,
He said
needed to use
he'll
Follow
run
Me.
us
In
through
Scarlet
it.
Violet, Indeedee received a
Oh,
major
now that we're
buff
once
that I
we
think
can
was
get in at
unintentional. I think it was
35 and
a good buff
he'll run
where,
us
well, like I said, the
through.
Indeedees have different move pools, right?
But
And
yeah,
the male
once we get to
Indeedee
like
could not learn
42, we
Follow
can
Me,
start
it was overall
soloing
used a
it.
lot worse, but they gave it Trick Room to kind of compensate for the fact that it couldn't use Follow Me. They were like, okay, Indeedee female, you're too strong, you get Follow Me. Indeedee male, you can get the really good support move Trick Room, right? Well, due to, I think it was a bug in Scarlet and Violet, Indeedee female could learn Trick Room, but only if you caught it in
Which is
certain max
the
raid
whole
ends.
deal.
Like, there were certain
Once we get to
raid
that level,
boss
we'll
Indeedees
start
that
just
were able to
boosting
use Trick Room,
ourselves
Indeedee
back
females, I
up.
should say, that were able to use Trick Room when they wouldn't otherwise be able to use it. And after, like, it was out for a little bit, the game developers just, like, were like, okay, we kind of messed up, so Indeedee female, now you can also learn Trick Room just normally. Like, you got it. Like, our bad. Like, we messed up, and the way we're gonna kind of like fix it, because what are you gonna do? People caught Indeedee female with Trick Room, and then you're gonna say, okay, those Indeedees are like not allowed anymore. It was like not really something that they wanted to do, I guess. And so they just said, okay, Indeedee, you can actually use Trick Room now. So a huge buff to one of the best Pokemon out of Sword and Shield. Indeedee is another Pokemon that kind of scales with the power level, because same with this Farigiraf, like being able to use Follow Me becomes more valuable when the Pokemon you're supporting are even more powerful. Psychic Terrain also enables a lot of offensive strategies. Like the most obvious one is the move Expanded
Gotta go
Force,
train
which,
engineering
is a
up
psychic
a
type move
little
that
bit.
becomes much stronger if Psychic Terrain is
That
active,
level
which is from being
48.
a single target move to hitting both your opponent's Pokemon, and so it enables kind of a whole
I'm gonna make you
style of
proud.
play
I'm
on
gonna be
them
the
called Side Stand,
engineer
which
of all
typically are
time.
built around these really strong psychic type attackers, and either using Trick Room to set them up and try and sweep with Pokemon like Hatterini and Armarouge,
I
or
still am mad that I even
alternatively
made a
using an
mage. Like, I
average
should have just
strategy
made a
with Iron
warlock.
Crown is the
And
most
we
recent
could have just
addition
been two
to
different classes and it
the
didn't
opponent can
matter.
also use Caloric Shadow with this
But
strategy. So yeah,
I'm
we
only
thought
feeling
with
this
just
way. I'm in
After
like
Barrage
a
was
real
pain, now you
rut right now, feeling disenfranchised with mage. So like I need to start doing this AoE thing. I need to validate it. Plus, Knobs just told me that they're apparently going to nerf, like completely invalidate AoE farming in TBC for mages, like specifically. So that's great. That's cool. I don't know what he meant. That's just all he said. I don't care. I don't want to hear. I'm in here playing mages, but it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna play mage. I'm not gonna play hunt. Play a warlock. Pull my warlock up. I mean, I'm gonna play a mage. I'm just not gonna play a hunter. I'm gonna have my hunter because of course I'm gonna have a hunter. I'll be my alchemist. I'll send potions to other people. I'm gonna spend how much extra time I have to ow, warlock and do something for once.
Farewell.
on this random dude. He invited me while we were doing. I was questing in the Barrens on some Quillbars. And I was just feeling particularly friendly, and I was like, quest log, and we had a bunch of quests together. I was like, we have a bunch of the same quests. You just kind of want to quest together for a little bit. And he was like, I might have to go in a bit, but yeah, maybe. And that was like 3 hours ago.
Nice. Blood and thunder. Dabu. Strength.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said nice.
We got some good levels going.
Yeah, I bet.
Had Knobs run me through RFC like 3 or 4 times. Got the most linen you've ever seen.
Stronghold.
Finally, my Zigzagoon got an actual attack move, dude. What should I name Zigzagoon? Let me guess, Chungus?
Zagzagoon.
Guess I can't nickname him whenever I want. I gotta go to the name changer. Zagzagoon. No. I'm gonna name him Zagzagoon. What does teleport do in combat?
Takes you out of combat.
Inside of a Pokemon battle. It failed. Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, inside of a trainer battle, I think it does, but against a wild Pokemon, I think it makes you auto-escape.
Oh shit. Khalil will have to deal with it.
Strength and honor. Victory. Farewell.
Greetings. Go forth to victory.
Yeah, we kind of talked a bit, became kind of good friends. He plays a lot of Path of Exile, so he has like 5,000 hours in it. Then I was dumping on Path of Exile too. Oh yeah, it fucking sucks. You would love me if I looked like that picture.
I really love you.
Not the answer to the question.
It wouldn't make a difference because I'm not into you for your looks.
I already think you look good. My bongo cat crashed.
What'd you say? Wow. You're in Bongo, okay? It didn't crash.
I had to reboot it.
It won't let me put them at the bottom of the screen. There it goes. Kind of a lot, actually. I need guild invites. You up on? Are you getting on?
Yeah, get on.
You have a level 17?
No.
You need... I'm not gonna say you need ult. I just need to get this guy up. I need to speed boost him faster than I've ever leveled anyone in my life. I need to get this guy higher than my hunter, higher than my mage, higher than your shaman, higher than everyone. Then we can play together.
Oh, Knobs can probably play other people with that.
He ran me through RMC a bunch. And he's gonna run us through Sylvan Temple. And he's gonna do stuff. Maybe I can get some SFK runs. I am not joking around, and I explained it to him. I'm like, I fell back down into my freaking hunt hard pipeline because I'm so good at it, and it's such a comfort zone. Like, I had to make it. I had to. I always was going to. But I'm gonna park him at level 26 or whatever. It's there. He's pretty high level. He's a hunter. It's there. Just need to stop. Need to freak out. Have on. One on my alliance too. The level that's level 2. There. The name's saved. The character itself saved. Everything fine. I can't be playing hunter again. I can't do it. I need to use this last chance to switch it up. Something different from Warlocks are insanely good apparently. I like Warlocks. I've always liked Warlocks. I want to play a Warlock. I don't even like Mage. Mage does not seem fun to me. Warlock seems fun. They have cool spells. Bunch of class flavor. Seems fun. Really like them. I just want to be a Warlock. I want to be a Warlock main. Bad, if you can't tell. I don't know if I told you this back when I first started playing. The very first thing I ever made was an undead Warlock. And then I bounced around. Like, I didn't play it very much. I bounced around and landed on Tauren Hunter. And that was my main. Very first thing I ever made was an undead Warlock. Really wish you'd my entire fucking life, and I do mean my entire life, probably be drastically as anything else. Set a precedent in my mind. who I am. Being good. Neutral good. Or that's in tune with the earth. As a warlock, I'd be in touch. That makes any sense.
Kinda. I didn't start playing Mage until Wrath or so. Late TBC, maybe.
Strength and honor. Strength. For the
Yo! Keep it real. Have a good one. Keep it real. Be good. Have a good one.
Timothy Tiger.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real. I got the best deals anywhere.
Boom, double kick. I did it.
You done it?
It did it. It did it. It worked. F5 now is instant sacrifice for him. It's far enough away. I cannot hit it on accident, but I'll know exactly what button it is. It's like quick save, basically. F5, sacrifice. Boom. Shield. Instantly kill Tang Tails. You think it's worth it?
And then you bring him back and do it again.
Yeah, he's not like a pet. Or he's not like Biscuit. He's not like a beast that I should feel bad about doing it. He's an entity from the void, made out of pure chaos, evil energies. Probably hates me.
Because yeah, he's a void lord, so he hates everything.
So yeah. You watching my stream?
Yeah.
Why?
Why not?
Why are you spying on me?
No, you're spying on me in reverse.
Oh, yeah, what?
Magic.
Doesn't make any sense.
Too far away. I need to get closer. I'm out of range.
I'll be right back.
Meow. Schnorf. Say whatever comes to your mind right now.
Weeful.
Lethal. Really, what came to your mind?
Uh-huh.
Why?
Because
So what you would say to Knobs if Knobs asked you what come to your mind right now?
probably not.
What would you say to Knobs?
I'd probably say I don't know, or probably
See.
just not say anything.
See, you're lying.
Because I'm not comfortable acting like that around him.
Why not? He's like 90 years old.
Because I don't know him very well.
I guarantee you could say it. I won't say he'll forget because he actually has a good memory. He really won't care about anything you have to say. Anytime you're talking, in his mind, it's just a waiting room for when he gets his turn to go on his 10-hour tangent, rant about whatever he wants to talk about. He's alright, but Big Shots was right. He is a super narcissist. Knobs might be the most narcissistic person I've ever known. It's a good thing. He's not like malicious or anything. He's just narcissistic. He's a good guy, just a little narcissistic. Are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, why are you? Look, it's me and not you.
I can't find my. Oh, I have it in my hand, literally. That's a pamper.
Oh, that's a damn Feroz.
Damn Daniel Feroz.
How may I aid you? I have just the thing for you.
Well, we're talking about things. Doesn't know when their Thanksgiving is.
Who, what?
This guy doesn't know when his Thanksgiving is. Canadian Thanksgiving.
Oh, I think they already had it.
Yeah, I know. I said it's early. I think it's early, but he just said he just doesn't even know.
It's not really a thing up there.
Watch over you.
It's October 12th.
Peace, friend.
Second Monday in October.
Loktar, for the Horde. Go. Greetings, traveler. We shall meet again. Walk.
Good to play.
I guess. I got about 3 hours before I gotta go.
Oh my fucking god. I gotta mail him some bags. Let me do that. Promise him.
Speak quickly.
Can you get me a single fine thread while I do this?
Yeah. I'm trying to do some stuff too. Give me a sec.
Hey boy.
What would you ask of death?
What would you ask? I got it. I'm in. Thinking only course, but nope, he has fun. I'm the guy. Nob sent us a bunch of superior healing potion. How many potions do you need? How many potions do you have? Healing potion. What level?
I've got three superior, 6 greater, and 3 regular.
Perfect. Here. One. If you need more, just tell me. You said you only had 3?
Yeah. But I have a bunch of other potions too.
Anywhere.
What is it? I am forsaken.
It's 2 greater astral essence to enchant my bracer. Is a skill increase, and I do have a better bracer, but it's only by 1 intellect. I don't know if I should put it on or not. It's going. I don't know what to do, man. It's going in the trash. People need soft, bushy tails. You mean,
As an item, no, probably not, but in real life, yes.
You mean in real life, yes. Does soft, bushy
Yeah,
tails help anyone?
Do you not want a soft, bushy tail?
No.
Oh. Just me then.
Immediate. Rotarium. Beat, beat, meat, beat, meat. Food. What do you hate?
I don't. Mm-hmm.
I am forsaken.
You have 2 greater astral essence.
I don't.
I have 4 actually. If I turn this one into 1.
What now?
Are you ready to do things? Go on an adventure?
Sure. How's it going?
Oh, I thought you knew.
I guess we can go back to the Badlands.
The living.
Last August. Oh.
Yeah,
Need to go
that's
somewhere where a turning.
okay, where?
It's hard.
Okay.
Hold up. Ian. I mean, Big Shots. His name is Ian. Wants to do Razor Fin down.
Okay.
Report to Bergamot. Wait. Focus on turning in quests. Oh, we wait to get people. What can we turn in?
I have the one to go to Swamp of Sorrows to talk to a guy, and there's another one at Swamp of Sorrows, but it's behind a bunch of like 40 and 41 spiders, so it's gonna be a pain in the ass to get to.
Need to swamp stars in the beginning is the pain in the ass. We gotta go to Booty Bay, which means we gotta go. Which means
If
we can walk
you got
out. Now let's go to.
If you got the flight points, we could just fly there. If you got the one in Badlands, you can just fly to Swamp Sorrows.
Shit.
That's one of the reasons I wanted to go to Badlands.
A Phantom leveled up, learned to move. In green, let's see what that is. User lays roots that restore its HP every turn. Because it's rooted, it can't be switched out. Yeah. Yeah, I want that. Dude, the fact it can only learn 10 moves is crazy. Ingrain and growth is good. Let's match, please. Yeah. Please hit him. Boom. This game is hard, man. Yeah. I fight one guy and I gotta go heal. Yeah, Phantom can do all that. Ingrain and then growth. To, since I'm gonna be not being able to switch out, and I'm just gonna focus on like sitting there to heal. Ingrain is healing me. Might as well have growth so I can increase my attack stat. Confuse rate to confuse them while all this is going on, because why not? That sounds great. I have one spot left for an actual attack, which means I only have one attack. It's like it's too much. Makes so much sense why tournaments are like actual competitive professional Pokemon is always duos. That's actually what it should be. There's actual skill and competition and going on there. That's just not there with 1v1s. And moreover, the lack of skill with 1v1s to the point where the game would like be completely broken in competitive form. Like it just would not work. But I'm sitting here stuck with only 4 moves. with such a strong potential Pokemon that it gets set up, does all this, and then can't do anything with it. It has no moves to actually attack. Because it sat there and boosted its attack all the way, boosted its health, during HP gain, used the opponent. No, I can sit there and astonish them. That might make them. This is already its moveset, but it's really good. That all works together perfectly. I can fuse them and then start hitting them with Astonish, which might make them flinch. They're stuck there, fused, potentially flinching every turn. The only thing I need is to like paralyze them. Not the kind of trainer that likes to use. So growth is the first thing that I'm getting rid of. I don't want to get rid of it. Ingrain and growth go together. It's like saying I'm sitting here on the field and I'm not going anywhere. You might as well boost your... Very concerned.
While they're focusing on your Pokemon, you pull out your gun and you shoot them.
And the dual G18s with extended mags. Fully auto.
John Wick mode activated.
Don't even need to be John Wick. You take them out. They have like giant mags that stick out like a foot below the gun, and they're on full auto. And you turn them to the side. You go burp. Level 12 Vertazo. Luna, can you kill it? Ralts is really weak coming up, man. I don't know what it is. I mean, I guess it's like an Abra. Uh-oh, Charmander. Him with the sleep powder. Do not instantly kill me. I put him to sleep. as you do that.
Wait, something to drink. I'll be right back.
No.
I'll try to be quick.
Speak, friend. Go forth to victory. Tag, tag.
I'm back.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, that's good. Come on.
I'm coming.
Right on. You're just a computer simulation program trying to get me.
Beep boop.
We're gonna go to Torcar and turn this in.
There's a bunch of spiders on the way we're gonna have to fight too.
No, we're running there to turn this in. Dude, Petalil learns synthesis. That's huge, big, huge. Varies on the weather. Probably want sunshine or rain. Grass types are OP with weather because like it just doesn't matter. Rain or sunshine, good for both. Fire and grass both benefit from sunshine, I think. Water types might dry out in the sun, actually. But water types might be good in the rain, but grass is also good in the rain because why wouldn't it? I think. Means I have to get rid of growth to get synthesis.
Blood and thunder. Down. Go forth.
Never. I'm not gonna pick that up.
Okay.
I have that space open. Go to Orgrimmar now. Adventure wants to know flame charge. Yes. He's already a firefighting. Don't want to get rid of. Don't want to get rid of sand attack. I don't want to get rid of peck. I will get rid of ember, I guess. 40 special is 50 physical plus. Plus it raises my speed 100% of the time. Yeah.
What do you
Empty.
I think so.
Wait. Going to Dust Swallow so I can kill stuff.
Okay.
Might as well run there instead of fly because it takes you all the way back to Crossroads if you remember. Okay, this is an emulation save state, but not the same one. Down to 5. We're gonna swap into a little. And a critical ad, of course. Yeah. Army the Brood, Army the Black Dragon. Sir.
Very high. That one's all the way at the docks. We have to swim out in the ocean.
Hey. I don't know. Start running us towards the Barrens part where we can just get in there.
Okay.
Stuff on the way there. It'll get us close to the dungeon, and the only reason I came here is to get some XP while we wait. Means 9. I'm gonna get powered through it. We just need to take. Come on, take us away. So just go. Told you Wingle was gonna be the goat. Developer is gonna carry me. Zigzagoon picked up a rare candy for Christ's sake, dude.
Well.
Yeah. Wow. Dude has 0 chill.
What do you think would happen if a human ate a rare candy?
Need to get younger or older?
Level up.
To make you younger or older?
It'd probably make you older. But that doesn't make sense because that means every Pokemon can live to be at least 100. And then you know, you get older by fighting in battles and stuff, I guess.
How jolted.
Michael.
The only ones here, huh?
This guy's here.
This guy had the power away, and this guy had a cell battery. Oh my god, that's a Yanma. The safe state. And it fainted, that's why I say it. He's asked to sleep if I have to. And I'm gonna use the Premier Ball. It looks cool. No, it broke away. Got him. See my hearts.
Hearts, yes, hearts.
My shards.
Wow.
A mana shard, a mana agate, and a mana jade.
Yeah, that's right. I got that now. I gotta figure out where the hell I'm gonna put it.
shirt. It's only available till December 7th. You gotta get it now! Available shirts, Zipic shirt, eye control. The shit on me, forgot that was even a thing. And it got me thinking, everybody back in the day had Furbies, right? I mean, throughout the 90s, there were many massively popular toys that would come out and cause absolute pandemonium across the country. You had Beanie Babies, Furbies, Barbies, G.I. Joe. Even I had some G.I. Joe.
Oh yeah, love G.I. Joes.
Do you ever go through a gay phase?
I
just remember taking off his pants one time being like, I probably shouldn't be doing this.
Throw my G.I. Joes up in the air, see if they'd break when they landed.
My favorite toy was you get a bunch of blocks, and you just get Hot Wheels, like a track album. Also, like building, there was this thing back in the day, Lego had like samurai boats.
Oh.
And it was sick. I was so proud.
I can't believe we're already 38, man.
And then like my extremely autistic cousin came over and like smashed it with his
Why are you leaving? You already went somewhere yesterday.
I never want him at the house anymore. And people
We
thought it
got
was
somewhere
because
else
of
to
mental
go today.
disability.
No.
And it was not that.
Yes, I already said I'd be there.
Yeah, it was a whole deal. Anyway, Furbies, yeah. One of the most well-known
Oh my
examples
God,
of
dude.
Furbies. A
Come
toy you
back.
can still buy to this day, but it doesn't have the
I
same kind
will.
of effect. No. But if
Like
you were
in
alive
after
in
an
the
hour.
2000s, they were literally
don't-
everywhere, becoming
I
a
don't
cultural
know.
staple
Okay.
for that generation of kids. Everybody had to have a Furby, which looking back on it now, it's just kind of... there's
Seriously,
no way
I
that
thought you
Furby
went
is
somewhere
popular.
yesterday, so you wouldn't have to go somewhere today.
My house, and I, like,
No,
look
I
over
went
my
to an
sister's Furby,
entirely
we have a
separate
nightstand just like...
Say that
group
Furbish
of
language.
family.
Yeah, there's like speaking in tongues and shit, looking at you.
Well, nowadays they'd be spying on you. They'd be like connected to Alexa.
Well, yeah,
You
to be
have all
connected
this
to your
family,
Wi-Fi.
but apparently
You
no one
have,
cares
like, a
about you.
microphone where your mom's
Okay.
like, go to sleep. Kid laying in bed.
Yeah, I'm
Playing
basically
your dad's
kind of just
Pornhub, he's
going
watching on
because
his
I'm
phone
going
in
to
the
get free
bathroom.
food and a bunch of leftovers.
You my dad? But this sensation birthed various obsessive collectors, absurd conspiracy theories, crimes, and horror stories. Furbies are nowhere near as big as they used to be, but there's still many weird stories to tell, and today we are going to do that. But to understand the Furby craze, let's look back at their inception in 1998. Its creators Dave Hampton, Richard
We have
Levy,
the
and
level.
Caleb Chung reportedly spent 2 years putting
Stuff
together the
to do,
initial
man.
design, being an anthropomorphic hybrid creature with the capability to
Once we get to
verbally and
42,
physically
we
express
can do
itself.
something simple.
That's what this is. You know what I don't like about it is that it's definitely a
The
Furby.
nose is
is
right.
what it's
We might
supposed
have
be,
to
but
split
it's
up at
definitely-
that
Like you
point.
could tell they were like, it's gonna be like Gizmo from the Gremlins. You know, it's gonna be like Gizmo. It's gonna be like
We
you know,
could just
the
do it
80s
solo.
craze of having a
You know,
cute
blaze to
sidekick
60.
character. There's gotta be more than Gizmo. I just remember Gizmo really, but because also around this time too, that's when the robot dog was popular.
Had a T-Rex robot.
Yeah. Yeah. No, they're all terrible. They were all terrible. The goal was to create a toy with uncanny realism. It came equipped with a variety of motors and sensors that allowed it to respond accordingly to sounds, speech, light, and physical touch. And they came equipped with their own language known as Furbish.
Was your? I hated when mine woke me up. Would yours wake you up in the middle of the night?
Yeah, and it made me like it was just always a way to just reinforce that demons and ghosts exist in your house. You should be laying there. Why not? Because also then their eyes used to light up too.
And you could hear
See-
their servos.
Daddy? Dad's on Pornhub again. Looking up at it from. They came equipped with their own language known as Furbish that resembled a combinations of Hebrew and other Asian languages.
They're Jewish.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and. Yeah, the Furbies, they speak Yiddish. Okay, so do you think that was just because they were like, what's the most exotic language?
That's what I was gonna say, yeah.
What's the most alien language? Like, I don't know, like a Jew? Well, I was gonna say like a Chinese guy. Okay, all right. Write it down. Furbies were programmed to slowly speak more of the English language over time, giving the illusion that they were picking up on their owner's speech patterns and growing. Kind of f***ed up. Love? Love? You're learning? You know what I mean? How f***ed up is that? Dad? Dad? At night? Help me. Help me. Immediately interrupted by the dad's porn thing again. Mom! Kids would create and spread around their own Furbish translation cheat sheets across their schools and online forums. That was a very odd time. Really didn't like going to school and having people have backpacks of Furbies and like little codes, and they slip it to you like a fucking drug dealer. I remember this girl came to my school and she said, "Mine said pizza." I was like, "Shut the fuck up, Rebecca." Who cares? Stuck up. The first generation of the Furby toy was released in 1998 and became an overnight sensation. It became the must-have toy that Christmas season, with gigantic lines pouring out of the stores. At the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza in Los Angeles, many panicked at the sight of the 250 people already lined up at the KB toy store before the sun was up. Only 150 Furbies were available, leaving a crowd of furious customers that began cursing and screaming at the workers. Yeah! I love that idea. I would love to hear some more stories of a guy who's like, I was like a 12-year veteran at a toy store from the 80s into the 90s. I bet you have some fucking horror stories, dude. Oh my God. Stressed out parents were desperate to get them in time for the holidays, leading to more and more chaotic scenes taking place across the country. One Walmart in Massachusetts had been swarmed and threatened with physical violence if they were unable to provide them with a Furby. A police squad was sent down to keep the swarm of customers under control.
I don't have any
Some
quests to
dedicated
share.
Furby hunters refused to leave until their demands were met. And another Walmart in Illinois, 2 women were knocked down and trampled during a stampede that occurred as people
Wait, I don't have space.
supply of Furbies, which is just, this is the same thing as Stanley Cups. Would you think that is a Furby more worth getting trampled over than a Stanley Cup? Because I would say so. If I was trampled, legs broken, I feel like I'd be like, it was the Furby craze. It was the Furby craze of '98. I mean, it was bloodshed versus it was the Stanley Cup craze of 24.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, one's a cup, and the other one at the time was like a piece of technology.
High-end technology. Yeah, within the first 3 years alone, over 40 million Furbies were sold. Their popularity didn't last forever, however, as their numbers dwindled in 2001. By 2002, production of the first generation Furby stopped completely. Things would eventually pick back up with newer, more advanced generations of Furbies being produced. While their popularity never came close to the initial peak, there has been a steady audience of dedicated fans that still obsess over them to this day. And those are people that you don't talk to that person. If somebody's still obsessed with the Furby, that you do not talk to that person still. Did you just see what the new Furby came? They're great.
What's wrong with that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but to me, I'm like that we've moved past that.
What if they're now hooked up to ChatGPT? What if ChatGPT came out with a Furby?
I think something like that is going to happen, but I think that they can't make it an anamorphic, they can't make it an alien creature. It's got to be human, I think, is what ChatGPT, because it's already too creepy. So then if you sat there in this wisdom, this goddamn Yoda sitting there in front of you like a Furby, what do I have to do this? And they just spit it out immediately. I think that would scare people, because the technology is already so foreign and weird that I think they wouldn't trust it. And then now you have a body that's in there.
But it's not doing that chat fucking shit. Oh my God.
They should move too.
Yeah, they do like a dance. Tells you how to make sourdough bread and it just dances for you. I wouldn't like that. I can tell you right now, I would not like that at all. In some cases, future Furby generations still caused chaos in some stores. On Black Friday, one man claimed to see a pair of grandmas fist fighting over one, which is just fun. And if you don't record that, I think that's just selfish. Selfish. It's selfish if you see 2 old women grandmas fist fighting, you don't record it and then pass it on to your kids. That's a great piece of media. You don't get that every day. You very rarely get that. You show like a random guy at a bar. What do you think of that? Anything on that right there? The demand for Furbies wasn't driven by parents trying to buy them for their kids. It also came from obsessive collectors. In total, there are over 200 different variations of Furbies for people to collect, and some won't stop until they have every single one in their greasy little mitts.
That is an ugly Furby.
No, that Furby, they're all ugly, but that one is especially very hard. It's heinous. That better be its name, is heinous. It's not easy to get into this hobby either. Any first generation Furby goes for a minimum of $1,000 now. And as you go into modern generations, people still pay anywhere from $50 to $500 for a Furby, all right? So you gotta believe that first generation, there's gotta be some gold mines out there. This doesn't include the rare or limited edition Furbies that can go for thousands of dollars. One seller is selling a tiger and confetti Furby for $25,000 each. The Kids Cuisine limited edition Furby, oh my God. Oh, dude, how much is it? The Kids Cuisine limited edition Furby goes for as much as $40,000. What? God, that sounds so sick too. The kids cuisine limited edition Furby. Oh man, you might see a little. I might do a little fucking national treasure. I might have to steal that motherfucker, grab a museum or something. But the Bejeweled Furby, with only 5 in existence, can sell close to $200,000 a piece. There's only 5 of them, Nick. For plastic jewels. The rarest Furby is the Rainbow Edition, created through a Design a Furby contest, and only 3 were ever made. 2 were given to the winner, and the other was sent to the company vault. It is literally priceless to collectors because one has never been sold online or at auction. So theoretically, we could be looking at $1 million Furby. I mean, theoretically. Theoretically, yes. It could also be a $5 Furby. I mean, really, it kind of sways. Priceless, Nick. In my eyes, the kid cuisine thing, that's peak. That absolutely peak. There's nothing better than just microplastics heated up. Those fucking brownies are like, you used to put like purple, I don't know, glitter or haze over it. Some kind of an anthrax concoction where it's like, it's a purple pizza, and you'd eat it. It's like, then there's corn, like wet corn, but then there's a little bit of Capri Sun, which makes it all go down like fine wine. At kids cuisine, they have some crimes they have to pay for, I feel like. For those dedicated to collecting every version, there are online guides that provide information on what to expect to pay per Furby. They also have online guides on how to store your collection properly. Those are your show Furbies. When you have guests over, please have a seat. You're like sitting across the seat from like, yeah, like just a couple Furbies. Go ahead, wave at it. I'll be right back. He's in the room talking through it on a walkie-talkie. Show me your boobs. No one else is here. Show me your boobs. People are doing whatever it takes to profit off these toys still today. In Thailand, there is a huge market for Furbies, which has resulted in a massive scammer market. In February of 2013, a 16-year-old girl was arrested for scamming over 60 people on Instagram. In total, she made around $200,000 before getting caught off 60 people? Jesus! What is that per person? $3 grand a piece on average? Obviously, there's gonna be a guy, pays more, but still. Can you imagine paying through? I just never got it. Just a few months later, another scammer was arrested and sentenced to 75 years in prison for doing the exact same thing. 75 years for Furbies. Jesus Christ. Yeah, in Thailand, they're just like, cut off their toes. Their toes are gone. Staple fur on their entire body and put them in the jungle. I'll send the Furbies, I swear. Some people have no interest in the profit potential of Furbies, instead treating them like their own children, taking them on walks or drives to hear them talk. Others do photo shoots with their Furbies and take them to work so they can be shown off. If you're collecting anything, no one wants to see any of your collection stuff. Like when you collect stuff, it's for yourself. Don't force your coworkers to have to indulge on your fantasy. All right, I just want to throw that out there. Most collectors want to preserve their Furbies, while others turn them into random abominations. Since their introduction to the market, people have been obsessed with taking regular Furbies and turning them into weird or massive art pieces. In 2001, Kelly Heaton gutted 400 Furbies and put their faces on large white walls, which she called the reflection loop. As you approach the wall, all the Furbies directly in front of you line up and chatter. As you move around, others shut off while the other ones in front of you come to life. It's pretty horrifying, actually. It's a monstrosity. It's very odd. Another artist had 45 Furbies and attached them to an organ so they sang like a choir as you press the keys. It's like a Billy Bass thing. Yeah. With each note, a different Furby began to sing in a specific key. While this goes on, the other Furbies not being played react to the sound and begin to chatter. There are entire online communities focused around modding Furbies into horrifying monstrosities, many of which are genuinely impressive. They look fucking awesome. If you look at some of these, I mean, it's just super sick. Also, the Furby, they're just ripe for making into like just a creepy custom thing. Do you think it's because it's like, not that it's like slightly cute, like it's intended to be cute, but it can skew into the uncanny very quickly?
Yeah, it's definitely, they're just kind of weird looking.
They are. They're not cute enough. They're too strange. They're odd.
Also the fact that they speak Yiddish and Chinese.
The idea has greatly influenced my perception of them, knowing that the guys were like, speaking Yiddish and it's like some form of Asian dialect is the base start for this creature to learn our language, as if that's like, to humanize them. In '99, just 1 year after the release, the toy was identified as a threat to national security under the belief that they had a capacity to secretly record people and potentially repeat this classified information. Yeah, as if like, I don't know what George Bush is gonna have a Furby. And we're planning on, bombing Syria. And then some Syrian kids, here's like, bombing Syria. He's like, oh! Like, Okay. This may have been born from the misconception that Furbies have the capability to learn English over time. Rather than being pre-programmed to speak it on their own, people took this to mean that they must have recording devices inside of them. The Furby's learning. Yeah, no, it's just a box inside of it that it's in time and just does that thing. He's learning. We have to be careful, son. This is Yiddish and Chinese technology. Don't you understand? They're trying to destroy the very fabric of how we live. Due to a lack of understanding about the toy sensor technology, the paranoia escalated to the point where Furbies were being banned in certain locations, like the NSA headquarters as well as naval bases, which also, why would the Furby be there to begin with? Dude, this thing's fucking funny, right? Dude, boys, who wants to the Furby?
Oh, has someone made like a fleshlight Furby?
There has got to be a fleshlight Furby for sure. Dude, I can fuck my Furby now as he speaks Yiddish and Chinese at me. Security personnel from the Naval Shipyard in Portsmouth, Virginia, for example, were instructed to
You know what's
seize all
annoying?
Furbies that
Is
enter
the
the premises
Managade
and to
uses the
question
same
their owners.
icon as the Moss Agate.
But to be fair, back in the
So,
day, what?
it's
that,
all
like
alive.
99 to 2001 or whatever. That wasn't in the armies. Wasn't it also a part of fucking like don't ask, don't tell, whatever? I wonder if they sat there and they're like, who the hell's bringing that in? It's like, don't ask them about it and don't tell me about it.
He uses the same
Ask
one.
them why they have it.
Icon?
I don't know. My daughter gave it to
What
me.
is
Your
it?
daughter.
The Managade as a Moss
Oh,
Agate?
Michael, what are you trying to do? Like, what are you trying to
Oh,
tell me?
Moss Agate.
I'm not asking. I want you
Yeah,
to tell
so
me.
the
but
Mana
what are you trying
Agate
to
should
tell
have
me?
looked
One
like
of the most
that. The
over-the-top
Managade
theories
should
that
have
gained
looked like
traction
the
relating to
other one.
Furbies was that they had
True.
the ability to launch the space shuttle. They just did.
Literally
Everybody,
unplayable.
you can launch the space shuttle with that thing. I like how that gained traction too. What? Do you think there had to be a Hive official that when it's like they can't do that, right? So we just want to make sure that the Furbies that speak the Yiddish and Chinese, they can't actually launch their space shuttles, right? The guy sitting there like sweating bullets. No. The fear of Furbies even spread to the Federal Aviation Administration, and it was rumored that they had the ability to tamper with planes, with rumors spreading that airlines were putting them on the no-fly list. Many denied this, but did admit that they required people to take out their batteries due to FAA concerns. That's fair. But to be fair, I do think it's funny when they're just like, he can't come. A little girl's holding it. Michelle can't come? Put him in the Furby jail. Like a big thing, like bars and stuff. You have to put them in there. Hospitals were concerned as well, fearing Furbies could lead to medical equipment malfunctions, despite their tests showing no signs of this. But people still believed it. Dude, I wonder if people blame the Furbies. Or not diseases, but like, he was on life support, but he just messed up. It was the Furbies' fault. All these rumors led to more scrutiny, and Tiger Electronics eventually had to make a statement debunking all these wild claims to release the bans. In one of their statements, they had directly stated that Furby is not a spy, which I gotta say, only makes it look more like a spy. Furby is not a spy. All right, so get that wild thing out of your head. He ain't looking. Also, too, you know how hard it is to say that when the creature does not blink ever. He's not really looking at you. Yeah, in perfect Chinese, he says like he's like perfect Chinese. Well, I feel like everybody would be like, we gotta get out of here.
Do you think maybe U.S. like spies use Furbies? Like they modified their own and then sent them out with China and stuff?
To me, yes, because I feel like they've made such a stink about it that they probably didn't expect these theories to happen. And they're like, we were going to use those the entire time for spies. So now they had to have this huge campaign being like, guys, you're being crazy. Like they're not spy stuff, but then in actuality, they definitely are. Yeah. See, I mean, it's not a spy thing. Here you go, Xi Jinping. What would the Furby say to Xi Jinping in Yiddish Chinese that would make him smile? Xi Jinping is holding his Furby for the 4th consecutive day. And one of the more recent controversies occurred in 2017 when it was discovered that new age Furbies, which come equipped with Bluetooth, can be hacked into within a 100 feet radius, allowing strangers to potentially use their embedded microphone to speak to children.
That's horrifying.
Which I will say, if you're like a teenager, you're going to prank kids that way. I'm gonna kill you while you sleep. You know what? It's not a harmless prank, but it's a funny prank at that. It's funny if nothing bad happens. One of the biggest reasons why people hate Furby so much is because they never shut off. The design has no off switch, so if you don't take the batteries out, it will continue to randomly talk and chirp. It's fucking horrifying.
I'm screwed.
It's
The guy's
annoying enough
coming
to
up
listen to
behind me,
high-pitched
isn't he?
squeals anytime you walk by the thing, but it's nothing compared to some of the disgusting personalities picked up by the later generations of Furbies. A British family bought their 4-year-old a Furby Boom, which was the newest edition in 2015.
He's right
At first,
behind
the toy
me,
acted normally
isn't
with
he?
childish personality until one day when it became a disgusting pig. They claimed its voice became deep and gruff and referred to their daughter by saying, "Oh, baby," or "Oh, sugar." I got to say, me, 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 and then one day she's like, "Hey, Toots, come play with me." It also regularly farted and burped, eventually grew to hate being around the young girl, and the mother said the voice, "Get the f away from me! Hey, bring your mom back in here." The mother said the voice reminded her of characters from Breaking Bad. Was it Mike? Come on, Walter. Go, hey, little girl, get the f away from me. The family tried multiple times to reset the toy, but it only temporarily worked before the other personality returned. Mike just keeps coming back and saying, "Hi, I'm your deal. You're the ugliest little girl I've ever seen. Put your dick away, Walter. I'm not having sex with you right now, Walter." Many people simply hate Furbies simply because they look terrifying. Their unnerving animatronic design on top of their creepy behavior led many to fear them. And one person received a red Furby from a friend and forgot about it until it started.
AOE incoming. Watch your feet.
Can't drink anymore.
It's not looking good, Bev.
I need help. You have no mana. Fire in the hole. I got you, homie.
Ooh.
I got you, homie.
Hallo? Tracy? Jeg har lidt spørgsmål. Hvor han hopper ned, og så popper den der blomst, der er tæt på, og så dør han til. Hvad så?
Jeg tror bare, at du skal bare afsted, du.
Ja.
Red dig selv. Du skal bare afsted. Ja, okay. I skal over til elevatoren. Op ad den elevator der.
Han døde eddermame hurtigt.
Han døde eddermame hurtigt. Det kommer der, det kommer der, kommer der, kommer der, kommer der. Du skal op på den. Du kommer over på den, så lever du. Hop, bær, nej!
Brorstop, brorstop. Nej.
Nej, det var... Rough.
I've got you in my sights.
Jennifer? Where is she?
If like Pedri. Okay, so Roth are actually killing people. What the fuck?
Yoink. Another one.
Sense coming.
Last
Priest,
call.
priest.
No heals. Priest, no heals.
No heals, just renew.
No.
OT, careful.
Just killed himself.
No.
Guys, turn it. Face it away. Face it away. Zom.
I had to patch you off my
Fuck, you
threat.
guys.
Am the DPS, man.
Heal Oak.
Oak, Petri. Oak, Petri.
You are letting me down.
No, are you fucking kidding me, guys?
Comms.
What are you doing?
Oh no, that's my bad, guys. Oh my gosh. I fucked that so hard.
Guys.
Fuck, man. That's my fault.
Everyone boon right now. Everyone boon.
Yeah, fucking boon.
Yeah, 56. I see another group is doing. What the fuck?
Oh, 58.
Oh god. Do it.
Okay, just run.
I taunted it. Fuck!
But it's okay, we're blowing stuff up.
I kan også bare tage ind på Borgergade 2 og spille præcis. Oh my god. Oh my god. Det er scary, er det ikke det? Jeg er stunned i 4 sekunder. Er det? Call an ambulance. That's for me.
Call an ambulance! But not for me!
Nej. Dude, få med mig. Okay, ja. Fuck.
Keep looking.
Oh shit.
Incoming!
My mana is low. Not enough mana.
Can't make it. The shit's stuck.
Oh my gosh, RFK.
That guy's a fucking dragon. I don't think he really needed our help.
Bro, that is like.
Nope.
My bad, I guess Shadow Priest could use too, but I'm at 4.
Can you AoE? AoE?
What is this?
I used I may have to play 3.
I will lay on the hand.
You were?
Okay.
What?
I play 3.
I gave you lay on hand, now I am out of mana.
What the fuck are you guys doing?
Turn it into
Guys, I'm
fire.
completely This is not
Oh, you.
guys.
I'm dead.
What the fuck?
What?
No.
What?
I'm taking shit on it.
Petri Auto 4.
Can stream someone, please?
What happened?
I put too much. It's only me that's dead.
Oh my god.
Shit.
Don't forget to press No your click way. button.
Oh no.
Who knows?
Oh, Martina, på igen. Hon bor... Hæ? Hun bor inne i Arefjorden òg. Strømmen er sikkert 6 ganger sånn.
Beaucoup plus serein qu'à la première run en tout cas, ça c'est concret ça, en tout cas.
It was a big spider.
Frère?
Spider person, thank you.
I mean,
That was a
Je suis mort.
new bar dude
J'ai une bloc.
before they existed or whatever. I guess they were in Warcraft 3.
and I don't recognize them as people.
Why not?
Fuck them.
Rude.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
Oh.
Freaking waters.
Hey, you got the chest, maybe.
Okay. Looks like it.
Hooray.
Gonna be full of Garbo.
Actually,
Garbo.
that's better than Garb. That's only a little bit of Garb.
You there! Stop! Let's get this.
Got a night of ran.
A what?
Night of ran. What's delicious?
Oh.
Bye, have a great time.
Delicious cave mold.
Hello there.
You're delicious.
maybe. Funkmaster Delicious.
That's your name, isn't it?
On Twitch, yeah, because my usual is taken.
You're being the Funk Master.
I thought it sounded funny.
Fuck's that? Run, 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 run!
Hello, D.
What the fuck? Why is he on us? He's aggro to you.
Pumpkin
Run,
Punk.
run, run, run,
Oh,
run.
God.
You're good, you're good. You're good.
Balls of
What the fuck was the you're good? What the fuck was that? Why is he here, bro? He's on the road. What the fuck is that jump scare, man?
Glad you have full mana, you asshole.
I advocated.
Oh, you just did?
Yeah. I was at not full mana.
This is nice. Bet I can't wear them. Oh, hello there.
Ah, shit.
Anaria Shola. Anaria Shola. Anaria Shola. Anaria Shola. Anaria Shola. Anaria Shola.
Chacun, c'est pas en mode auto-quête. C'est ça.
Comme ça, y'a un mec qui a.
Pas de problème.
Je crois.
Itinéraire. Les gars fassent des queues.
Je vais autonne,
Voilà,
les armes parfois.
Non, non, c'est.
Ah, mais quand tu rends la quête, ça spawn.
Putain, mais. Alors,
En fait, attends, c'est qui a rendu la quête?
Faut pas rendre la quête, les gars. Ok, j'ai un garde, j'en prends deux. Ok, on finissait les gardes chacun d'un coup. Les deux je taunt. Je fais. Ok, je me bandage. Ok, c'est possible.
A Larvitar. Oh my god, emulation save state now. Purples? Level 18 Larvitar is insane. I'm gonna have a fucking Tyranitar. Definitely gonna use the Premier Ball for him. Come on.
Hvis man ikke gør det, så går han i status. Går man i status, så kan man næsten... Det er det jo.
Hjælpes Jeff udelukkende af personale.
Interrupt. Health warning. Health warning.
Hello there.
Health warning.
I'm gonna have to use like a million balls on it. This definitely being part of my team. Core member. Core member unlocked.
Health warning. Health warning.
It's literally at 1 HP and I still can't catch it.
Oh no, I'm bleeding.
Health warning.
No way! How long did he chase me for? He literally chased me for 10 fucking years.
Oh, that's a nasty poison. You bet that.
Yeah, it really is.
Oh my god, it's happening.
Oh my god.
What?
This guy drops
Got to drop
the
the
best
best
chest in the game.
SGC, yeah. Come on, heal. Come on, man.
What you doing?
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? I just died, bro. Bro, why can't you fucking heal? You can't get on Discord. You can't fucking heal.
Gotta finish it. Oh my god.
I have to put him to sleep. Come to fucking sleep.
Yo, a little help here?
Jesus.
I know it's like the worst epic, but leveling monsters.
Okay. Yeah. I got you.
It's a stupid place
I got him. 1 HP.
I'm healing.
1,000 years. Full sleep.
I got him.
Holy shit.
Oh my fucking god.
Dude,
That was the worst
get
place
out
to
of
do
there
things.
now. Get the fuck out.
You need to move, dude.
That was a pain in the dick. I mean, it was a literal legendary Pokemon, basically. That's a pseudo-legendary. Back home. Now I have to figure out who to get rid of for that one now, too. Dude, look, we're both the same. Did you do that on purpose? Look at our bongo cats.
Bongo.
Almost.
No, I didn't set it to that on purpose, but
Almost exactly the same.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Guys, so what I'm gonna do here
And
is
he
build
came with a Tyranitar, right? That is absolutely fucking nuts.
What the fuck? Bro, oh my god, dude. This motherfucker gave me a heart attack. What? Dude, can you get away from me? What the fuck?
oh fuck.
It's an increased special defense and lowered special attack, which is good for Tyranitar, because I mainly just want to be physical attacking. Tyranitar has a mainly physical defense, so an increased special defense should be like exactly what I want.
Nope.
It's not looking good, Bev.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
And I got that Nidoran, so I can give him my Black Sludge. I want a Nidoran on my team, so I'm gonna have to get rid of Zigzagoon. I literally cannot afford to have Zigzagoon on my team. So I am gonna get rid of him. Oh yeah. I am the Lizard King.
Lads.
Yeah, dude.
Didn't stop him from dying of an overdose, though.
Lads.
Spirits, attend your master.
Said that's not what he wanted to do.
Morrison? Yeah, probably not, but I wouldn't be surprised if he would be okay with that, though.
That'd be okay. I am the Lich, motherfucker.
No, teleport
My
Undercity.
hearth is to Hammerfall. Do you want to go to Hammerfall?
Mine's in Shadowprey, so I guess I'm going to Undercity because that's where we got to turn those in at.
Okay. Named
What about it?
my type
What?
or demon. Or demon. What? You
What
have
about an
10
hour before I
minutes.
gotta go?
Go get something. I get a sword and a necklace. Necklace that I don't really need.
Mhm.
And a sword I definitely don't need, but it's a pretty good sword. It looks kind of cool. Robes I can't wear yet. You tried to steal my robes.
No, you tried to steal my robes.
I might disenchant them. I don't know if I'm gonna wear them.
Wow.
Lose 10 spirit. That's a lot of spirit. Definitely better for warlocks, but I'll wear them. Oh shit, Bear Mothras has to turn into. You like very Mothras?
No, he's a butthole.
No, he's not.
Mm-hmm.
Says who?
He betrays Sylvanas.
Sylvanas betrays us.
Okay.
Betrays everyone.
Started it.
He started
He's working
it.
for the Void Lords. Or the Legion, I forget, but
How about both?
indeed.
How will this benefit me?
Everything he says right there. The first thing he said when I clicked on him, how will this benefit me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. back.
Happening? Are you linking me things?
Yeah, I linked you a thing.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
So I heard these have a chance of dropping Shadowcraft braces, is that true?
Yes.
Yeah, people say it, yeah?
Fake if you get the nails done.
Yeah, I'll just... Oh, there they are.
Oh!
That's
Diagnosed
500
with
gold.
Crohn's disease and
Oh my
struggling with
God.
your symptoms,
Congrats.
it's never
Holy
too soon
shit.
to talk to your
You
doctor
can't
about
damage them anyway.
Oh, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
This is the OST?
Yep. This is what you hear when you come down to the bar for the first time. And probably every time you go back in, too.
Probably.
I think there's different songs for different times of day, but yes, the morning one.
You followed, you came over here just to look at me. Stare at me with your goggles.
Indeed.
Okay, 4 eyes.
Rude.
Imagine actually that being an insult. Like, this shit's insane. Would you, how are you gonna be upset someone says, also 4 eyes?
That was a thing when I was a kid.
No, that sounds like a 60s insult. A 40s insult. That song's alright, I guess. I like it. I do like that. Yeah.
What? I took a screenshot.
How'd you know?
What the fuck is happening here?
That
is insane.
Reminds me of something else I've heard before, I swear.
Perfect. Congrats.
Kind of reminds me of Lane Deceased, maybe.
Hmm.
I don't know. I like it. It's chill.
It's kind of like that vibe, but I mean, like, I feel like that the actual sound I've heard before, though.
What?
What? I'm going bear.
Hold up. How's this guy getting through? What's happening? Is aggroing every mob possible? Yup, that's what it looks like. Sig. Oh shit! It's getting a little sketchy here. Bird, come save me, please. Bird! My bird is dead! We're dead!
Yeah, those are going on the auction house for 5 gold. Oh. 1 gold on that.
Are you sure about that?
Silver there. Are you sure about that?
Move away from Delanos. That's terrifying. No.
Where are we going?
No.
Run.
We'll pay 20 gold for tank for Sunken Temple?
Oh, fuck.
Wow.
Holy shit. Good off heals.
I am?
Yes.
Yep.
I don't think I can.
Go to the Badlands.
That's not fair. I'll take Sunken Temple.
Before.
Have you resisted?
Holy shit.
Do we have a million quests? Go to the Desolus. Good old Desolus has gone.
Okay.
Few things. Thunderbluff.
Yeah, probably.
I'm gonna be on mostly follow, so I can make this pizza.
Hostias, vienen las dos a la vez. Un segundo. Me han silenciado.
Yes, pizza. Deal.
Me metieron un feo estas dos. Fuera,
Okay.
Is it on a bagel though?
No. It's on a nacho chip.
Me han vuelto a silenciar, ahora me tienen a mí. Hostias. Hay que irse, hay que irse, hay que irse, hay que irse. Uf. Uf, 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 uf. Estamos muy muertos. Estamos muertos, estamos muertos, estamos muy muertos.
Large knapsack sold immediately.
Destrucción.
I love you.
I love you too.
You sound upset.
I'm just depressed. Everything sucks.
You're gonna go get free food, man.
Okay, that doesn't mean that everything doesn't suck.
Free food.
A few moments later.
Things only suck if you believe that they suck.
I don't know.
To the pit.
They pretty much do.
Find out. Well, way to find out.
Just everything's getting worse over time.
Got the screecher.
Every time I try to make plans for the future, they fall through.
Oh, but he's gonna pull.
Yeah, pulled.
No, he doesn't pull.
And the warrior got MC.
Oh my god. What do we do? Dude.
I'm gonna kite him.
Are you solid attack?
Apache. Holy fuck.
It's not, dude. No one's doing anything. Do we attack this?
They're gonna Patry. Just Patry off for, dude.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to redo mine. Is this timer gonna fuck me? Fuck yeah, I'm gonna have to use another Patry.
What's happening in there?
Oh, I'm possessed. Nice. And the warrior's out.
Hand polished hammer. Ooh, fancy.
Nero 13. Yeah, because it's a 1.5 second GCE versus. I think it's Miroki. 5-second heal. Or Miroki. So Renew is a great tool, especially once you get super high geared. Saffron is a great example of Renew. Saffron, the whole range, every 2 seconds, you take 5 high geared across every person, right? If you're not using.
know that.
Huh?
Did you like the movie?
Which movie?
Megan?
Oh, yeah, no, it was pretty mid.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, that's how much I didn't like it. I completely forgot what movie we even watched. But I also had a lot going on yesterday, so I kind of forgot about it.
Oh! Holy shit! Oh my god!
Oh my god, an Alcor?
That's alcohol sunrays.
What? Okay, it's that one's trash though. That one's awful.
You what?
Nothing.
Huh?
None of your beeswax, man.
Kann ich noch nicht tun.
Oh, was?
Kann ich noch nicht tun.
Ihr werdet sterben.
Noch nicht bereit.
Ooh.
Money.
What do you mean?
Health warning.
Oh god.
Health warning.
About this.
How's your day going, guys?
I just woke up at like 11:30. To be honest.
Oh damn.
I didn't get sleep. Like a couple hours.
Get out.
You wanna get that quest back there?
There isn't one.
Oh.
It was at this moment that
It just shows that for quest to be. How do we even do this fucking quest?
Wheel.
Oh man.
Whoa.
Thank you for watching, and until
It's
next
good to have friends.
Mm-hmm.
Knobs and Big Shots hooked me up. And if I wanted to, I could get my dad to like hook me up. I could get him to do anything I wanted.
Et
That's how much I do not give up.
Non, 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 bien sûr que non.
I could have him like run us through what. Although I don't think I trust him to run us through it.
He's bubble hearts and
No.
he did the macro and shit.
We get himself killed. Tomps was telling me it took him like 20 times to learn how to do temple, I think. Is that him? Or is that someone else he was saying that about?
Please don't die, guys. Please. Oh my god. I'm about to get teleported out. Oh my god.
What time do you have to leave?
Gonna be a big tax, so be prepared.
I gotta be there at 2, so I'm gonna leave in about 45 minutes, maybe. I'm gonna like brush my teeth and
I'm trying to
get dressed and stuff.
Like 2 o'clock.
Be there for 2 or 3 hours would be my guess.
It's 12:30 for you right now.
Yes. And then tomorrow I'm gonna be gone a little bit to Mom. She's gonna help me with some tax bullshit I've been having to deal with, and she's gonna give me some can of butter.
That'll be cool.
Well, I'm broke enough to not have money for a mount. Alright, that's pretty broke to me.
You get to
She
hang
says
out
it's
with
pretty
your mom.
potent stuff. Yeah, well, that's mostly what I was doing yesterday. That's kind of why I'm so depressed, because she's not doing very well at all.
Oh crap, why do I have
She had to quit her job, and her health is getting worse, and she might be going back to live in her van, so...
So you gotta hang out with her.
We have a lot coming in from behind. Behind. Lots. I don't know where they came from.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh.
And all the time with her you can. I would say even if you can't spend even if it means not spending time with me, you better spend it with her.
Hiya. Sup, boys?
Double barrel, yeah, I don't know why I can't speak. Double barrel AR-15. Do it?
Yeah, it's burped, I guess. He's scared, he didn't want to come out.
No, I'm scared you can't, scared you can't. Watch out, left side. Watch out.
Where the hell did that guy even come from?
Look at the bunny rabbit. There you go. There's a bunny rabbit. Very skinny looking.
Which arrowheads can penetrate bullet-resistant glass. Remastered. Target point. Ultra sharp. Meteor hammer. Bullet point.
It's definitely like a Borderlands gun.
Yeah, it's somewhat pointless, isn't it? I mean, maybe? I mean, maybe not? Could be useful? You want to hit him 2 times at the same, you know, just hit him twice at the same time.
Armor-piercing broadhead.
I feel like you need a specialized optic for that, though, to make sure your bolts are actually going on point.
Yeah, I did think it was fascinating that they kind of rotated when you saw the first impact.
Bone piercer. Black Widow. G5. X3. Pioneer.
Oh yeah, boom, that actually pierced it.
M8. Fist dovetail. Vitesse 3-blade barbed broadhead. Which arrowheads can penetrate bullet-resistant glass?
Sorry, I thought you were a purse-snatching sissy boy. So what brings you here to my dojo of justice? What's that? You want to learn how to help the needy and protect the innocent from the roving bandits and brigands that infest the public transportation infrastructure? To fight evil wherever you go and look like a fly goon in the process? Do you want to touch a homeless person? To check up on them and help them, of course. Unless they're evil. In which case you'll show them constellations by bonking them over the head repeatedly. Do you want to learn about the real Superman? The symbol of justice.
You want to watch this?
Justice and truth that benevolently guides
It's about
humanity
45
through the
minutes.
darkness below towards a peaceful and opulent future. Whilst wearing a pretty fucking tight red beret in the process. And no, I'm not talking about Brother Gadzi. Of course you do, because after all, I know you so well. It's almost like we have a deep, unspoken connection with each other. I just knew that you would be into the life of justice and massive swag, just like me. That's why I've started to watch you while you sleep. You know that I've been doing that, don't you? You really need to sort out that snoring, my guy. I think you might have sleep apnea. It is pretty cute when you start mumbling my name, though. Haha. It's almost like you know that I'm there whilst you slobber on the stained comfort pillow and scratch your arse through your skid-marked Superman briefs. It makes me really happy that I'm one of your guardian angels.
Keep picking that up.
Yeah, why
not? Hold on.
Please leave a like and a comment on this video
Is it a
because
fishing
it
quest?
really helps me in the
I don't
algorithm.
think so.
Let me tell you a little something about justice. It was created on March the 26th, 1954 in Canarsie, Brooklyn, New York City. That is when Curtis, Justice is
You
my
don't
middle
think so.
name, Justice Sliwa, entered the world. The
Do you
son
have
of a
fishing?
merchant seaman, Curtis was one of 3 tykes
No,
to
no,
grace the Catholic family.
Then I don't think
Now
it's a
what the
fishing
fuck
quest, or you
kind of
probably wouldn't
name
be able to
is
see it.
Sliwa, you're probably asking? Well, English-speaking God and his infinite wisdom and comedic genius made the living embodiment of
I mean,
justice.
I have
in Poland.
fishing. I don't.
Which
It's
is
like
funny
level
because
1.
the Polish people, if you want to
This
call
one's
them
elite.
that,
Should we
know
take it?
nothing of justice. To
Um,
them, eating grass, speaking wrong, and frolicking through
That's
waist
what
high
Doc
bogs
and
while
Chuck
naked
are
is the
from,
zenith of life. and thusly they are unable to
Yeah, we can
comprehend
do that.
such
We'll be able
abstract
to handle
things.
that.
Yet, the first miracle occurs in young Curtis. Curtis, being one boy of 3 children,
Right.
was sent to St. Matthew's School in Crown Heights, which was seemingly closed down and demolished. So instead, have a picture of the church
There's to that
it
thing
was
to the
presumably
west
attached
and
to.
an escort
And what
quest, I
can
believe.
tell and
I don't know
show
what's
you
over there.
is
I
his
forgot.
hangout afterwards in public
That
school
one to the west is an escort
114
quest. This one to the
Raider
southwest is what
Elementary,
I'm going
which
towards.
you'll be shocked to hear by its very
I
clinical
guess we
and
probably have to tell
prison-like
the Kodo
name
Ghost or
is
something.
a public school in the inner city. So you'll probably have a rather vivid image of the sort of environment that it is. Like most of us, as he got older, he got himself a change in educational establishment, and he ended up finding himself in IS 068 Isaac Bildersea Junior High School. What the fuck is up with these mechanican names for fucking city schools? You might as well have me standing at attention and rattling off my fucking service number before the tear gas you have billowing into the room has me convulsing. Whilst he was in Bildersea, Curtis would start to develop as a man. And sadly, he ended up gaining something of an eye for the fairer sex, being so enraptured by the female form that it would end up causing his grades to plummet, and his parents to host something of a soft intervention about the entire thing. Imagine being such a fucking chaser that your mum has to come in and tell you to wind it in. Regardless, the proposed solution to this burgeoning issue was one that shouldn't surprise any of us. Curtis was banished to an all-boys Catholic school. Indeed, Curtis found his spot at the Jesuit-ran Brooklyn Preparatory School, which is, surprise, surprise, also no longer a thing. Because I'm assuming in the early 1970s, the Jesuits realised how futile it was trying to bring God to a place as cursed and Talmudic as New York City. And so they just gave up. But hey,
have you ever had a Lunchable?
Fill us in on the details in the comments.
Not for a long time.
Despite that, though, the adolescent Curtis found it to be his ideal environment whilst he was there, managing to bag himself the role of class president, before being subsequently expelled for being an activist and courageously protesting against the obviously fascist and ontologically evil policy of a dress code. A dress code in a Catholic school. I know, the horror. So, after getting the boot, he found himself enrolled at Carnarzy High School, where he managed to smoothly sail out the rest of his secondary education without any more hiccups. Until he seemingly exhausted the knowledge reserves there and got his hefty hiney into Brown University with a partial scholarship.
Well, I gotta
However,
put this down
despite
and
his
clean
best
my
efforts,
cup.
he never actually graduated high school. Because he is an enlightened trueborn that couldn't be inoculated and indoctrinated with the
it's both of them.
NSA
Only one's an elite.
conditioning.
Yeah, this guy
He is
patrols
many
though,
things, but a sheep he is not. But that's just all educational guff that no cool cat really cares about. How was my man hustling
kind
in
of
his
waiting for
youth?
him to come back.
Well, whilst he was toiling away in
Just
the
kind of
education
waiting. No, we're not
system,
right now.
he also got some
Fucking
lessons
clear the
from
area.
the School of Hard Knocks. Because Curtis got himself a job as a delivery boy for the creatively named Daily News, engaging in a tour of duty so rigorous and intense that his work was recognised, resulting in him getting designated as
On
the
Dampen Magic.
1979 Newsboy of the Year. The lad's award came when he was just out on a standard news run
And
like
get
normal,
me in a
and
bit.
then he noticed a building that was engulfed in flames. Without thinking, Curtis apparently leapt forth and actually rescued people who were trapped in the burning building, doubtlessly invoking the praise of many and the ire of J. Jonah Jameson, respectively, managing to even bag himself a visit to that White House place that Americans are so obsessed with.
We have a guy coming straight towards us for no reason. Literally beelining it.
Institution.
Yeah, and then he walked right into the guy in aggro, of course.
He managed to get a job as a night manager in his local Macca's in the Bronx. Now, being a New Yorker, Curtis, of course, was dependent on the New World luxury of
Oh
public
my
transportation,
god.
with New York in
Why?
particular
A straight line, dude. A straight line for 10 years. Not turning, nothing. For no reason.
Yes,
Out of the
I've seen it
blue.
enough. I'm pretty sure it does it on purpose.
What do you mean it does it on purpose?
I'm pretty sure I've seen so many different mobs will just like walk towards like sound an enemy and fighting and
rather
shit.
hazardous
They'll
environment to
be
wait
perfectly
through
fine
on your
and they'll
daily
beeline
commute.
straight for you.
So Curtis
No,
got to
that
work,
was not
initially
fucking on
founding a
purpose.
small fellowship of like-minded justiciars in the Rock Brigade. And by like-minded justiciars, I mean that he basically recruited his own employees from the McDonald's who he managed to convince and recruit to his cause, going on to
Not
clean up
fighting
and
those
help
assholes.
people in the neighborhood. And fun fact, it was known as the
It's
Rock
actually
Brigade
retarded.
because, according to an overly dramatic Times article, Curtis gained the nickname The Rock for being a big bruiser who was built for brawling. Can you smell what The Rock is cooking? I mean, it's probably a Big Mac because he fucking works at McDonald's. It turns out he was also cooking himself a new
Even with
outfit
Mr.
in
I
form
want to
of
join the party,
Majestic
even though
13,
I came
a
from 5
tasteful
states
rebrand
away.
saw his
That was
motley
super
crew
easy.
of a mere dozen balloon and explode into a fighting force a few hundred strong, patrolling regions of the city and the underground during times where the NYPD either weren't present or weren't even willing to do their jobs. Now, why exactly did Curtis hire his goons from McDonald's? Well, apparently, he just needed them because there was just that many incidents whilst he was working as the night manager that he physically needed a posse to back him up whenever he went out the front to deal with the problem. Armed with weapons and everything, because apparently getting jumped inside a McDonald's was just that fucking common back in the day. It's still very common. If anyone's ever been in the McDonald's at the Four Corners after 10 PM, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. The thing is, though, the Magnificent 13 just wasn't quite snappy, hopeful, and Hollywood enough of a name. So another was to be adopted. And that is where Curtis had a vision from none other than God himself. Indeed, the grand creator of existence totally came down to Sion Sliwa and personally told him himself that he was his, capital H his, top guy. And that his crew were the angelic protectors of New York City. As a result, we see the proper birth of the Guardian Angels. The heroes that New York didn't need, but definitely deserved. Now, why don't I tell you about who they are, how they work, where they're at, and why they are so damn fly. The Guardian Angels' objective is to patrol areas where the police presence and action is deemed insufficient by the Angels, in what they call safety patrols, usually in inner cities, subways, and on other forms of public transportation like buses. And from there, they would essentially just mill about in their big tacky 80s goon apparel, waiting for someone to get rowdy, so that they could step in and do a citizen's arrest. To which then, of course, everyone will clap, and the NYPD will move in to detain and or arrest the Angels. Due to both the high standards of what warrants and constitutes a citizen's arrest, alongside the aforementioned corruption present within the NYPD that I will get into later. Plus, a fair few times they actually made the police look bad because, you know, the Guardian Angels would actually step in and stop crimes before the police could. However, despite the obviously goofy nature of the guys, the Angels seemingly did a good enough job at patrolling and hanging around such areas that they started to gain a genuine respect from members of the public, even if they did essentially operate as yet another gang. Probably
like this
helped by
picture,
the
I see.
fact that the Guardian Angels
Guess I
were
cropped it.
overwhelmingly
Want a hoodie
black
like this?
and
Give me
Latino.
this hoodie.
Now, before you get pissy at me for
I
saying
want
that,
a
you
side-up
must
hoodie.
consider the fact
Or a
that this
Bellsprout hoodie,
is an
obviously.
inner-city, crime-busting vigilante outfit. Good swathes of the community would get very, very antsy if all of the Guardian Angels were white.
Pikachu.
Whether or not that was justified, I'm not going to comment. This, of course, resulted in the Guardian Angels getting a little bit of friction from the NYPD, culminating in somewhat of a tense relationship that would occasionally flare up into tragedy. Like in New Jersey in December of 1981, when a police officer shot Guardian Angel Frank Melvin after Frankie started unzipping his jacket to show his angel symbol. To which the officer thought the JPEG on his chest was a gun and mag-dumped him. Curtis assumed that the shooting was racially prejudiced because Mr. Melvin was a black fellow. And Curtis understandably assumed the offending officer was a white man who objected to this black man's existence. However, this all fell apart when it was later revealed that the shooter, Officer Milton Medina, was Hispanic. The Guardian Angels now have branches all over the planet. From New York to Miami, to the Philippines, to even the penal colonies where they are very, very needed out in Australia. Fun fact, actually, the Mexico City branch of the Guardian Angels not only actually exist, despite the absolute fucking state of the place, but is also led by professional wrestler and seasoned Canadian, Vampiro of all people. So, there's at least one Guardian Angel who can actually fight. And before you say shit about, oh, wrestling's fake, actually, shut the fuck up. Not only are you a homosexual who can't have fun, but professional wrestlers are genuinely some fucking tough nuts. Even if they do dress like Melvins. They're essentially roided up stuntmen with a flair for the dramatic. And brother, you wouldn't want to throw down with one. I only did so when he was being held down by another wrestler. Speaking of wrestling, actually, Curtis Sliwa's second wife... Okay, that's a hell of a segue, I know. But see, his second wife, Lisa Evers, by complete coincidence, is also a complete fucking character. Being not only the national director for the Guardian Angels and former co-host to one of Curtis's radio shows, but she was also a professional model and had a black belt in karate. And notably had a short stint as a professional wrestler, having briefly went under the tutelage of this little-known organisation known as the World Wrestling Federation. What are the chances that the gang of glamorous goons are riddled with people who are very well acquainted with kayfabe? And for the curious amongst you, she actually trained under one brawling beau known as the Fabulous Moolah. I know, what a charming and approachable looking woman. Lisa ended up debuting in Madison Square Gardens in 1985 on Tuesday Night Titans. I would show you the footage of her debut, but one, I really can't be bothered scrounging.
It's because I had dampened magic and it dampened my fall down.
And two, even if I did go to the effort of doing so, I wouldn't be able to upload this video without being molested by Triple H and his copyright crew. So, what's she doing now? Nothing really. She's just a journalist and a regular Fox News reporter. Because of course she fucking is.
I guess these guys
I'm telling you, it's all connected, and I'll explain it at the end.
We do not have underwater breathing.
Keep this knowledge in mind.
Nope.
Now, having said that, don't get it twisted. These guys were no mere pushovers. The Angels are supposedly well-disciplined in first aid and self-defense, with most of the members being trained in karate. And they didn't just do patrols. They asserted themselves upon troublemakers
literally
in
gonna
ways
be
that you might
the
not
hardest
expect
thing ever,
from a
isn't it?
gaggle of good Samaritan goons,
Annoying,
including apparently raiding drug dealers to steal their money and their product, then donating all of the money to charities and giving the entire neighbourhood a contact high by burning the drugs. They were organised and a tangible threat to crime in the city, being such a nightmare that even bigger players in both the high rungs of the government and the criminal underworld started to take them seriously. With even fucking Rudy Giuliani coming out to publicly support them in their efforts. being presumably enraptured at the idea of someone actually being able to do something meaningful against the mob. There's even some schmuck called Mario Cuomo becoming an ardent supporter of them by saying they are a better expression of morality
Let's go
than
get
our
bear
city
asses
deserves.
instead.
Quite rich considering what his
Where's that at?
son Andy
Bear
would
asses?
get
I
up
don't
to.
know.
They were making so
The
many
guy in the
waves,
guild,
as a
his
matter of
name
fact,
slapped my
that in
bear ass.
1981, Mayor Ed Koch formally opened an investigation into the Angels. And according to the Washington Post, the investigation came back, quote,
You mean
so
wow? Don't say wow
positive
like
that
you're.
the Guardian Angels will soon be awarded some sort of official status.
First we war, then we
Sounds
craft.
great, right? Well, such high praise naturally invites equal criticism.
First we
Especially
war,
when
then
Koch
we mine.
himself just keeps
Then we
saying
craft.
things. Take, for example,
This
his
is another guy.
comments on the Crown Heights riot of 1992, when a bunch of black people attacked the local Hasidic Jews when a Chabad motorcade accidentally struck some Guyanese children. Curtis commented that, quote, there is no fear that the Jewish community is going to come to the streets and loot and rob and rape. What did he mean by this?
That's not the right kind of Naga.
And Curtis also asked, when in my lifetime have I ever seen a Hasid grab anyone's pocketbook? Well, here's the thing, Kurt. You probably haven't because they get someone else to do it for them. Then there's the whole thing of Curtis just making shit up. Like faking injuries that he sustained whilst fighting off rapists who were presumably gunning for his mighty hiney. He also just straight up
Your
faked 6
cloak.
different incidents for publicity and even fabricated the claim that he was
I
kidnapped
mean, like, I want
by
it. It
3
looks
dirty
cool.
cops. Now, that might sound really fucking bad, but this was actually a 500 IQ play from Curtis.
Give me your boots, your
He claimed
clothes, and your
that he
keys.
fabricated a not insignificant amount of the Angels' early exploits to raise awareness to the perils of taking the train. Saying,
Isn't that yellow hoodie
I
look very
feel some
summery
of the
though?
incidents
Summery
we
mood.
staged led to some improvements. Yes,
Makes you
I
a
lied,
watertight.
but the lies
Makes you
good
what?
things happen. But then
Makes you a
we get into
watertight.
the very real incidents that were
Fine.
thrust
If I can
onto
be water
Curtis'
steel,
sleeve.
at least I'll
Like
be water type.
the mob repeatedly trying to fucking kill him. Specifically those
Then you'll
goobers
rust.
known as
Water
the
steel.
Gambino crime family. Yeah, those ones.
Napoleon,
They
yeah.
repeatedly
There's a
tried
starter.
to kill the
I
funny
like
beret man.
Napoleon.
And quite evidently, they failed.
The only water
Well,
steel
what
type.
fucking bozo did they send to try and
Okay.
ice him? The Gambinos sent out none
Napoleon
other
is the
than
only
fucking
Pokemon with
John
water steel type.
Gotti Jr. to kill
He's not the
Sliwa
best starter
on
type, but he
multiple
is
occasions.
cool, and he's the only
John Gotti
water
was
steel.
Curtis Sliwa's Elmer Fudd.
Really strong type.
I'm being completely serious. The first time their paths crossed was in April
Water
of
type.
1992, when Curtis was jumped by 3 goons wielding baseball bats. There was no hero moment because Curtis got his shit absolutely rocked with a broken wrist and multiple head injuries. This ties to Gotti because he got accused of orchestrating the job by prosecutors during the following trial. But of course, that didn't stop Johnny Boy.
Both said
Because
that
on
his,
the 19th of June, 1992,
Booth
Sliwa
pool
got
is
into
what
a
holds him back.
taxi and,
He
well,
just doesn't have many very boots.
I'll just let him tell you instead.
And this is the plot. They stole a yellow cab late at night, sawed the handles off on the inside, and turned it into a rolling coffin, and assumed that on one of those mornings I would pick their cab, which had their wheelman, a Gambino guy named Angelo Dundee Bundini Brown or something along those lines, and the shooter, Michael Iannati. And they would go round and round the block. And Joey D'Angelo looked like a cab driver, and Michael Iannati was a killer extraordinaire because he was an executioner. And on the 6th day that they went round and round, bingo, lotto day for them, I picked their cab, I jumped in the back, told them Madison
But
Square
a
Garden,
hammer
hurry up,
cultist.
Mac.
Better
Said,
kill
no
them right
problem,
now.
Sliwa. And I thought, wow, an English-speaking cab driver, a guy who knows where he's going. Man, this is my day. I can max and relax, read the newspapers, prepare for the
This song
broadcast.
is full. What is
Halfway there,
this?
instead of turning left,
What
to
are
go west,
those?
he turns right to Gavon and goes east. And I said, hey, Mac, turn this hack around. And all of
Did
a
you get
sudden,
my
he's putting
target
the pedal
on me
to
so
the
I can
metal,
turn
and
this
could hear
in?
the transmission grinding. And I said, I don't
no,
think
because
he's
you kept
taking this to
saying,
Amco
no,
for
we'll do
a
it later.
transmission fix.
I
And
mean,
said,
my
hey, Mac,
advanced
I told
target,
you,
don't
turn
I?
this hack around.
I
And then
don't
look at
have
this flick
the shit
within
on me right
seconds.
now.
All of a sudden, some gorilla pops up in front of me who had been stuffed under the dashboard.
But I'll
He
get into you by
popping a
tomorrow.
38 right down at my three-piece set, my lower extremities, not the knife, spoon, and
Gotta mail
spoon
shit
and
for my
fork.
alt. I gotta swing
And
by
all
the
of a sudden, he
bank.
says, take this, you son of a bitch, pooh, and he fires. And I could see the fire leave the barrel of the gun. Didn't feel anything and never been shot before, so assumed, wow, this is just a bad dream or a misfire. And by the time I could come to my senses, as my heart was beeping, and I felt like Robbie Robot and Lost in Space, you know, danger, Mr. Robinson, danger. He raises the gun, fires a second time, and now I feel it. The cramping, the blood is spewing. All of a sudden, I'm in a panic, and I immediately dive for the door. Figure I'll dive into oncoming traffic, risk becoming a speed bump, and they knew I would do that. And as I reached for the handle and pulled to yank it open, it came off in my hand, and pow, a third shot right through my legs like a hot knife through butter. I've now been shot 3 times. I'm bleeding like a sieve. I'm stuffed beneath the driver, trying to avoid the headshots. I'm fighting the gun off so he can't pop 2 in the back of my head. And then all of a sudden, I pick up my Guardian Angel walkie-talkie.
Okay,
I say, Angel 1, code red, Angel 1. And they start blabbering away. And it distracts the driver, Joey D'Angelo, who thinks maybe it's NYPD 5-0. So he drives on the sidewalk. He drives back onto the street. He makes a radical turn going south towards the Williamsburg Bridge. And I feel a gust of wind. And I said, feet don't fail me now. I got precious little energy. So I used the cushion in the back to see, as if it were a trampoline, dived in the direction of what I felt was an open window because I felt the gust of wind. Luckily, they had opened the window just moments before they had picked me up because the air conditioner wasn't working. Lucky that the AC wasn't working. I made it halfway out the window. The gunman panics. He realizes, oh my God, he's out the window. So he pulls me up by my belt. He puts the gun in my back. The driver at the same time crashes me into parked cars. I smash me like sardines, nut to butt. They pump that final bullet in the back, push me out, and figure I'm dead on arrival and I'm sucking concrete. Next thing you know, they scrape me up off the asphalt, put me in the gurney, put me in the meat wagon, throw me on the emergency
This guy
route
can
of
really
Bellevue.
talk.
And they start cutting and chopping, and an hour and a half, well, actually hours later, days later, I wake up in intensive care with every tube and every orifice of my body, the bells and whistles. I wake up slowly. I see that first face that indicates
Kodo
to me
ghost.
that I'm alive, I'm not
Yeah.
dead, and it's Ed Koch, my former nemesis, the former mayor of the city of New York, who thought I was a hemorrhoid in a red beret, and I thought I had died and gone straight to hell without an asbestos suit.
What a storyteller. Gosh, he's just such a vagabond and natural orator. He makes me feel all gooey inside when he starts gushing about having a cab driver who can actually speak coherent English. Indeed, Curtis was kidnapped and capped 3 times, but he managed to slink away with his life by chucking himself out of the cab window and crawling for help, requiring surgery on his leg and lower back for multiple gunshot
Kill him
wounds.
again.
However, he defied fate and lived, much to Gotti's chagrin. Unsurprisingly, federal prosecutors came knocking soon after, and they charged Big Johnny Gotti, claiming that he orchestrated and partook in the attacks on Curtis over Curtis's previous comments on Johnny's dad, John Gotti Sr. Despite the fact that he's literally a mafioso with a reputation for doing this very sort of thing, with Curtis literally giving first-hand testimony and brandishing proof of the incident all over his body, Gotti got away with it. Because mobsters are, of course, very famous for being slippery fuckers to nail down. Now, with all of this shit about both Curtis and the Angels, you would imagine that both groups would be targeted and crushed out of existence soon enough. But no, not really. As New York's obscene crime rate eventually simmered down and the mob was crushed to the point that most of the Angels were essentially soft demobilized, being relegated to sparse patrols and not much else. Curtis then got to pursue his newfound passion in radio, hosting multiple radio shows over the years on WABC. where he would usually discuss current happenings within New York and local politics by extension. Being such a good analog Joe Rogan over the airwaves that upon being released from WABC in 1994, he was approached by the city-owned WNYC to host a segment for them. Though accusations started flying that Curtis just got the gig from our old pal, Rudy Giuliani, just for being a good one. Now, you may be wondering why Curtis is so chummy with such right-wing chuds as Rudy Doody Giuliani and the like. And the answer is simple. Curtis is a rather political and specifically right-wing sort of fellow, actually getting into politics in earnest after the Angels died down, starting with him hosting a conservative-leaning radio talk show. Then in 2007, on said show, he announced his desire to make the Republican Party less fake and gay by hinting at him running for office. He didn't actually do it though. Instead, in September of 2016, Curtis and one of his chums successfully couped and took over the Reform Party of New York State. I had you there for a second. I know I did. Stop fucking lying. And brother, they ran in the 2018 gubernatorial election. However, they had a bunch of malarkey take place with regards to picking a candidate. But they eventually settled on endorsing Republican Mark Molinaro, just in time for them to get absolutely fuck all votes, falling 50,000 short of the threshold required to maintain access to the ballot. Curtis was unfazed by this electoral setback, and he folded back into orthodoxy by rejoining the Republican Party in earnest and running for mayor of New York City in the 2021 election, squaring off against Democratic candidate and famed Malteser Eric Adams for the position. Curtis sadly lost, though in fairness, he did manage to get 27% of the vote, which is honestly pretty good for a guy who started his career by founding a gang of goons who LARP as Paris. Remember that tidbit for later. Now, there were a few things that were very interesting about Sliwa's run in 2021. For a start, he ran on a platform of opposition to the popular defund the police movement, which was all the rage post-Floyd, which Curtis Sliwa had some
It sounds different when you call them birds.
with himself and the Angels naturally taking part in a series of battles during the Floyd Krieg in 2020, with his band of brethren putting up a valiant defence of some random footlocker in Soho, holding off the fiery but peaceful looters in a mighty clash before milling around and hoping that they didn't come back. With the band of around 6 supposedly facing down and holding off 100 masked goons in a true display of martial prowess and principle. A modern Thermopylae, no doubt. Now, there were some very interesting things about that campaign. See, other than the Floyd connection, what was of interest was Sliwa's conduct after the landslide defeat. Because when Eric Adams got into power and later got slapped with a fine for rodent violations in his home, Curtis then showed up outside of his apartment with 2 of his 16 cats, claiming that feral cats would be a very novel way to control New York's famously virile and assertive rat population. Yeah, really, Curtis Sliwa does apparently have 16 cats. That beret can get pussy, what can I say? Now, you might be inclined to believe that this failed bid for the mayorship had put the kibosh on Curtis's political aspirations and crushed his spirits. But you'd be wrong, Buster, because as some of you are probably very keenly aware, Curtis just ran in the 2025 mayoral election. Which
roll
just
over on my
happened
back
as
and I'm
of
not gonna be
filming
able to
this video.
move like a
This
turtle.
is
I
where
don't
we
wanna
see
die.
Curtis at his most Curtis, bedazzling the world with the sheer strangeness of the man, bolstered by the natural charisma and a few decades as a radio host. This guy is fucking weird. but you sit your ass down and you listen when he talks. As like every up-and-coming statesman in the 21st century, he has spent far too much time on Twitter. Case in point, his strange fixation on the contemporary language of the youth, clunkily adapting their retarded idiosyncrasies and degenerate lexicon in a display that is simultaneously painfully...
What'd you say?
That's my chicken pot pie, kitty. It's a bad Mr. Kodo.
No, Mr. Kodo, that's a bad
Mr. Frodo.
boomer coded, yet
Mr.
also
Frodo.
surreally endearing.
Yeah,
As
I'll
you may have
watch Lord of
noticed,
the Rings
gaining
while
a
you're
particular
gone. If you're
affection
not
for the
back
Zoomer
by
analog
halfway
for
mark
brown
of the
nosing,
first
currently known
movie, I'm
as
calling the cops.
glazing.
When you watch the entire extended edition, and I'll probably be home before the first one's over.
Mr. Sliwa.
Oh, please don't be glazing me here, Zora.
We did an extended
Indeed,
edition
as
where
though
it
the
covers literally
2025
every
elec-
minute of the journey.
I could deal with that.
It'd be an 8-month-long movie if I remember right.
Watch that. I want to see what they're doing when they're like nothing exciting is happening.
Well, they're hobbits, so they're eating is what they're doing.
Okay, I like eating.
I saw a post the other day comparing I don't remember the exact context, but it was basically like the hobbits to Gandalf are basically he just shows up and like sticks them in his pocket like an emotional support hamster. Like I don't want to do this terrible journey alone. Let me grab a few like support plushies.
Yeah. You gotta get your team. The squad.
Yeah, and you need the lovable, adorable little sidekick. Oh yeah, it was one of those posts like, why don't you just tie the ring to a chicken or something? And then people pointed out that Frodo was that chicken.
Okay, Frodo was the chicken, but he was still much more complex than a chicken. Just put it on an actual chicken.
Yeah, well, people point out that the ring will just tempt whoever's leading the chicken, and etc. So it's too busy trying to tempt Frodo.
Keep it real.
Trying to tempt.
Yeah, well, it got there in the end.
Or what did he even want to do with it anyway?
I think it tempted him with the power to fight off Mordor. Beat back the Dark Lord and save the Shire, etc. Run from the hyenas. Wow.
Alright. Alright, doggo. Would you be tempted by the ring?
Maybe. I think everybody would be. That's kind of the point. I mean, even Sam was tempted by it. It just didn't give him the right temptation.
Mainly consisted of Curtis rhetorically locking horns with Democrat nominee Zoran Mamdani by being the weirdest fuck that he possibly could be. being memed by basically everybody due to him giving schizophrenically incoherent non-answers to very simple questions.
So you basically just do 6, 7, and then just do that with your hands. 3, 2, 1.
6, 7.
And
So what is it that Curtis Sliwa actually believes? What is he
Why would they
promising
do
to the
that
voters?
to him?
Well, other than being
Because
quite
it's funny.
famously tough on crime,
Leave
he
him
is
alone.
a quintessential lowercase r mid-2000s Republican, with a couple of lefty twinges, being non-MAGA yet populist in nature, a staunch supporter of the NYPD, and a critic of all that woke TM shit, like critical race theory, defund the police, and vaccine mandates. Despite being the 2015 standard for based and red-pilled, however, he was also a proponent of a form of universal basic income, a formal separation between church and state, a supporter for property tax being put on state institutions like Columbia University and Madison Square Garden, and, as previously mentioned, a zealous advocate for the release of feral cats into the city to stem the ever-present vermintide. And I'm being completely serious about that last one. He's even a staunch hater of the Donald, saying that he, quote, should stay out of New York politics, and calling the guy a screwball and a crackpot, which is extremely rich
You're a
coming
screwball.
from Curtis Sliwa. Regardless, he can't just stand upon a platform of hating Drumpf and expecting to get anywhere. The Democrats have been doing exactly that for nearly 10 years now. So how did Curtis do
Is that
in
white
this election?
chocolate?
Well, the
You
New
mining
York
white
voter
chocolate?
could have went 3 different
No,
ways.
that's not
They
until
could have settled for
Pandaria.
Cornball Curtis,
White chocolate
as previously
or-
mentioned. Or they could have had Sex Pest and
I
Serial
want to go to
Italian,
Candyland.
Andy
Can we
Cuomo.
fight in
Or
Candyland?
they could have had Zoran Durka Durka
Get
put on the
attacked by,
burqa Mamdani, who is
Sugar
famous for
T-Rex.
being foreign,
Unironically, I want to
speaking
do that.
foreign, being from the same province
That
in
sounds
Pakistan
awesome. I want a
as
game where
famed
we
evil
fight like
caricature
candy
Sadiq
monsters
Khan,
and to go to
and for some
Candyland.
reason questioning as to whether or not the political murder of soldier Lee
I think the
Rigby
vibe
was
is cool.
actually terrorism. Because
Let's
white
go
people,
back to Shadow Prince and the
among
Inn or
such other
something.
fun
I
and
gotta.
definitely not morally reprehensible
tired.
things that a truly
Yeah, I don't got long
civilized
before I gotta
country
go.
would just not put up with. So, with this lineup
me
of
away.
goofy goobers, how did the election go? Well, holy fuck. I don't want to hear a single other piece of hot air from the Americans about, haha, you Europeans are so cocked, burger, Mamdani jihad. Because that is a fucking electoral wipeout if I've ever seen one. It turns out the funny beret man was not super duper popular to anybody who wasn't white. And that's excluding Italians, because I'm just assuming they went for Cuomo. I saw this image and I think it accurately sums up the entire affair. Notwithstanding the fact that old brother Chang has been on the list for a good wee bit now. The Kuomintang has indeed fallen and taken up exile in Staten Island. But if Cuomo is Chang and Mamdani is Mao, does that make Curtis, oh my Manchu god? Curtis Sliwa is Puyi. And yes, of course, he is also on the Mad Lad list. Team Dankula are avowed Qing restorationists, as well as Manchu supremacists. So where does all that hokey-pokey guff leave us? Well, here's a fun fact for you. When translated into a white language, Curtis Sliwa's name transforms from Curtis Sliwa to Polite Plum Tree. No, I'm being completely serious. Sliwa means plum tree, and Curtis means polite, and cognates with the word courteous through Old French. I bring this up, of course, because plums are in the same genus as apples, being Plunus, and apples are, of course, also found and made in Europe alongside plums, with the plums being functionally purple equivalents. So you have a purple apple, purple being the colour of royalty, faith and penance in the Catholic world, and an apple which, of course, has deep ties to the Bible, with amongst other things, the apple of Eden. It comes from the apple tree, a plum tree. Sliwa. New York, where Curtis and the Guardian Angels first started, is also known as the Big Apple. Curtis Sliwa, née Polite Plumtree, is the abstract concept of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, given physical and tangible human form. I'm just going to leave you with this knowledge. We once ate of his fruit and got cast out of paradise. May we now have the restraint not to pin him down and eat him, so that we can let his roots grow and nourish an earthly one in its stead. Basically, there's a good chance he is either the Messiah or the Antichrist. So that's one biblical connection. So what? That hardly means that he is the bringer of the end times. Well, remember what I said about the paras? Yeah, God's a para, because he failed the commando course. And by complete coincidence, what type of beret does Curtis Serpent Sliwa wear? Exactly. A maroon one that the paras wear. There's also the other connection, that being to professional wrestling. Now, if you're caught up on the current Bible lore, you'd be well aware of the actions of Saint Christopher of Jericho, ushering the collapse of the Berlin Wall in 2006. And that is why Tupac Shakur is in Radiator Springs and Curtis Sliwa is actively colluding with God and the US government to cover it up, alongside the fact that Hulk Hogan was an East German intelligence asset that turned double agent, then faked his death and currently lives in the Maldives under the alias of Jacob Friedland. It's all in the numbers. So, what's the dealio with Curtis Sliwa? Well, here's the thing. I didn't actually even know about this guy until we started researching for this video. This video was initially just supposed to be a remember the funny red beret guys from the subway, haha type of video, and then I quickly learned that the head honcho was orders of magnitude much more interesting than his goons. What spooks me more than anything else is the real possibility that he might actually see this video. I mean, I've showcased just how chronically online the guy is, so I'm not exactly being a diva here. Please, Mr. Sliwa, don't let the Archangels take me. I promise that I'll be good. I've still got work to do. Regardless though, despite his obvious and numerous eccentricities, Curtis and the Guardian Angels seem to have their hearts in the right place. Sure, I'll gladly make fun of them for being goofy guys that hang about bus stations acting like they're the biggest badasses in the world. They were even parodied in Trigger Happy TV. Fucking hell, remember Trigger Happy TV? God, I'm fucking old. But at the same time, their goals and deeds are genuinely admirable and they demand a genuine degree of respect. Because, say what you will, I don't like talkers nearly as much as I like doers. And the Guardian Angels, at the very least, stepped up and did what they said they were going to do. Though it's probably a good thing that they don't really do that stuff anymore. It's illegal to be a hero.
It's Count Dankula on YouTube.
Thank you.
Everybody subscribe.
Get the rest.
Legendary Pokemon are some of the strongest and most iconic in the entire series. When talking about the best Pokemon, they tend to dominate the conversation. Mega Rayquaza, Primal Groudon, Xerneas, Calyrex, Zacian. These Pokemon took over the game and terrorized competitive players. But what if I told you that there's a legendary Pokemon that has never been good, despite being around since the very beginning? Even though it's a legendary Pokemon, Articuno was, well, bad. But in Scarlet and Violet, the Pokemon Company made one simple, unassuming change. Not even to Articuno, but to the worst weather condition. And this one little domino would eventually lead to Articuno winning a massive tournament. But before we can understand why Articuno is good now, we first need to break down what made it so bad for the first 8 generations of the series. Maybe you think I'm doing a little YouTuber exaggeration for the sake of making this a compelling video. Maybe Articuno wasn't bad per se, it was just mediocre. Well, why don't we take a look at the list of Articuno's results prior to Scarlet and Violet. When I say that Articuno was bad, I mean that Butterfree blows it out of the water by comparison. Butterfree! So, what makes Articuno so bad in the first place? Normally when a Pokemon is bad, it's because it's held back by its stats. But in Articuno's case, the stats actually aren't the issue. It's the typing. Combining Flying and Ice type is kinda like combining Chili and Ice Cream. You shouldn't do it. Looking at you, trailer. Defensively, you get stuck with weaknesses to some of the most common types in the game, and a double weakness to Rock, one of the most used types thanks to Rock Slide's wide distribution and high flinch chance. Not only do Flying and Ice land you with a bunch of unfortunate weaknesses, all you get in return is 2 lousy resistances and an immunity. And yeah, being immune to ground is nice, but resisting grass and bug, well, they aren't the first 2 types I'd personally choose to resist. What about offensively? Well, Ice and Flying are a little bit better. The only type in the game that resists both is Steel, which, let's be honest, resists everything anyway, and you hit 6 types for super effective damage. Or you would in theory. This is a good time to talk about Articuno's second weakness, its move pool. Articuno only gets 2 usable flying type attacks. Air Slash, a noticeably weaker move than most other attacks, and Hurricane, which has a measly 70% accuracy if the rain isn't up. So even though Ice and Flying are in theory decent offensively, Articuno doesn't really have a way to make use of its flying typing here. If Articuno only uses Ice type moves, the types that resist it go from just 1 to 4. And remember how I said that Articuno's stats weren't the problem here? Well, that was kind of a lie. See, in a vacuum, Articuno's stats are actually quite good, mainly because it's so tanky. With a great special defense stat and above average HP and defense, Articuno has a lot of staying power. Or it would have a lot of staying power if not for the fact that its typing makes keeping it on the field a nightmare. By contrast, Articuno's typing really encourages it to be a fast and powerful special attacker. But Articuno's special attack stat is lower than Gastly's. Not Gengar's, though that's true too, Gastly's. And it isn't especially fast either. In fact, I'd say it's extremely middling, and unless you dump a ton of your stat points into speed, it's going to be slower than most other Pokemon you play against. In other words, Articuno's typing and stats are working directly against each other, each pulling it in a different direction, leaving it stuck in no man's land. But we haven't talked about its ability yet. There are plenty of Pokemon that would otherwise be awful that are saved by their ability after all. And both Zapdos and Moltres have strong hidden abilities that help them out. Surely it's the same for Articuno. Nope. Articuno has 2 abilities. Pressure, which is really only relevant if you think stalling until your opponent runs out of PP sounds fun, and Snow Cloak. Snow Cloak gives Articuno a boost to its evasion stat, but only works when the hail weather condition is on the field. And on the one hand, boosting your evasion is extremely scary. Sandvale Garchomp was a menace for years when paired with Tyranitar. But on the other hand, Snow Cloak is a lot worse than Sandvale. Sandstorm and Hail are 2 parallel weather conditions, where both damage every Pokemon that isn't a specific type at the end of each turn. The difference is that Rock, Steel, and Ground-type Pokemon are all unaffected by Sandstorm, making it easier to build a diverse team that isn't hurt by the weather. Whereas only Ice-type Pokemon are unaffected by Hail, meaning you need to use multiple Ice types, the worst defensive type in the game, to get value out of Hail. Add on to that the fact that Hail's secondary effect makes Blizzard 100% accurate, which is just worse than Sand giving Rock-type Pokemon a 50% boost to their special defense stat, and the Hail setters being across the board weaker than Tyranitar, and you can probably start to see why Snow Cloak isn't doing Articuno any favors. And this would have been the whole story of a frosty bird doomed to obscurity, if not for Scarlet and Violet. See, Pokemon noticed that both Ice types and Hail were really weak, and decided to kill 2 Corviknight with 1 max Rockfall, by changing the Hail weather condition to Snow. While Hail was Sand's counterpart due to the chip damage at the end of each turn, Snow instead does no damage but gives all Ice-type Pokemon a 50% boost to their defense stat, to mirror the Rock-type special defense boost in Sand. This might not sound like a big deal, and it wasn't exactly game-breaking, but it did take many Ice-type Pokemon from being completely unusable to actually having a niche. And one of those Ice types was Articuno. Oh, also, if you want to learn more about this buff and the other changes that Scarlet and Violet made to Ice-type Pokemon, you should check out this video I made where I was able to talk about things super in depth. Also, most of you aren't subscribed, so if you're enjoying the content and you want to see more of it, just do me a favor and double check. Odds are a lot of you think you're subscribed, but actually aren't. Anyway, Hail changed to Snow, and almost a year later, Articuno won a huge tournament. Let's talk about how this happened. On paper, all this change did was increase Articuno's already good physical defense stat in the snow. And while this is nice, it doesn't seem like such a huge buff that it would change everything for the Arctic Owl. But here's the thing, Snow synergizes super well with Articuno's toolkit. So even though it's technically just a weather change, it actually affects so much more. Let's go back to Articuno's ability, Snow Cloak, which gives Articuno a chance to dodge all moves if Snow is active. The chance specifically is 20% of whatever the attack's original accuracy was. So a move with 100% accuracy will miss 20% of the time. This ability becomes more valuable the tankier Articuno is. For example, if it took 2 attacks on average to KO Articuno when the weather was hail, with the change to Snow though, Articuno becomes much harder to get off the field. Let's say it takes, I don't know, 4 attacks on average if Snow is up? Well, that's twice as many chances for Snow Cloak to activate. Not to mention, not every attack Articuno can dodge is intended to do damage. Missing a Fake Out, a Parting Shot, or a Spore to try and slow down Articuno can be devastating. And the more damaging moves it takes to KO Articuno, the longer it sits on the field, the more chances you have to dodge attacks. And dodging attacks isn't the only thing Articuno can do. The other mechanic of Snow is that it makes Blizzard 100% accurate, and Blizzard is extremely powerful. A 110 base power move that hits both Pokemon is actually just like Kyogre's signature move, Origin Pulse, except Origin Pulse only has 85% accuracy and Blizzard never misses. Beyond just the damage though, what truly makes Blizzard terrifying is the secondary effect. Any Pokemon hit by Blizzard has a 10% chance to get frozen. Freeze is the single most broken status condition in the game, as once frozen, there's a chance you'll never thaw. Hitting 2 Pokemon with Blizzard gives a 19% chance to freeze one of them. And while 19% isn't like so high, the longer Articuno sits in the field, the more opportunities it has to use Blizzard, the more 19% chances it gets to roll, the higher the odds are that it'll get a freeze. Now the freeze chance is all well and good, but didn't I say that Articuno's special attack stat was lacking? Am I saying that Articuno is only threatening if it freezes the opponent? No. See, because Snow makes Articuno so much tankier, it can afford to forego defensive tools in favor of offensive ones. Specifically, the Choice Specs item. This item increases the wearer's special attack stat by 50% in exchange for locking them into only using the first move they select until they switch out. On a Pokemon like Articuno, who mostly wants to click Blizzard anyway, the drawback feels minimal, but the benefit feels massive. But some Pokemon are incredibly tanky and don't mind taking even a Choice Specs boosted Blizzard. Is Articuno useless against these super tanks? Nope. See, Articuno sticking around is dangerous even in the face of Pokemon that don't care about Blizzard, thanks to its access to one of the most terrifying moves in the game, Sheer Cold. This move is a one-hit KO move, meaning it KOs anything it hits in, well, one hit. Well said, Wolf. Anyway, the downside of this move is that it's only 30% accurate, but that's only if you use it a single time. Since Articuno really only wants to use Sheer Cold against defensive Pokemon that can't get rid of it quickly, it can often launch multiple Sheer Colds against its foes, and the odds of hitting 1 Sheer Cold out of 2 is over 50%. The odds of hitting 1 out of 3 is 66%, and so on. So as you can see, even super defensive Pokemon aren't safe against Articuno. A huge part of the Snow buff is it helping Articuno stay alive. But maybe it seems like I'm overselling this buff, as increasing one stat by 50% shouldn't change a Pokemon's survivability by that much, right? Well, actually, you are right. The Snow buff isn't the only thing making Articuno tankier. Terastallization plays a role as well. Articuno's typing is just plain bad, and Terastallization allows it to change that. Articuno primarily runs a Terra type of Ice. It allows it to get rid of its double weakness to Rock, keep the defense boost in the Snow, and get a boost to its Ice type moves as well. And the tournament winning Articuno ran 4 different Ice type attacks. While it does lose its resistances to Bug and Grass by doing this, like I said, this really isn't that big of a deal. So to recap, the change from Hail to Snow increased Articuno's overall survivability, which allowed Articuno to get much more value out of Snow Cloak, let it be run much more offensively, and also increased the odds of a Blizzard Freeze or Sheer Cold KO. On top of all of this, terrestrialization increased Articuno's offense and defense, making it even harder to knock out. Is that the full story? No, we still have more to talk about. See, the change from Hail to Snow affected not just Articuno, but other Ice-type Pokemon as well. Specifically, the Ice-type Pokemon that can actually set the weather up with Snow Warning. I just gave you all Snow Warning for this pun. In Scarlet and Violet, only 2 Pokemon get this ability, and one is clearly superior, Alolan Ninetales. Before, stacking multiple Ice-type Pokemon on the same team felt really bad due to the benefit of Hail being relatively low impact, and the overlapping of weaknesses and problem Pokemon being difficult to get around. Now, the benefit is much greater, and with terrestrialization, you have some tools to get around some of the defensive problems that come from using multiple Pokemon of the same type. Alolan Ninetales is a fairy and ice-type Pokemon that is relatively fast and sets the snow up with its ability. It can support Articuno's damage output with Helping Hand, or use Blizzard. And although it's not very strong, another Blizzard user means another chance to freeze. Being hit by 2 blizzards in a single turn, it's not something that you ever want to happen if you like your Pokemon to actually, I don't know, move. The best thing about Alolan Ninetales though is its access to one of the strongest moves in the game, Aurora Veil. Aurora Veil is a fusion of Reflect and Light Screen, which reduces all incoming damage by 1/3, but can only be set up in the snow. The move normally lasts for 5 turns, but with the Light Clay item, it'll last for 8, nearly the entire battle. This combos with other multipliers, meaning the Aurora Veil reduction and the Snow reduction combine to make Ice-type Pokemon unbelievably tanky. And both of these also work independently with Intimidate, lowering physical attackers' stats even more. To get a sense for how big a deal this actually is, let's take a look at a match from the Utrecht Regional Championships where Articuno eventually won. Articuno was staring down 2 of the strongest Pokemon in the game, Urshifu and Ogerpon Hearthflame. But Aurora Veil is up, Snow is up, and Arcanine can switch in.
Ivy Cudgel connecting down into the Articuno with the Intimidate out behind the Aurora Veil. Look at how little damage that takes. Wicked Blow is going to get the critical hit right through the Aurora Veil, but the Articuno benefiting from the Ice-type defense boost as well. That's Ogerpon down.
All these defensive tools only help to keep Articuno on the field for even longer, giving it more chances to dodge a crucial attack or pick up a game-changing freeze. The tournament-winning team had other Pokemon that could take advantage of Aurora Veil too, such as Assault Vest Raging Bolt, Choice Band Arcanine, Substitute Landorus Incarnate, and Follow Me Ogerpon. All these Pokemon benefit a ton from the increased survivability they gain from the Veil, meaning Ninetales could be used without Articuno, giving the team more depth. The real genius of this team though, in my opinion, comes from the timing. Truly great teams aren't just about what Pokemon you use, it's about when you use them. Going into the Utrecht special event, a large European tournament, the conditions were just right for an ice-type team to pop off. Raging Bolt usage was the highest it had been all formats, as was Landorus Incarnate. Both are often paired with Follow Me Ogerpon to help keep them safe, but Blizzard doesn't care about Follow Me. On top of that, Amoonguss and Rillaboom were being used on a large percentage of teams. Urshifu water usage had plummeted, eliminating one of the main water types that, I don't know, actually resist ice, and Urshifu Dark, who was taking its place, really didn't love losing its focus sash to Blizzard. Not to mention that critical hits don't ignore the defense boost from Snow. There were almost no Steel-type Pokemon being used apart from Goldengo and Kingambit, neither of which were especially popular, and both of which struggle against Landorus Incarnate and Arcanine, and the main Fire-type Pokemon was Incineroar, who could take Blizzards without too much worry, but who also couldn't remove Articuno or Ninetales very quickly. On top of all of this, the only real Ice-type Pokemon people had been using was Chen Pao, who was much easier to deal with due to its weakness to Intimidate and overall frailty. So teams could afford to use multiple Pokemon weak to Ice-type attacks because, well, there just weren't really that many Ice types. And one of the worst matchups for a team built around Aurora Veil and Snow are Pokemon that can change the weather, like Torkoal, Tyranitar, and Pelipper. But in the current format, none of these Pokemon are especially good. Pelipper and Torkoal are used on certain teams, but they haven't been having a ton of success, especially at the top level. In other words, almost no teams in the tournament had a way to overwrite the weather once it was set up. All of this contributed to the conditions being just right. And Articuno and Ninetales weren't on anybody's radar, meaning on top of them being well positioned generally, nobody knew how to play against them. The tournament was won by Nikhil Reddy, a player who's been playing for a long time but hasn't attended many in-person tournaments. Something I found really interesting about their run is that in all of their stream matches, they never got any of the secondary effects that make Articuno so threatening. No freezes, no snow cloak misses, no sheer cold connects. This speaks to the power of Articuno, that they were able to win the tournament without it playing a role in many key sets. Of course, only a few of their games were on stream. I'm sure that these secondary effects were present during their run at one point or another. But Nikhil is just one person. Maybe this was a case of a player being extremely strong rather than a Pokemon actually being good. Well, even if we ignore the stream games where Articuno absolutely pops off, there's something I haven't told you yet. Nikhil wasn't the only Articuno in the top 8 of the tournament. There was another Articuno that finished 6th, with the same 6 Pokemon as Nikhil. And the team that eliminated this Articuno team from the tournament was the other Articuno team. If the bracket had shaped up differently, it's possible that there would have been an Articuno versus Articuno finals. Now, I don't personally think that Articuno is gonna like take over the game or anything like that. Now that the bird's out of the cage, I would expect it to have a harder time as players build teams with it in mind and practice against it before going to large events. But I do think that from now on, Articuno will have a place in the metagame. And I wouldn't be shocked to see players who really believe in it find ways of making it look really good going forward. And as someone who really loves Pokemon, I just gotta say that it was really cool to watch as, for the first time in almost 30 years, Articuno truly looked legendary. Have you ever wondered what the worst water type Pokemon is? On the one hand, it seems like a stupid question to ask because, like, of course, worst is subjective to a certain degree, right? So you would think that if you ask the question, your answer would be, well, it depends based on what do you value in a Pokemon. But what I think is a little bit more interesting is if you talk about the worst water type Pokemon in a competitive context. Now, I recently made another video like this where I tried to find the worst fire type Pokemon competitively, and it was pretty difficult because, as it turns out, there are a lot of really good fire types, or I should say, most fire types are at least decently good. It was similarly very difficult to narrow down the list of Pokemon I wanted to talk about here, but for the opposite reason, which is there are a lot of really bad water type Pokemon. And this is funny because water actually is a great type, and there's a lot of really good water type Pokemon too. The problem is just there's a lot of water type Pokemon, period. I didn't realize this before starting this video, but water actually has the most Pokemon total out of any type, so I guess it makes sense that there are actually a fair few bad ones and a fair few good ones. That being said, after looking through a lot of results, which were basically just pages of nothing, I feel now ready to talk about 10 of the worst water type Pokemon ever made. As a reminder, I'm only talking about how good these Pokemon were or would be if you tried to use them competitively. I'm not talking about design, I'm not talking about moral value or anything like that. I'm strictly talking about the competitive Pokemon and specifically the official competitive Pokemon format, which is VGC or Double Battles. Anyway, with all that being said, let's start by talking about the number 10 worst water type on our list, which is the best water type on our list, Omastar. Omastar is an interesting Pokemon. I think the fossil Pokemon in general tend to be pretty cool and memorable. That's just my personal opinion. But competitively, it has some major weaknesses. One of the biggest ones is the typing. Water and Rock are not very good when combined. It's not like immediately a death sentence for your Pokemon, but you're not thrilled if you catch a Pokemon and that's the typing either. The main issue is that you end up with a quadruple weakness to grass, and neither type is really excellent at getting rid of grass type Pokemon. Then you also have a couple other common weaknesses like to electric, ground, and fighting. The stats are by no means bad. Like, it's actually really bulky on the physical side, and on the special side, it's not unplayable. It's also relatively strong. But the main issue is because the typing is so bad, you really want Omastar to be kind of this fast and frail like special attacker. And while it has the damage, it's not actually very fast at all. Omastar actually gets the Swift Swim ability, which doubles its speed in the rain, but the problem is that it's actually so slow that unless you invest a ton of points, you're still not going to be outspeeding a lot of Pokemon that are common, at least nowadays. Or I should say, you're not going to be outspeeding those Pokemon if they have any kind of help, like if they have Tailwind or if they have Choice Scarf, or even like just certain super fast Pokemon like Regieleki is, you know, kind of a bad faith example, but even still, there are some Pokemon you can't outspeed even with Swift Swim active. That being said, I was between a couple Pokemon for this slot, and like they were all usable in some regard. And so Omastar is certainly, I mean, it's obviously not the worst Pokemon on our list, it's the best Pokemon on our list of bad Pokemon, but like, it still has stuff that it can do. The main thing that comes to mind is Omastar gets the attack Shell Smash, which is a really powerful setup move. Unfortunately, it's a powerful setup move that also lowers Omastar's defenses, which is not great. If you're wondering why Omastar is on this list and not Kabutops, when I think in theory Kabutops should be worse, Kabutops actually saw a little play at some point, and by that I mean it actually got 10th place at UK Nationals back in 2015, and basically the rule is if a Pokemon has a single half-decent result, then they don't get put on the list. You might think in theory that Omastar would be better than Kabutops, but I think Kabutops being a little bit faster and being a physical attacker with access to Rock Slide and having stats that I think are slightly more geared towards the like offensive Pokemon in Rain role that Omastar wants to be, I think basically allowed it to be slightly better. Overall though, if you wanted to use one Pokemon on this list, Omastar is the one that I would recommend. Okay, already there's a pretty big drop between number 10 and number 9. Coming in at number 9 is Relicanth. Relicanth? I don't know. The rockfish. I don't know why, but I actually quite like Relicanth. I think it's kind of cute. I don't know. That's probably not a very popular opinion, but it's also not very good. Relicanth actually shares the exact same typing as Omastar, being a water and rock type, so it has all the same issues that Omastar has. And actually, funnily enough, Relicanth's stats like share a bit in common with Omastar, where it's very slow. Actually, well, it's the same speed set as Omastar, which is very slow. It's really respectably bulky on the physical side, and its special bulk is lacking but still usable. Unfortunately, though, Relicanth is actually meaningfully weaker than Omastar. It will struggle even more to do damage. Funnily enough, it also gets the Swift Swim ability. Now, this doesn't make Relicanth sound very good, and it's not, but the reason why Relicanth actually isn't higher up on this list is that it does have one somewhat useful niche that it... I don't want to say that it excels at filling, but like it has something that it can do. We're going to get to Pokemon later on this list where it's a lot harder to find something for them to do. But okay, for now, Relicanth has 3 useful abilities. We've already talked about Swift Swim, which doubles its speed in the rain, which gives it something to do, but like there's so many better Swift Swim users out there that you probably would rather use something else. It's actually a similar problem for Omastar. It also gets the ability Sturdy, which is a great ability and keeps it alive at 1 HP if it's at full HP and would be knocked out, but it's not a very good Sturdy user either because it doesn't do that much damage. And then it gets Rockhead. So Rockhead's kind of an interesting ability because it prevents the user from taking recoil damage from moves that would otherwise deal recoil damage. These are moves like Flare Blitz and Brave Bird, neither of which Relicanth gets because it's not flaring or a bird. But Relicanth does get the extremely powerful rock type move Head Smash. So Head Smash is actually as strong as Hyper Beam, but the cost is that it does a ton of recoil damage. However, if Relicanth uses Head Smash, then it won't take any recoil damage, provided it has the Rock Head ability. Relicanth still isn't that strong, but because Head Smash is such a powerful attack, this is something for it to do, okay? It's not amazing, but you could use it potentially as a Trick Room attacker. I still don't think it's very good, but this is the one thing that kind of Relicanth has. Other than that, though, you're probably just using it to unlock the Reggies. And if you want to unlock more content, you can do it by subscribing. Maybe you'll find Reggie Wolf. Ooh. If you're enjoying this video, I do intend to make more of this series, so make sure you subscribe so you don't miss them. Anyway, let's talk about number 8, which is a very beloved water type Pokemon, but I'm going to talk about it anyway. Wailord. So Wailord is a really funny Pokemon and really memorable, I think in part because of the design. I think in large part because of the design, and it's just such a big Pokemon. However, I think one of the problems that a lot of the water type Pokemon on this list struggle with is the fact that like because there are so many water type Pokemon, there's normally a better one to fill a niche. Some of the weaker ones, like some of the ones on this list, they don't really have anything to do that can't be done better than another Pokemon. And that's true for Wailord in my opinion. Wailord is a pure water type Pokemon, which is actually really good typing. You get a couple useful resistances and you only have 2 weaknesses, and so overall, I mean, water's a good type. So if you're a water type Pokemon, you have no secondary type, that's pretty good. The problem, well, there's a couple problems with Wailord, okay? Probably the easiest to understand is the stats. Wailord has really high HP, I think because it's so big, but its defenses are really bad. And like, so even though you have so much HP, you're not actually that tanky because your defenses are just abysmal. And your offenses also aren't good at all. And you're also not fast. Basically, Wailord's only good stat is its HP, but its HP is only as useful as the defenses can make it, and its defenses aren't good at all. So you basically have a Pokemon with effectively 6 bad stats out of 6. And sometimes Pokemon can have bad stats and still be okay, but the problem is that Wailord's abilities don't really help it. It has Water Veil, which prevents it from being burned, which, I mean, okay. It has Oblivious, which means that it can't fall in love, which is sad. And then it does Pressure, which like is funny because they normally give that to legendary Pokemon, but it's not very good for Wailord. So the only thing that could save Wailord is the moves. And I will say that the reason why Wailord is not further down on our list is because of, well, one specific move that it gets. Wailord gets arguably one of the best water type moves in the game, maybe the best water type move in Water Spout. This is an incredibly powerful move starting at 150 base power, which is the same as Head Smash and Hyper Beam, and it hits both your opponent's Pokemon and can be powered up in the rain, which is a big part of what makes it so strong. But the catch is that the lower your HP gets, the weaker the move gets. So at half HP, you're only at 75 base power. I think it scales linearly, but regardless, once you start losing HP, it's not very good. Water Spout has seen a ton of play over the years, in large part because of Kyogre. And basically the playstyle that you want to have when you're using Water Spout is to have your Water Spout user get them in, ideally in the rain at the right time, and then just click Water Spout before your opponents can attack so you can like maximize the value from the move. And so if you really wanted to use Wailord and you, I don't know, you had a little Wailord hat and you like had a little Wailord t-shirt, right? And you're like, I love Wailord, let me use Wailord, right? You could maybe do something with Water Spout. Maybe give it a choice specs. Maybe you try to get an inside Trick Room. Maybe you like, I don't know, have a Trick Room Pokemon that also has Rain Dance. I don't know, like it's not super easy, but you could maybe do something with it. It's such a good move that you could justify using Wailord if you really wanted it. Now Wailord is also really big and it weighs a ton, so like you could consider Heavy Slam, but I wouldn't really recommend it personally too. And other than that, I don't really think there's that many super notable moves that Wailord gets. You can use Fissure if you want. I don't really recommend it, but like you could, if you're like, I really want to use Wailord, you could do that. But yeah, not a good Pokemon and not a Pokemon that's very easy to use, but it has something that it can do, so it's you know, in the first half of our list. Okay, coming in at number 7 is a Pokemon that I'm personally quite disappointed by because it's so funny, but it just doesn't work in a competitive environment, and that's Cramorant. So Cramorant is a really weird Pokemon. It's a water and flying type Pokemon, which I would say is not great typing, but also isn't terrible. You get some useful resistances like to water and to fighting, and you're immune to ground, which is all good. You resist bug, which isn't that useful, but whatever, more resistances is good. But the problem is that you have a quadruple weakness to electric and a weakness to rock. Now this is somewhat balanced because although having a quadruple weakness is quite bad, having only 2 weaknesses is quite good. So the typing, I would say, is not the main issue. For me personally, the biggest issue that I have with Cramorant is the way that they implemented its stupid signature ability. I say it's stupid, but it's such a funny ability. It's called Gulp Missile, and the way that it works basically is that Cramorant has, I guess, 3 forms. It has its base form where it's just standing there kind of looking in both directions. Then it has its gulping form, and it also has its gorging form. So basically the way the forms work is that if you use Surf or Dive, then Cramorant will pop under the water and get a little fish, okay? Or something else. We'll get to that in a second. And if it has a fish in its mouth and it gets hit by an attack from your opponent, it will spit out the fish, go back to its regular form, and the fish does a quarter of your opponent's maximum health, which is actually a ton. It only gets the fish though if it's above 50% HP. Otherwise, Cramorant actually gets a Pikachu. This is called its gorging form. Also, in addition to doing damage, I believe it lowers your defense. That's what it's saying online. I don't remember that, but Cramorant basically saw no play, so it's probably true. I believe the internet. Anyway, the other form is the gulping form, which is, in my opinion, much funnier. Basically, if Cramorant is above half health when it goes under the water, it enters its gulping form, and it gets an Arrokuda in its mouth, which is the, you know, lose a quarter HP and lower defense. But if it's below 50%, then it goes underwater and it comes up with a Pikachu. The Pikachu also deals 25% HP, but instead of lowering the defense of the opponent, it paralyzes them. This is a ridiculous effect. Like basically, paralysis is super, super good, and being able to paralyze the opponent on a whim is amazing. But the problem is that the only way for Cramorant to enter these forms is to use the moves Surf and Dive. Dive is basically unplayable, you at least in the official competitive format, because basically all the Pokemon run Protect. Like Dive is a 2-turn move, so you're effectively never able to actually like hit anything with Dive, and it's not very strong either. We're not talking about a 100 plus base power move. Dive is pretty weak. So you're basically forced to use Surf, which hits your partner. And so if you want to use Surf Cramorant, you kind of have to build your whole team around it. Maybe use Pokemon like Storm Drain Gastrodon, or I don't know, some kind of Water Absorb, Toxicroak, or whatever. It's not very good, basically. And a big part of the issue is because Cramorant has the signature gimmick that is actually, I think the gimmick itself is quite powerful. They wanted to make sure to not make it overtuned, and so they gave it just completely abysmal stats. Okay, abysmal might be too strong. There's Pokemon on this list that I can say that they have abysmal stats, but there's nothing good about the stats. Basically, it's a really, really average set of stats across the board, slightly below average across the board. So Cramorant doesn't really have very good survivability. It's not very fast, and it's also not very strong. And while it's okay in all these areas, when your signature ability is such a huge pain to actually, I don't know, make work, it's not worth it. I think that they could have maybe made Cramorant slightly better if it entered its forms when it used Max Geyser when it was in Dynamax form, or maybe if they gave it a special Gigantamax form that had a special Gigantamax move that allowed it to enter, like to get the fish in its mouth or the Pikachu in its mouth or whatever, but they didn't do that. And so poor Cramorant is stuck with kind of nothing to do. That being said, I could see a world where Cramorant is usable because the effect is so good, like usable. I don't want to say it would be a good Pokemon ever, but specifically if we were in a low power format without any legendaries and there wasn't any kind of crazy gimmick like Dynamax or whatever, and Gastrodon was also legal, like a lot would have to go right, but I could see Cramorant being used. Also, I just want to say I love the shiny Cramorant form. I think it looks amazing. I think it's actually one of my favorite shinies from Sword and Shield. Okay, our number 6 slot I think is going to surprise some people. Not that I think that people will be surprised to see it on this list, but that I think people will be surprised that it's not higher up. I'm talking about the elemental monkey Simipour. I feel like the monkeys in general are just pretty widely hated. I think these are some of the least popular Pokemon of all time, though I don't know that for sure. Basically, this is a pure water type Pokemon introduced in Generation 5 that, what can I say about it? What can I say about it? Well, it's not very good. You're basically given this over the course of the story, just like as a way to beat the first gym. And I think because, you know, this is effectively a second starter Pokemon, they didn't want it to be very good. I think it was intended to just help you get through the early game. the monkeys, they're not very well liked. However, of the monkeys, I think that Simipour is probably the best one. I talked about Simisear in the fire type video, so I don't want to go too far in depth here, but basically Simipour, what makes it bad is that it doesn't have good stats, it doesn't have good abilities, but it does have a usable move pool. Specifically, Simipour is actually 101 base speed, which is one above 100. 101 is one more than 100. Good job, Wolf. But base 100 is a really big deal to get over, at least back in the day when Simipour was, you know, maybe usable, because Pokemon like Kangaskhan and Mega Charizard Y were both around base 100. There were a couple other Pokemon around that range too, so you really want it to be faster than them. And Simipour has like enough bulk that it's probably not going to get one shot by a not super effective attack. Probably. It could still go down to like a really powerful attack or maybe a crit, but for the most part, I think that Simipour should survive one attack. And that's a big deal because Simipour has the move Nasty Plot, which doubles the user's special attack stat. It also gets access to the high base power move Hydro Pump, which, you know, at +2 special attack can actually do some decent damage, especially if you have a Life Orb or maybe like a Mystic Water or some other kind of boost. Maybe it's raining. As a water type, it also gets access to Ice Beam, which is super useful because you're able to hit the grass type Pokemon that resist your water type moves. And back in the day, it also got Scald, which is a more consistent water type attack. Now, I don't want to mislead you, like Simipour is a really bad Pokemon, but we're going to talk about worse. And actually, we can start talking about worse Pokemon because the number 5 slot is Swanna. Swanna, I think, is a very forgettable Pokemon. It's a water and flying type Pokemon where there's actually quite a few of these. I mean, Gyarados is the most iconic, but like we've already talked about another one on this list. Swanna, in my opinion, is a Pokemon that really suffers from what we were talking about earlier, where if you were going to use Swanna, there are just objectively better Pokemon that you could use instead. In fact, there's even a better water and flying type Pokemon who's a special attacker who has an ability that is related to the rain and also has the ability Keen Eye, and that's Pelipper. Like, there's very little reason to use Swanna when you could use Pelipper, and I don't even like Pelipper personally. Don't worry, Pelipper's not on the list. I'm not that biased. Okay, so Swanna's a water and flying type Pokemon. We understand that's not that good, and it has 3 abilities that are effectively worthless. You have Keen Eye, which prevents your accuracy being lowered. This is effectively worthless. It has a Big Pecs, which is a really funny ability that I laugh at every time I think about, but it's not very good. It prevents your defense from being lowered. Doesn't really matter in a Pokemon like Swanna. And then it has Hydration, which could be a good ability on the right Pokemon. Like, I think Goodra is a Pokemon that can use this well. It cures all status conditions at the end of the turn if it's raining on the field. So you sometimes see this with like a Pokemon with the move Rest, where, you know, like a tanky Pokemon like Goodra, it can take a ton of damage, and then you use Rest, and if it's raining, you don't even have to deal with the sleep. You just wake up right away. But the problem is that Swanna isn't tanky enough and doesn't have the defensive typing to make use of a strategy like this. So effectively, it kind of has no ability despite technically having 3. Like many Pokemon on this list, though, I think the real issue is the stats. They're not awful. It has okay bulk, like probably one of the worst that we've talked about thus far, but like it's still not that awful. And the speed is pretty good. It's 98 speed, which it would be better if it was 3 points faster, but it's not. But 98 is still okay, right? And the offenses are bad. Like, they're bad for offensive stats. They're technically Swanna's second and third highest stat, but yeah, they're still not very good. Swanna also suffers, I think, by virtue of being a flying type, because there isn't really a good flying type special attack that does damage. You're forced to choose between Hurricane and Air Slash. Hurricane being super strong, but it's inaccurate unless it's raining, and Air Slash being really weak and also isn't perfectly accurate for some reason. So basically, like, the way that you'd want to use Swanna if you wanted to get max value out of it is to put it on a rain team and give it like Hurricane and Hydration maybe. But the problem is that if you want a water flying type on a rain team, you would just use Pelipper. I also have a bone to pick, which is that I think Swanna's shiny form is one of the shinies that just like doesn't change enough. I don't know, maybe that's me being stupid. I actually didn't even realize this Pokemon was in Scarlet and Violet until just now. Swanna is a very bad Pokemon, one of the worst water types by far. You could, if you really wanted to use it, you'd probably want to use the moves like Tailwind and Icy Wind. Maybe you could run Helping Hand or Feather Dance to kind of like do a little bit more. It gets the move Endeavor, which, you know, does something at least. Maybe you give it Tailwind or Focus Sash. Overall, though, really bad Pokemon. I think Swanna is so bad that they might give it an evolution at some point, or a Mega Evolution, because it's a fully evolved Pokemon that's so bad that even giving it the Eviolite item wouldn't upset the competitive balance. So I don't know. It's probably not popular enough to warrant one of these changes, but it's just so awful that I think it might get some love at some point. Our number 4 slot, though, definitely won't get an evolution at any point, I think. I shouldn't say definitely. I would be very surprised if it ever evolved. And that's because our number 4 slot is Pyukumuku. Before you get angry at me, again, remember, this is only talking about the competitive viability of the Pokemon. I like Pyukumuku. I think it's really funny. I love the design. It is a great Pokemon from a lot of angles, just not from the competitive lens. Pyukumuku has a really funny gimmick. If you all know like Wobbuffet, right? And how its gimmick is that it can't do damage directly. Pyukumuku has the same gimmick. It is slightly better than Wobbuffet, though, because it gets the move Toxic, which you know, poisons the opponent and does damage over time, which Wobbuffet doesn't get. But basically, Pyukumuku only gets moves that doesn't do direct damage, which is a real problem if you're trying to win. I suspect that in single battles, it's considerably better because it gets both counter and mirror coat, which are moves that do damage to the opponent, but only if you took damage. But the problem is in double battles, like you have to take damage for counter and mirror coat to do something, and the opponent can just target your partner and kind of ignore Pyukumuku. Double battles being a lot faster than single battles also means that the strategy of like using toxic and then waiting like 20 turns for your opponent to die. I know it doesn't actually take 20 turns. Sorry, I'm being hyperbolic. Okay, waiting 7 turns for your opponent to die. It's a lot less effective because most battles take like not many more than 10 to 12 turns on average. Now, I know I need to mention it here because if I don't, people are going to mention it in the comments. Pyukumuku gets a signature move called Purify, and it sounds really good in theory. The way that Purify works is that it heals the target of whatever status condition it has, and then if the target had a status condition, Pyukumuku heals for half its health. This sounds absurd, but the problem is, number one, if you want to use Purify, you have to use Pyukumuku, which is a pretty big hindrance. And number two, this move does nothing unless a Pokemon is affected by a status condition. And because this cures the status condition, you really want to be using this on your own partner, but you can't like guarantee that your opponent will even go for a status condition in the first place. Status conditions are also mostly used to slow down like really powerful offensive Pokemon to buy yourself some time like defensively. But the issue is that if Pyukumuku is on the field, then your opponent probably doesn't have to worry about slowing you down because you're already kind of playing a 2 versus 1. And so they can just attack and not even bother going for status in the first place. They also introduced Pyukumuku the same generation. They introduced Tapu Koko and Tapu Fini, who are 2 Pokemon who have abilities that prevent certain status conditions and then all status conditions when they're sent out, and were incredibly popular when Pyukumuku was, you know, first released. I actually briefly considered putting Pyukumuku in the number 1 slot because it's just like, I mean, it's really bad, but it does have a couple things it can do. We've already talked about Toxic. It gets Recover, and it also gets moves like Pain Split, which can be used for some like passive damage, though it's not very good, as well as Helping Hand and Taunt, which are useful like moves generally. Still like not easy at all to use this Pokemon, but it has some stuff that it can do still. Okay, before we talk about our top 3, I want to talk about some honorable mentions. Normally for honorable mentions, I talk about Pokemon that were just barely like not bad or good enough to make it onto the list. But for this honorable mentions, I think it's actually going to be more interesting to talk about Pokemon that you would expect to see here, but that aren't here. Starting with Lumineon. Lumineon, I think, is a very unpopular Pokemon. I've seen its name tossed around a bunch when talking about the worst Pokemon ever. But interestingly enough, Lumineon actually has a specific niche and actually top cut a regional back in 2019 because it's a Pokemon with the ability Swift Swim that learns the move Tailwind. This was paired with Kyogre back in the day, and it would basically, I mean, it's exactly what it sounds like, right? You'd use Lumineon, Swift Swim would double its speed, and then you could use Tailwind to double Kyogre speed, and then you click Water Spout, and the opponent was really pissed. It's not a great Pokemon. I think it was mostly used because it was funny, but like it does have a result. Seeking. Initially, I had Seeking on this list, but because it gets Lightning Rod ability, it's actually seen a little play over the years. And it actually got 3rd at a tournament back in 2017, which is just pretty ridiculous. Also, can we look at this team? This is a result for Flareon, which I didn't even realize existed, and Miltank and Starmie. So yeah, I don't know what this person was cooking, but like, I mean, it worked. They got 3rd. Kabutops we already talked about. Somewhat decent Swift Swim attacker when there aren't better ones around. Back in the day, there weren't many good physical Swift Swim attackers that were also water type, so has a niche. Caracosta. Caracosta I was initially going to put on this list. I was like, yeah, surely this thing has no results. Its 2 results that are logged are 2nd place in 2018 and 3rd place in 2017, both at a regional. Very impressive. Don't know why, but I mean, it has results, so it saved it from this list. Kingler. Kingler I initially was also considering for this list, but because Kingler got a Gigantamax form that was actually like not good, but playable, doesn't make it on. Tentacruel, I thought of a Tentacruel, but I think it's like, it's seen a little bit play every now and again, and it's just like too good of a Pokemon in a vacuum to belong on this list, in my opinion. Mantine I initially had in the list as well, but I'm almost positive I used it at some point. I gotta ask Marcus, because I'm pretty sure I was cooking with Mantine at some point. It gets Wide Guard and also Water Absorb, so it's really good into Kyogre. I don't remember exactly what I was doing with it, but I'm almost positive I tried it at some point. Technically, Mantine hardwalls Calyrex Ice Rider because you're immune to ground, it uses high horsepower, and then you have Wide Guard to stop Glacial Lance. Also, I'm pretty sure it was used a little bit during Sword and Shield for like a minute, but I couldn't find any like record of this, but I'm pretty sure I remember it. Anyway, Mantine's safe. Okay, here's a really funny one. Huntail and Gorbis. Initially, I had these 2 Pokemon in contention. I was like thinking about them for the list. However, the way that I do these lists is that I only talk about the Pokemon's strongest form. So I wouldn't talk about, you know, Eevee instead of Vaporeon, right? That's a bad example because it's not the right same type, but you get the gist, right? And although both Huntail and Gorbis have no results and are really bad Pokemon, Clamperl has a niche. It's mostly used for content, but basically, if Clamperl holds the Deep Sea Tooth item, its special attack and attack stat double, making it actually pretty strong. And Clamperl is one of the slowest Pokemon in the entire game. And so Clamperl with Deep Sea Tooth is a legitimate Trick Room sweeper. Basically, the way that it used to work is that back in the day, if you wanted to win with all unevolved Pokemon, you had to use Clamperl as one of your attackers because it has the signature item. I don't know if people know about this, but yeah, Deep Sea Tooth Clamperl actually does tons of damage. Like, it's actually a strong Pokemon. It's an actual threat. Anyway, because Clamperl is good, I saved Huntil and Gorbis from this list. There's probably some more bad water types that you're thinking of, and you're like, why isn't it on the list? But I promise you, I thought about it. I thought about Whiscash. I thought about Octillery. I thought about Lantern. I thought about Feraligatr. I initially was going to put Feraligatr over Almostar, but I thought people would be mad, and Feraligatr has like good enough stats and Dragon Dance and a good ability, so I was like, yeah, it can't be Feraligatr. But I almost did it, okay? But if you like Feraligatr, that's for you, okay? You can thank me later. You can thank me now, I don't care. Anyway, top 3 time. These are the 3 worst water type Pokemon. Coming in at number 3 is Corsola. I love Corsola. I'm just gonna say it straight up. This is one of my favorite Pokemon. I think it's so cute. I think it's really funny looking. I like the weird guys, you know? I like the ones that are like, what is this thing? Little coral monster. Anyway, Corsola is awful, really, really bad. A fun fact is actually back in the day, I held a tournament called Corsola Cup. The VOD is still up. I think it has no commentary, so I don't think it's like a very entertaining video. But the premise is that it was a 1v1 tournament where each player only brought 1 Pokemon, and the only Pokemon legal was Corsola. And I think we might have banned Hidden Power Grass, but I don't remember. Anyway, it was like a really interesting study in how a metagame develops and how like initially I think Mirror Coat Corsola was really popular, and then people started running Earthquake, and then people started using Air Balloon with like Substitute and Toxic. I don't know. It's a cool Pokemon. I like Corsola a lot. Anyway, Corsola is not very good. Corsola to me looks like a Pokemon that was supposed to evolve. And to be fair, there is a Galarian Corsola who's a ghost type who has an evolution called Cursula, which is I think just like a really great pun generally, but it's not a water type Pokemon, so it's not like a viable, like you can't evolve water type Corsola into anything, so it doesn't count for this list. Anyway, Corsola, I mean, the biggest issue are the stats. What is this? What are they doing? I really can't justify this by any means. It's got okay defenses, but a bad HP stat, so it's like, I mean, okay, not an awful HP stat, but not a good one either. It's extremely slow, and it has no offense. Like, pretty much almost any combination of moves, abilities, and item is not going to save Corsola from these stats. Also, it's our 3rd water and rock type, not a good typing, not a good pairing for water. It at least gets a decent ability in Regenerator, which, you know, heals it every time it switches out, but the problem is that when it comes back in, even if it's healthier, still doesn't have anything to do. Part of the reason why Corsola ends up in the top 3 is that looking at the move pool and looking at the stats and the abilities, it's really hard for me to even recommend a set. Like, I can't even really think of anything great or good or even fine for Corsola to do. You can use Icy Wind. Maybe in a more recent game, it would get Body Press. Not likely, to be honest, but maybe. But like Iron Defense Body Press, maybe. I don't know. Like, there's really nothing for it to do. I think this is another Pokemon where I wouldn't be shocked if they got an evolution at some point, but until then, it's just, I love it, and it's also terrible. Okay, number 2 is gonna surprise a lot of people, okay? But I'm gonna say it, okay? I'm gonna be brave. I'm gonna tell you what the second worst water type Pokemon is. And P, you're gonna be surprised probably because you probably thought it was number 1. The second worst water type Pokemon is Luvdisc. Luvdisc is a Pokemon that clearly was not designed to be a competitive threat or a competitive consideration, even. This thing has a base stat total of 330. They are making Pokemon double that nowadays. And the funny thing is that a lot of those points, almost a third of them are in its speed stat, which, like, yeah, speed is an important stat, but you have to be able to do something with that speed for it to actually matter. Base 30 attack and base 40 special attack, I think, has got to be some of the worst offenses we've seen in this list, barring Kukumuku. And the defenses are also some of the worst stats that we've seen. I mean, I could talk for a long time about what makes Luvdisc so bad, but it doesn't have anything going for it, with one exception, okay? And this is the reason why Luvdisc is in the number 2 slot, not the number 1 slot. I think also, you know, consider the source here. I really love making unorthodox Pokemon work and making Pokemon that other people have written off, like seeing the potential in them and finding a way to make them good. So I think that definitely probably colors some of my perception of these Pokemon, because most people would say that Luvdisc is the worst water type Pokemon of all time, but it has one thing that it can do that I don't think that any other Pokemon can do, at least not recently. Luvdisc gets the ability Swift Swim, which is a great ability. It doubles a Pokemon speed stat in the rain. We've talked about it already on this list. But Luvdisc also gets a specific move that it can pair with Swift Swim, and that move is Entrainment. Entrainment is a move that takes the user's ability and gives it to the target, and in a double battle, you can use that on your own partner. So you could, for example, have Luvdisc and, say, Choice Specs Kyogre, and you could use Kyogre to set the rain up. And then you could go Terra Water with your Kyogre, Entrainment onto your own Kyogre, overwrite the Drizzle ability, which doesn't matter because the rain is already up, double Kyogre speed, and then click Water Spout. And if you're lucky, you wipe your opponent's board and you win the game. The main advantage of Entrainment Luvdisc is that you're also able to use moves like Endeavor with Focus Sash and Icy Wind as well, so it kind of lets you combo your speed control. And you could also pair it with a Tailwind user, so maybe you have Entrainment Luvdisc and Tailwind on your team so that you can match other Tailwind teams. It's not good and it's not consistent, and it would mostly be used for YouTube content, but there is something that Luvdisc can do, and so it ends up in the number 2 slot. That being said, it's such a bad Pokemon, and this is kind of the only thing that it can do, that it is like still worse in my opinion than Corsola, which is a Pokemon with not one clear niche, but at least slightly better stats than what we're working with Love Disc. Because basically if you wanted to do almost anything else with Love Disc, it would not be worth your time. Okay, there's only one Pokemon left, and I think most of you are probably not expecting it, but I'm going to talk about it anyway. Wugtrio. Wugtrio is the worst water type Pokemon. Now, Wugtrio is a bunch of worms that like live inside of a rock, but for some reason it's not part rock type. I guess the rock is kind of like its Pokeball or whatever. Let me say some nice things about Wugtrio. I love the design. I think this is a really clever reimagining of the Diglett and Dugtrio line. Personally, I really didn't love the Alolan Diglett and Dugtrio lines. I thought that was, well, Alolan Dugtrio was pretty funny actually, but Alolan Diglett I thought was disappointing. Wiglet I love. I think it's one of the funniest Gen 9 Pokemon. I think it's amazing. And Wugtrio is pretty good as well. That's about all I can say. Wait, no, I can also say I like the shiny form. I think the shiny form is really, really nice looking. Good job, Game Freak. And that's pretty much all I can say about Wugtrio. Wugtrio does have better stats than a lot of the Pokemon on our list. It has a usable attack stat. I think this is peppered by the fact that I've been looking at terrible Pokemon all day, but it's better than a lot of what we've been seeing, and it's actually very fast. 120 base speed is extremely fast. The problem is that, well, the bulk is abysmal. I mean, 35 base HP is a joke. 50 defense is extremely bad. 70 special defense only looks good in comparison. It's still not very good. And I think arguably the bigger issue is the move pool. Wugtrio gets a signature move called Triple Dive. Some of you might not have known that. I forget it sometimes. This is a move that hits 3 times. Each hit does 30 damage, and it can miss, which is super stupid in my opinion. Why, like, it's already not a good move. Why is this able to miss? Compare this to Surging Strikes, and you can see that not all Pokemon are created equally. So you have a signature move that isn't especially good, and that's kind of it. Like, Wugtrio gets the move Final Gambit, which is a move that in theory is quite good because you can just, it does flat damage. Like, it doesn't as much damage as you have current HP remaining. But remember that Wugtrio has 35 base HP. Some Pokemon with Final Gambit are usable just because you can send them out and kind of just use them to delete a threat. Staraptor filled this role in the past. Annihilate fills it now. Wugtrio can't do this. Like, you can't hit a Pokemon with Final Gambit from Wugtrio and have them go down. So you're just like going down yourself for no reason. The rest of its moves are pretty lacking as well. Like, looking through the move pool, I'm like, where are the moves that you want to use? Out of all the moves in Wugtrio's kit, I think like Aqua Jet is good. That's a good move. You have Sucker Punch as an option, though it's very weak. It's barely stronger than Aqua Jet and it's conditional. And then like there's like nothing. You get Stomping Tantrum for coverage, but you're not a ground type. You get Helping Hand, which every Pokemon gets, and like Pain Split. And that's it. Like, this thing has no move. So I think what makes it really difficult is that because the move pool is so limited, there's just nothing for it to do. The stats are bad and the move pool is bad, and the signature move is bad. And so you end up with this Pokemon where like there's just no way to make it work, at least that I can see easily. Of course, if you really wanted to, you can make any Pokemon work as long as you're like skill diffing your opponents, or I don't know, like finding the perfect spot for it. But I don't see a perfect spot for Wugtrio. And for that reason, in my opinion, it's the worst water type Pokemon of all time. But hey, listen, this is a hard list to make, and it's really difficult to rank Pokemon with no results. So if you disagree, I would love to know what you think the worst water type Pokemon is of all time. But I just ask that you don't say Corsola, because I don't know, I feel making this video has made me feel bad for Corsola. It's so close to being, well, no, that's not true. I would love if it were better. It's so close to almost being a little bit barely, never mind. Anyway, that's it from me for this one. If you enjoyed this video, this is the second video in a series that I'm doing, and the first one is what's the worst fire type. So if you haven't already, you should check that one out. If you ask me to talk about what I think the best types in Pokemon are, the types that come to mind are like Fairy, Steel, maybe Fire, Dragon, right? Flying's not really up there for me. But after working on this video, I think that maybe it should be, because I feel like Flying, I always thought of it as kind of like a mediocre type, but looking through all the great Flying type Pokemon and thinking about the things that this type offers makes me realize that I think I've been underestimating it. And I'm actually curious if other people kind of think down on Flying too. Truthfully, I think that part of the reason why I don't tend to associate Flying Pokemon with being very strong is that, I mean, there's always an early game Flying type Pokemon, and I think psychologically I'm kind of conditioned to see like early game Flying equals bad, so Flying as a type also must be bad. Similar to how, you know, Bug isn't a very good type, and yet it's always one of the first types that you encounter in the game. However, as it turns out, Flying actually has some really unique properties that make it very good. I feel like I said properties really weird there, like properties. Anyway, Flying is the only type in the game immune to ground, and ground is one of the best offensive types in the game, and so that actually gives it really good utility. And then offensively, Flying is quite useful as well. The types that resist Flying are somewhat common, but not like everywhere. And the types that Flying hits for super effective are typically pretty good, like grass types and fighting types are always used in the format just as examples. And so I know that I've said this before, but this time I really mean it. This was the hardest one of these best type videos that I've ever done. And truthfully, I suspect it will be the overall winner in difficulty when I finish. And that's not just because there's a ton of good flying type Pokemon. Like there were a ton of good ghost types, a ton of good steel types. I think what makes this video so difficult is that all of the flying types are similar to each other in how good they were, or at least how successful they were. As an example, I had to leave Zapdos off of this list. I actually spent a long time trying to justify its placement, and we'll talk a little bit why in a bit about why it's not here. But like Zapdos doesn't make it onto the list, which is just like, even saying it out loud, it feels wrong. But I looked through all the results, I spent a ton of time thinking about this, and ultimately, yeah, Zapdos isn't making it. That being said, I will say that if you disagree with the order of these Pokemon, that's never been more valid than it will be on this video, because I've done my best here, honestly. But again, these Pokemon are so similar in rank and so similar in how good they were that it's really hard to rank them among themselves. Like there's kind of a top 5, bottom 5, which I feel better about, but within those, really the numbers can change. Part of what makes this video so hard is that there's been a flying type Pokemon that won the world championships every single year since I started playing back in 2011, a long time ago, the exception being only 2 years where a flying type got 2nd place. And so there's a lot of really good flying type Pokemon that have reached that pinnacle, and yeah, dividing among themselves is like kind of tough. Also, many of you already know this, but just to be clear, this video is not about single battles. This isn't about, you know, fan formats or, you know, other types of Pokemon battling. It's only about the official competitive format. So Skarmory's not here, Gliscor isn't here. I'm sorry, I'm not saying those Pokemon are bad in singles. This video is about the official competitive format, which is doubles. Anyway, with all that being said, let's talk about the 10th best flying type Pokemon of all time, Togekiss. Togekiss is one of only 2 Pokemon on this list that have not won the World Championships. I do think this is kind of a technicality though, personally, but we'll get to why in a second. What you need to know about Togekiss is that it's one of the few Pokemon with access to one of the best supporting moves in the game, Follow Me. Follow Me is a staple in competitive play because it allows you to protect your more frail partner Pokemon with a more bulky support Pokemon, as using it forces your opponents to target the Follow Me user. This doesn't sound very good, and like in a playthrough it probably wouldn't be, but this just buys you so much more time on your offensive Pokemon that you otherwise wouldn't get, and so it's actually quite strong. Recently there have been better Follow Me users added to the game. Both Magmar and Electabuzz got it recently, and also the new legendary Pokemon Ogerpon, who has 4 forms and is like a really great legendary Pokemon, like clearly a standout as one of the best Pokemon in all of Scarlet and Violet, and it can Follow Me too. So they're kind of changing the types of Pokemon that get this move, but it used to be Pokemon like Furret and like Clefairy. So to have a Pokemon like Togekiss, who's, you know, reasonably tanky and has great stats, have access to this great move, gave it a really nice niche. Follow Me is actually so good that it actually allowed Togekiss to be used prior to getting the fairy typing. Nowadays, Togekiss is a fairy and flying type Pokemon, but back in the day, it was a normal and flying type Pokemon, and it was used in both forms. It was used a lot more after it got the fairy type. We'll get to that in a second. But even before then, I mean, it got 3rd at the World Championships in 2010. It was on a really memorable team that paired Moldbreaker Excadrill with Follow Me Togekiss in 2013, which is the last year of Black 2 and White 2, and it had a couple other finishes as well. Really though, where Togekiss shined was with the fairy typing, and specifically during the early days of Sword and Shield. Those of you who didn't play back then might be surprised to hear this, but the best Pokemon at the beginning of Sword and Shield was actually Togekiss. This is for a couple different reasons. First, at the beginning of Sword and Shield, the power level was a little bit lower, and so it was really hard to remove Togekiss. Second, as we mentioned, Follow Me is just great, and it's especially great when you're pairing it with a Dynamax Pokemon who not only really appreciates being protected from your opponent's max attacks, but also could use their max moves to make Togekiss stronger. Funnily enough, Togekiss's most popular partner was once again Excadrill, because Excadrill had both Max Quake and Max Steel Spike, which raises your special defense and your defense respectively, raises it for both of your Pokemon on the field. So you could Follow Me, keep your Excadrill safe from opposing Max Quake, which is weak to, or Max Knuckle, or any kind of ground or fighting move that it's weak to, because Togekiss is either immune or quadruple resist those moves. And in the process, by attacking with Excadrill, you were making your Togekiss bulkier, making it harder to remove. It's not just that Togekiss is Follow Me though. Togekiss was also great against opposing Dynamax Pokemon because it gets access to the move Yawn. Yawn isn't a move that's seen a ton of competitive play, but it was really good during Sword and Shield because there was no way to get rid of your opponent's Dynamax except to like knock them out, or if they switched out on their own. Moves like Roar and Whirlwind and items like the red card that forced your opponent to switch, it didn't work on Dynamax Pokemon. However, if you used Yawn on your opponent's Dynamax Pokemon, you would put them in this kind of messy situation where if they decided to stay in and keep attacking, then they would fall asleep at the end of the next turn, and if they switched out, they would lose their Dynamax, putting them in this kind of awkward lose-lose situation. So Yawn and Follow Me were great supporting moves. Togekiss wasn't only able to support though, it was actually also able to do damage. Togekiss Togekiss actually functioned as a really strong Dynamax attacker because it had access to Max Airstream, which was the single best regular Max move in the game. Max Airstream did a ton of damage and raised both your Pokemon's speed stats, and so it allowed Togekiss to actually be this offensive threat as well. The nice thing was, because Dynamax didn't require you to lock into an item before the battle, you could actually use your Togekiss for both support or offense depending on what the battle required. Most people ran the moves Protect, Follow Me, Air Slash, and Dazzling Gleam, and if they wanted to Dynamax, then they would have access to Max Airstream and Max Starfall, and if they didn't want to Dynamax, then they would just use Follow Me and Protect to keep the team safe. Some players leaned more into offense. There were some weakness policy Togenkisses running around that like activated their own weakness policy and then did huge damage. There was a Scope Lens Super Luck Togekiss, which caused all of its moves to crit 50% of the time. There were some fun sets back during Sword and Shield. Also, it's worth noting that as a support Pokemon, Togekiss is really dangerous. I talked about Togekiss for a bit longer than I intended, mostly because I just think it's a cool Pokemon. I probably should talk about the thing that's the most memorable about Togekiss for most people, which is its ability Serene Grace. Effectively, this doubles the chance of all secondary effects happening. And when you combine this with the huge 30% flinch chance of Air Slash, Togekiss has a move that more often than not will stop your opponent from moving. Combining this with Thunder Wave or Tailwind meant that Togekiss was a really annoying support Pokemon because if you were slower than it, like you might just not be able to attack. The last thing I'll say about Togekiss is that while it didn't win the World Championships, it was the best Pokemon during the first year of Sword and Shield, and it did win the Players' Cup, or the first Players' Cup, which was kind of our replacement for the World Championships. It's not exactly equivalent because certain regions weren't able to play in it, and it was online, so there was like, yeah, some other things going on. But I think that if the World Championships had happened during 2020 and they hadn't been canceled due to the pandemic, I think Togekiss would have had a very real chance to actually become a world champion. It didn't happen, and so it's kind of coulda, woulda, shoulda, but I also think that it was so dominant during Sword and Shield and had enough good performances outside of that year that it's absolutely one of the best flying types of all time. I think it actually would have been a menace during Scarlet and Violet because it would have benefited so much from terrestrialization early on, but it wasn't in the game. You know, it's kind of funny because I've been doing these best Pokemon of every type videos for feels like a little bit now, and I'm almost done. Like it's kind of crazy because at the beginning I was like, oh, I'll be able to do these forever. Like I love making these videos. They're so fun to like do the research for and talk about and share some history. But now they're almost over. Anyway, there's only a couple ones left at this point. I think I still have Rock, Dark. There might be one more, but honestly there might not be. So if you don't want to miss those, or if you want to make sure that YouTube serves you the ones that I've already done, just go ahead and do me a favor and make sure that you are already subscribed. If you want to, of course, if that's not for you, no worries. I won't take it personally unless it is personal, in which case, my bad. Subscribing helps the channel out a lot, and it also makes sure that you don't miss any like big videos or exciting videos. Even if you don't end up watching them, at least you get the ability to see that they're being offered rather than YouTube just not showing them to you. I really care about the quality of content on this channel, so I hope that you feel like subscribing is a win-win. Like obviously it benefits me, but I want it to benefit y'all as well. That's all I'll say about it. Let's continue with the list. Okay, coming in at number 9 is a personal favorite Pokemon of mine, although it's a very weird Pokemon, Celesteela. Celesteela is the first Pokemon on our list that is a world champion. It won during the first year of Sun and Moon back in 2017. It also happened to be one of the best Pokemon during that year, and I think that year specifically was probably the best Ultra Beast, though eventually I think it settled more into the number 2 slot behind Kartana. I think what's really cool about Celesteela is that it has all these different sets that it can run. During early Sun and Moon, the main reason that people would use Celesteela is because as a Steel and Flying type, it only has 2 weaknesses to Fire and Electric, and so if you dealt with those Pokemon, then you would actually have a ton of resistances, plus the immunity to ground. Thanks to Celesteela's good natural bulk and great defensive typing, you would use it basically as this raid boss Pokemon, where you would try to eliminate the Electric and Fire types or the Pokemon with big burst damage, and then play to an endgame where you would have Leech Seed leftovers protect, sometimes substitute Celesteela, and you would just like try and stall out the opponent until, yeah, they ran out of Pokemon, ran out of health. There were a couple really funny end games where, well, funny in hindsight, not funny to the casters, or maybe even in the moment, but it was just Celesteela versus Celesteela, and they couldn't damage each other because they both only had the move Heavy Slam and they're the same weight, obviously, so there were some really funny situations with Celesteela. To be honest, the Stally set of Celesteela, wow, that's a kind of a tongue twister. It's not that fun, it's not that interesting, but what I think is cool about the Pokemon is that because of the way that the stats are, it has so many different sets that it could run. Obviously, you could play it just like this super stally, slow, bulky, like raid boss Pokemon, but there were other things you could do too. Like because it gets access to the move Wide Guard, you could use it for team support. And also because a lot of its stats are like very similar in terms of their range, you can actually play a more offensive Celesteela. I actually won the North American International Championships with the Celesteela when it really wasn't very meta at all, but I wanted a bulky steel type Pokemon that was offensive enough to do huge damage with Heavy Slam, while also was able to support the team with Wide Guard. And this specific combination basically led me to only Celesteela, and it was super good during the tournament. At the time, people expected Celesteela to be really bulky, but I really trained mine very heavily in the attack stat, which led it to do huge damage that people weren't expecting. Celesteal is also cool because it was one of the few Ultra Beasts where the stat that would be boosted after it took a KO could vary like completely. For those of you who don't know, Beast Boost is kind of like the Grim or Chilling Neigh ability, except instead of raising the attack or special attack stat, instead it raises the Pokemon's highest stat. So for Kartana, you were pretty much always getting an attack boost. For Stakataka, you were always getting a defense boost. Technically, you could get around these, but you'd have to intentionally make your better stats worse, which you didn't want to do. So effectively, these are the stats that always got boosted. Celesteela could boost defense, special defense, or even attack. The one that I won NAIC with was attack boosting. If Celesteela was in Scarlet and Violet, it would similarly probably be a pretty big menace. And it didn't get that much usage in Sword and Shield because I think that like having the leech seed option is pretty decent. And like against Dynamax Pokemon, it just wasn't as effective, especially because Wide Guard is also less valuable against Dynamax because all the moves are single target. But its dominance during Sun and Moon, I think definitely justifies its place on this list. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if we saw it more going forward. Coming in at number 8 is Gyarados. I actually initially had Gyarados a little bit lower on this list because, like, okay, it's kind of tricky. This is what makes this list so hard. Gyarados obviously is a great Pokemon, and it's been used in more formats than either Togekiss or Celesteela, right? But the thing is that both Togekiss and Celesteela have had higher peaks. Like at some point during certain formats, they were like either the most used Pokemon or like top 3, top 5, like very close to it. Gyarados, in my memory, has effectively never reached that level. Like there might have been some short moment where it got close to that, but not for the like duration that either Togekiss or Celesteela had. So emotionally, it feels like, oh, Celesteela and Togekiss are better, but Gyarados has more longevity. And so it's part of what made this list so difficult is that how do you weigh longevity versus peaks, right? Anyway, I think Gyarados is actually a really cool Pokemon to talk about, not just because it looks sick, and I mean, it's iconic. It's like one of the most Pokemon, right? But I think what really makes it cool is that similar to Celesteela, it has a ton of different sets, and which one was best really depended on the Pokemon around it. Even though Gyarados looks like this really crazy, you know, water dragon thing, right? It actually is most often used for defense. It has the Intimidate ability, which is just one of the best abilities in the game because it lowers both of your opponent's physical attack stats every time the user switches in. So you can use it multiple times for battle. It's a total staple of competitive play. Many of you have probably seen it before. Anyway, because of the Intimidate ability and because its water and flying typing is actually pretty decent defensively, like of course you have a quadruple weakness to electric and you're weak to rock, but most rock moves are physical, and so you like at least are weakening their damage a little bit with Intimidate. And if the opponent doesn't have an electric type, then Gyarados doesn't have that much to worry about. Plus you have some nice resistances and some nice immunities. Anyway, it actually ends up letting the Gyarados be quite a bulky Pokemon. It often supports its team with moves like Thunder Wave and Taunt, occasionally Icy Wind, and typically uses Waterfall for damage. Slight tangent. Before this video started, I talked about how I didn't think of flying as a very good type, and I think Gyarados kind of illustrates why I feel that way. Flying is a really good type offensively, but there aren't that many good physical flying type moves or good special flying type moves. On the physical side, Gyarados doesn't get anything outside of Bounce, which is basically a worthless move aside from specific circumstances, but just the move on its own is effectively worthless. It's a 2-turn move. If the opponent protects in the second turn, you do no damage, and it's not even perfectly accurate or all that strong. Unless you have access to certain very specific moves, which we'll talk about, it's really hard to have good flying type coverage. Togekiss gets around this a little bit because Air Slash has such a high flinch chance that it's actually worth it, even though it's a very weak move. Like if you compare Air Slash to like Thunderbolt or Flamethrower, you'll see that there's a huge gap in power. And the next strongest flying type move is Hurricane, which is super strong, but misses a whopping 30% of the time, unless you're in the rain. So for most flying type Pokemon, you don't really want to risk it. Celesteela's main attack was actually using Heavy Slam. Like it wouldn't really use a flying type move. Occasionally it would use Air Slash if it wanted special damage on the flying side. So it at least had the option, but this kind of worked mostly because Celesteela was again a support Pokemon, so you weren't really relying on it for burst damage. I think this is also part of the reason why Gyarados is pressured to lean into more of a defensive role a lot of the time, is because unless you have certain conditions going for you, you're only going to be able to use water moves for your like type attacks, same type attacks. So Gyarados that wanted to set up would have to run Earthquake as a secondary move. That being said, we have seen some setup Gyarados. Dragon Dance, Protect, Waterfall, Earthquake was used, especially during early Sun and Moon. I remember that was a pretty good set. But I think a big part of the reason why Gyarados has been used so much is because it takes such good advantage of the signature mechanics of the last couple generations. I'm talking about Z moves, Dynamax, and Terrestrialization, all of which let a Pokemon use moves that they normally wouldn't be able to. Z moves and Dynamax allowed Gyarados to use a 1-turn flying type attack, and this is actually really good because, you know, one of the main Pokemon that resist water type moves are grass type Pokemon, right? And so having actual flying type coverage to beat these Pokemon was a pretty big deal. Max Airstream, as we mentioned, was also one of the best Dynamax moves, and so Gyarados was also phenomenal in the early time of Sword and Shield, in part because it matched up really well into Excadrill. Most recently, we saw the support Gyarados set come back during the middle of Scarlet and Violet, during Regulation C, where it was often paired with Pokemon like King Lu and Shiyu and Fluttermane, basically helping to enable these other Pokemon, whether by making them bulkier or by slowing down opponents with Thunder Wave. Now, Gyarados has won the World Championships once in 2014 alongside Pachirisu. However, it's one of the weird cases where is Mega Gyarados. And so Mega Gyarados, as you might know, is a water and dark type Pokemon. It's not a flying type Pokemon. That being said, it felt more right to put it here because it felt weird to put just Gyarados on this list, like here, and then have Mega Gyarados on like, yeah, the dark type list, but not the flying type list. I understand people might not agree with that. That's my personal decision, is that I'm including it here. Gyarados might still be on the list without the Mega Gyarados Whirlwind. It probably would lose to Zapdos though. But yeah, basically the Mega Gyarados that won Worlds was used as an offensive Pokemon using, funnily enough, Follow Me from Pachirisu plus Dragon Dance, and then allowing Mega Gyarados to be super bulky. I think part of the reason, by the way, that it makes sense to include it here is because Mega Gyarados would use base Gyarados like in gameplay, whether to, you know, have a different resistance profile, like you go from resisting fighting to being weak to it. So in certain situations, for example, against Mega Lucario, maybe you wanted to delay your Mega Evolution so that you wouldn't be, you know, weak to its fighting moves all of a sudden. And you would also, of course, use the Intimidate ability before you switched in. So that's my opinion. If you don't agree, it's fine. I understand. Anyway, Gyarados, even though it's been, you know, power crept and, you know, it's from Generation 1, still a good Pokemon, and I expect we'll be seeing more of it going forward, especially because it's a Pokemon that tends to be in the early parts of formats, because it tends to be, you know, in almost every Pokemon game, similar to Pikachu. So I think that Gyarados will probably continue to pop up, and I'm sure there will be a time in the future where it's really good again. Okay, coming in at number 7 is a Pokemon that I personally think has already hit its peak. Talonflame. Funnily enough, Talonflame also won the World Championships, and also in 2014, that team had 2 flying type Pokemon. Those of you starting in Scarlet and Violet probably think you know what's up with Talonflame. Honestly, if you started in Sword and Shield or even Sun and Moon, you probably think you have a good idea of what Talonflame does. The main reason to use Talonflame is because it has the special ability called Gale Wings, which effectively gives all of its flying type moves an increased stage of priority, but only when it's at full HP. This ability basically causes Talonflame to be played in the modern era like this somewhat frail but like really fast supporting Pokemon, where it uses the move Tailwind, which is super great at supporting your team, doubling your speeds for the next 4 turns. It uses moves like Will-O-Wisp and Taunt to slow down opponents and disrupt them, and occasionally it'll do a little damage with Brave Bird. It's kind of a fun fact that Talonflame has a lower base attack stat than Amoonguss, a Pokemon that doesn't use its base attack stat, so that's part of the reason why Talonflame has been relegated to this more supportive role. If the only time that we used Talonflame was, you know, 2017 and after, I wouldn't even have considered it for this list. However, what you need to understand about Talonflame is that it has been nerfed into the ground. Its ability Gale Wings, when it first released in Generation 6 during X and Y, did not have any additional condition attached to it. Rather than only working at full HP, it worked always. And you might be thinking, okay, like how much does that matter, Wolf? Like, okay, it's priority and priority is good, but like, I mean, it still has a little priority nowadays, right? Like it can't make that much of a difference, right? Wrong. So here's what you have to understand. Yes, Talonflame, it's not a very powerful Pokemon. Talonflame was one of the most threatening offensive Pokemon during the first year of X and Y, and frankly for a lot of X and Y thereafter. The reason is because it has arguably the best physical flying type move, Brave Bird. Brave Bird is a really strong move with 120 base power that does recoil damage to the user after it hits something. What you have to understand is that priority moves, just by definition, are extremely powerful. A lot of competitive play is like figuring out how to attack before your opponents, and priority is one of the best ways to do that. Game Freak understands this, and so almost all priority moves cap out at 40 base power. Occasionally we'll have like signature moves that are 60 base power, and sometimes we get slightly stronger moves that are like 55 or like 70 base power, assuming they have special conditions attached to them. That's like Sucker Punch, Thunderclap, Grassy Glide, right? Where they can have priority, but they also don't always. Brave Bird was a 120 base power priority flying type attack. Again, one of the best offensive types in the game. And even though Talonflame isn't very strong, players just gave it a choice band and trained it to be really offensive, and it would basically 1 or 2 shot everything in the game, sometimes even if it resisted it, unless they were very bulky. And because of that priority, there was kind of no easy way around it. Like this is before Psychic Terrain. I don't actually remember if it existed before. I think it might have existed, but like there was no abilities that set it up, and there was no like Queenly Majesty or Armor Tail abilities that stopped priority or Dazzling, right? There was really no priority block in the game. There was no way to turn it off. And so you would have this Pokemon that could come in at the end of the game and just clean up all of your Pokemon while you couldn't even do anything about it, or could be used in the early game to put down tons of damage while you scrambled trying to like slow it down. It was just a menace. Fire was also really good secondary typing for Talonflame because the steel types that resisted its flying type moves would get blown up by its fire moves. Many players used Life Orb or Sharp Beak instead of Choice Band as well, because it would allow you to also support your team with Tailwind rather than being locked into using Brave Bird. Talonflame is a Pokemon that I'm really glad has kind of fallen off. It's definitely past its peak, and I think that's actually for the best, because it's really hard to understand if you weren't there playing at the time, but it was just terrifying. And I'm actually quite glad that they nerfed it, and I'm glad it's still like, it was nerfed enough that it's like no longer just like a menace like it was, but it still is usable and has some play, and like won a regional, I mean, as recently as 2023. I'm sure it might have even won one in 2024, though maybe not. So it's still usable, and like I think it's now working as intended and that's for the best. Okay, coming in at number 6 is a bit of a surprising pick. Number 6 will shock you, okay? I'm BuzzFeed now. The number 6 best flying type is Charizard. This is probably a bit surprising because on my best fire type list, I put Charizard in the top 3. And actually, that was the first one of these that I made, and I basically put it as a 3-way tie. I wasn't sure which Pokemon was the best at the time. I would change that now if I went back, but video's already out, so whatever. Anyway, Charizard is number 6 in this list. Charizard's the second Pokemon to have never won the World Championships. Charizard's also really hard to talk about because, like, it has 4 different forms that all saw play. So the simplest version to talk about is Charizard's base form. Fire and flying type, decent stats, not phenomenal. Typing is like good, but like not it has ups and downs, right? You have these terrible weaknesses like to water and a quadruple weakness to rock and weak to electric, but you actually have decent defensive typing as well outside of those types. Like you resist grass, you resist fighting, you're immune to ground, you resist fire. Yeah. Anyway, the real reason to use base form Charizard is his ability Solar Power. Solar Power basically works as a multiplier if the sun is up, and because the sun already gives fire type moves a multiplier, and being a fire type gives you another multiplier, it's basically exponential scaling and allows Charizard to do a lot more damage than you would expect given like its base stats. Base form Charizard previously had never seen really any play. However, it did recently this season actually win an international level tournament during Regulation H where all legendary and paradox Pokemon were banned. This Charizard used the choice specs to get an additional 1.5 times multiplier on all of its moves, basically resulting in exponential scaling where if Charizard was set up and had the speed advantage and had the sun up, it was just going to output huge damage. As a fire type, it has access to the spread move Heat Wave, which hits both of your opponents, gets powered up in the sun and by all the other multipliers as well, and so it was a really powerful offensive Pokemon. That being said, it basically hasn't seen any play outside of this season. Mega Charizard X is the most simple to talk about. This is a fire and dragon type, so again, not really a flying type. It saw a little usage. I won a regional with it. I brought it to the World Championships and finished. Did I bring it to the Worlds twice, actually? I think I did. One of those years went okay, the other one not so much. It also won another regional used by a creative team builder named Jamie Boyd over in the European region. That being said, this was definitely a more niche pick and mostly played Charizard like as this kind of like bulky physical attacker. I used mine with Will-O-Wisp and Roost. It could also use Dragon Dance. The thing is that turning your special attacker into a physical attacker caused a bunch of problems, and like Mega Charizard Y, which was the better form, was able to hit both opponents and control the weather. Typically, it was viewed as better. Anyway, Mega Charizard Y, which I just alluded to, has access to the Drought ability, which sets the sun up. Now, you can't set the sun up and then get access to your base form Solar Power ability. Most of you probably know that once you Mega Evolve, you don't get to go back to your base form until the next battle. I actually wonder what would happen if you used Revival Blessing with a Mega Evolution. Would you keep your Mega? I assume you'd go back to normal. I don't know though. Anyway, it didn't matter because there was no Revival Blessing attack when Mega Evolutions were around. So you would Mega Evolve, you'd set up the sun, but you would also get a ton of stat points just by virtue of Mega Evolving. And so it actually allowed Charizard Y to keep up with the more modern format, right? A lot of Pokemon that set up the sun are designed to like have some kind of pretty major weaknesses. Like Torkoal has terrible stats, Ninetales terrible stats. Groudon and Koraidon are like obviously restricted legendary Pokemon, so they're not even legal most of the time, but also neither of them are fire type Pokemon, and so even though they have good stats, they aren't able to fully take advantage of the sun because they're not getting, they're basically missing out on a multiplier. Charizard Y was the one exception where it not only had phenomenal offensive stats and just good stats across the board, but it was also a fire type who set the sun up, and so basically like Charizard Y Overheat would KO anything that didn't resist it. Heat Wave would output huge damage, and it even could use moves like Air Slash and Solar Beam for decent like utility as well. It mostly worked as a fire type attacker because like again, flying type special moves weren't really a thing. Like you'd use Air Slash, but compare Air Slash to Overheat in the sun, and yeah, I mean you can see that there's a pretty major difference there. So it primarily was used as a fire type attacker, but it's still nice to have a fire type that's immune to ground. By far the most threatening version of Charizard though was Gigantamax Charizard. Gigantamax Charizard was the single best Gigantamax form in the game. I'm going to say it was the best Dynamax Pokemon, period, both Dynamax or Gigantamax. I've talked about this a couple times before, so I won't, like go as in depth here. But basically what you need to understand is that all the multiplicative scaling that we were talking about with base form Charizard also worked with Dynamax as an additional multiplier. And Charizard's main weakness is that it's very frail. And so if you can outspeed it, you can probably either KO it or do a ton of damage to it. And you can also use priority moves once it's taken enough damage because Solar Power damages your Pokemon at the end of every turn. That's the trade-off. With Gigantamax, Charizard not only got a huge power boost, but it also became much tankier and took less recoil damage because of the weird quirk of how recoil damage worked in Dynamax Pokemon. Basically, if you were Dynamaxed, then your Pokemon would take half the recoil that it should. So Life Orb was just to do 10% of your health every turn. Gigantamax Charizard only took 5%. The real thing that made Gigantamax Charizard so crazy though was the fact that its secondary effect of its signature Gigantamax move, Gmax Wildfire, just did a ton of passive damage. It would basically wipe out a third of your opponent's total health unless they like Dynamax themselves or they had a fire type on the field. And that was just the passive effect for landing the move once. Way overtuned. It should have done significantly less damage across the board. And the fact that the secondary effect was so good, it just made it like a huge menace to deal with. Like, it was so strong that Gigantamax Charizard to me kind of represented what happened when Dynamax was pushed to its limit and kind of like broke the game. For the most part, I think it was a really good mechanic, but then I think about Gigantamax Charizard and I'm like, you know, it actually did have some problems, didn't it? So the real question then is, why is Charizard not higher up on the list? And the short answer to that is that every Pokemon above it has won the World Championships at least once. And while I think Charizard is better than some Pokemon who have won the World Championships, I think the Pokemon above it all displayed a level of dominance that you can't really match without a World win. Speaking of, let's talk about the 5th Pokemon on our list, which I believe might be the only, let me look this up. I think this is the only mono flying type on our list. Yeah, this is the only pure flying type on our list. Tornadus. I think it's pronounced Tornadus, but I think it's Tornadus. Anyway, Tornadus won the World Championships only once back in 2013. That being said, it has a 2nd place and 2 third places at the World Championships as well, so surely not a bad Pokemon. Tornadus is either the best Tailwind setter of all time or the 2nd best Tailwind setter of all time, thanks to its ability, Prankster. Prankster is basically similar to Gale Wings in that it gives all of your moves priority, but instead of being all flying type moves, it's all moves that don't do damage. So Tornadus is a really great support Pokemon because it can set Tailwind up with priority. Tornadus is also a legendary Pokemon, so if you compare its stats to Talonflame stats, you'll see that there's a pretty big difference. Tornadus is primarily used as a fast supporting Pokemon, similar to Talonflame, but with a bit more bulk and with the ability to do a bit more damage. It's more consistent than Talonflame as well, because unlike Gale Wings, Prankster just always works regardless of your health, so it's easier to set up a 2nd Tailwind if your first one expires if you reserve your Tornadus. Tornadus also uses Prankster for other reasons. It often uses support moves like Taunt and Rain Dance. It's actually often paired with powerful water type attackers. The one that comes to mind most recently is obviously Urshifu, where you can use Rain Dance before Urshifu attacks and then Surging Strikes to do huge damage. Back in the day, it was primarily used with Kyogre. The synergy also goes both ways, where while using Rain Dance can help you to control the weather and make sure that your water type Pokemon isn't getting shut down by sun, the rain also makes Tornadus's flying type moves 100% accurate. Back in the day, you would mostly use Hurricane. Again, we've talked about how strong this move is. However, for some reason, they gave Tornadus a buff in Legends Arceus called Bleak Wind Storm, which is just a great flying type move that's really high base power, hits both of your opponents, and has a decent chance to lower their speed stats. The main drawback of this move is that it's inaccurate, but again, it's fully accurate in the rain, so you can get around this by pairing it with other rain-setting Pokemon or by using Rain Dance yourself. Something funny that you might not know is that the Tornadus that won the World Championships actually didn't use the Prankster ability. Tornadus gets the hidden ability Defiant, which gives it an attack boost if any of its stats are lowered. This was the year where a specific Intimidate Pokemon was really running away with the game, and being able to get an attack boost every time the Intimidate lowered your attack stat was actually quite valuable. This Tornadus set really hasn't seen any play going forward, and that's in large part because what really enabled it to shine was not necessarily the attack boost, it was the fact that there was this item called, well, there were these items called gems. Gems were basically a choice item that gave your Pokemon a 50% power boost, but they didn't lock you into the move you used, and you could only use them once per battle. So basically you would use, Draco Meteor, the Dragon Gem would activate, give you a 50% power boost, you'd, hit Straw harder, and then afterwards the gem would disappear until the next battle. Flying Gem was a really strong and popular gem because it paired really well with the attack Acrobatics. Acrobatics is a 55 base power move, quite weak, doubles in power if you don't have an item, and the game checks to see if you have an item after the gem is already activated. So basically if you use Acrobatics, you would first activate your gem, applying a 50% power boost, and then Acrobatics would check to see if you have an item, which you no longer do, so it would double your power. Effectively, this is a 3 times boost for your move rather than a 2 times boost, or a 1.5 times boost. And given that you couldn't intimidate Tornadus without it getting stronger, this was quite powerful. That being said, without the Flying Gem, the set is nowhere near as good. And also, they changed the way that speed works in the game, where nowadays speed updates automatically. So if you use Tailwind, then your partner Pokemon is immediately like just, twice as fast. Back in the day, up until Generation 8, when this changed, speed was static. And so what that means effectively is that if you use Tailwind and then your partner Pokemon now would be faster, but at the start of the turn was slower, it's still slower. Like you don't update the speed until the next turn. And so because of that, Prankster also has a lot more utility with Tailwind, because using Tailwind with priority means that your partner Pokemon immediately gets the benefit, whereas otherwise your opponent might be able to attack first. Anyway, I think that Tornadus is going to continue being a staple. Like I said, it's a top 2 Tailwind setter. It's probably top 1. The other contender is Whimsicott, for those of you who are curious. And I think the question is really only like, will Tornadus be in the game, not will Tornadus be good? Okay, coming in at number 4 is another Pokemon that I think people will be surprised to see this low, but I have talked about it before. It's a personal favorite of mine, Mega Rayquaza. Mega Rayquaza only won the World Championships one time back in 2016 when I used it to win. That is a little bit of a misleading statement though, because Mega Rayquaza is something called a restricted Pokemon, which means it's only allowed in specific formats. And because it's a Mega Evolution, wait, I'm calling this Mega Rayquaza. I guess this is Rayquaza in general, but only the Mega Evolution is worth talking about, truthfully. Anyway, it's a restricted Pokemon, but it's also a Mega Evolution, and so there have actually only ever been 2 World Championships where it was legal for. Rayquaza itself has been legal for more, but like I said, not a very good Pokemon without its Mega form. That being said, its Mega form is really, really, really good. For those of you who didn't play around with Mega Rayquaza, what you have to understand is that it was different. And I don't just mean it was like crazy strong, although it was, but it literally played by different rules than other Pokemon in the game. Every other Mega Evolution in the game, in order to Mega Evolve, had to hold a specific item called a Mega Stone. Kangaskhan had to hold the Kangaskhanite, Metagross had to hold the Metagrossite, Metagrite, I don't remember what it's called. You get the picture, right? Ampharosite was Ampharos, etc. Rayquaza Mega didn't have to hold an item. Instead, it just had to have its signature move, Dragon Ascent, on its move set. And that meant that it could hold a different item. So not only did this Mega Evolution have better stats than any other Mega Evolution in the game, but you could also give it an additional power boost or some extra survivability with a held item, which other Mega Evolutions weren't able to have. Focus Sash was the item that I used to win Worlds, which basically allowed Mega Rayquaza to set up with Swords Dance memorably, or just to have a little bit more survivability to click Dragon Ascent, which is like flying type close combat. One of the best flying type moves of all time. I guess it's probably the best flying type move period, is just a signature move. Is there anything better? I'll come back to it. I don't know. I don't think so. Anyway, but with the Focus Sash, you could survive a little longer. I also won North American Internationals with Mega Rayquaza, holding the Assault Vest item, which gave it a lot more survivability. Other people used Life Orb. I think Choice Band might have been used once or twice, but it wasn't really all that common. Anyway, so you had this super strong Pokemon that you could power up even further. The thing about Mega Rayquaza is that its base stats were just insane. It was decently fast. It was incredibly powerful on both the physical and the special side, and it had great natural bulk. And that great bulk was only made better because of its signature ability, Delta Stream. Delta Stream is crazy. It's a third form of Primordial Weather, like Primal Groudon sets Desolate Land, Primal Kyogre sets the Primordial Sea. That's what it's called, I think. And Mega Rayquaza has the Delta Stream. This is a special kind of weather condition that doesn't have like a powered down version. I guess airlock, kind of. It basically overwrites all other weather conditions that are on the field, and it causes all flying type Pokemon to lose their weaknesses. The main weakness of Mega Rayquaza's typing is the fact that as a dragon and flying type Pokemon, it is quadruple weak to ice type attacks. However, in Delta Stream, it's only 2 times weak to ice type attacks. And that's a big deal because you still keep the resistances. So Mega Rayquaza still resists fighting, is still immune to ground, but it doesn't have any of the downsides of being a flying type. And you can also use this to pair with other flying type Pokemon. Like when I won North American Internationals, for example, I had both Assault Vest Mega Rayquaza and Celesteela. Celesteela is only weak to fire and electric, but in the Delta Stream, it's only weak to electric. And it actually gets extra resistances as well. Like normally Celesteela takes neutral damage from ice type attacks, but that's because the resistance from its steel typing is canceled out by the weakness from its flying typing. And so, you know, in Delta Stream, all of a sudden Celesteela isn't neutral to ice type attacks, it resists them. Same thing with rock type attacks. This ability is crazy, especially on a Pokemon already very, very tanky. Mega Rayquaza also is one of the few Mega Evolutions that didn't really have any wasted stat points because it was often used as both a physical and a special attacker simultaneously. Basically, all Mega Evolutions get 100 stat points when they Mega Evolve, but often those are wasted by putting extra points into the attacking stat that you're not using. Like Mega Garchomp is a huge example of this, where it gets a ton of special attack points when it wants to be a physical attacker. Those points are effectively wasted. But with Mega Rayquaza, it can use these special moves, not only because it has a high base special attack stat, but because it has a crazy deep move pool. The one that I used to win North American Internationals had both Earth Power and Icy Wind, 2 special moves that you normally wouldn't use on a physical attacker, but were really good on Mega Rayquaza. The main question you're probably wondering is like, why is Mega Rayquaza not higher up on our list? And the main reason is that while it was really good, it was really never a top 3 restricted Pokemon in the time it was around. Sometimes it might have been even lower. Xerneas, Primal Groudon, and Primal Kyogre were almost always better than it. And that might sound a little strange, but basically in double battles, Mega Rayquaza's insane damage output wasn't quite as valuable as like some of the spread moves that Xerneas, Groudon, and Kyogre could provide. And with Xerneas often being the most popular restricted Pokemon, the problem was effectively that you had a Pokemon that not only was just super strong into you because it hit you for super effective damage and could outspeed you after a Geomancy, but also people ran a lot of steel type Pokemon to counter Xerneas, which ended up also threatening Mega Rayquaza, like Bronzong and Stakataka. None of this is to say that Mega Rayquaza was bad, but it was never as dominant as you would expect it to be given how strong it is. In fact, like Mega Rayquaza was never as dominant in Togekiss. This is partly because we're comparing 2 very different formats, but it's the truth. Like Togekiss has a higher peak in terms of popularity than Mega Rayquaza does, but it's a bit of a, I think it's a bit of a misleading comparison. But yeah, that's why it's not higher up. Phenomenal Pokemon, and if Mega Evolution comes back, I would not be surprised at all. Wait, if Mega Evolution comes back. When Mega Evolution comes back, I would not be surprised at all to see Mega Rayquaza winning another World Championships. For now, though, it's at 4th. Okay, before we get to the top 3, let's talk about our honorable mentions. Let's start with Zapdos. Basically, Zapdos was really good during Black and White, and I think a little bit during Diamond and Pearl as well. Yeah, actually, definitely a little bit during Diamond and Pearl. It got 2nd at the World Championships in both 2008 and 2009, which were played on the, you know, Gen 4 games. And then in Gen 5 in Black and White, it won 3 different nationals in 2012. It's been good at a number of different points. It's often this like bulky electric supporting Pokemon, but can also do damage as well. I don't need to get that much into it. You know what Zapdos does. It was really good. It's the 11th best flying type in my opinion, and I wanted to put it on this list, but I thought based on results I just couldn't because it hasn't been as good in recent years. Okay, I'm going to talk about some other flying types that I think are fun really quickly, and some other ones that people expect. Pelipper, Rain Setter, terrible stats, good Pokemon, one of the better flying types not on this list. Murkrow, not good enough to keep up here, but you know, like a good flying type that sees usage. Yanmega, I like Yanmega, I brought it to a tournament, definitely doesn't deserve to be on this list, but I wanted to talk about it. Galarian Moltres had kind of a brief stint of being good. During Sword and Shield, I used it to win the Players Cup 2. It also had some play during the first part of Regulation G, which was our single restricted format of Scarlet and Violet. It was used as Zamazenta. Regular Moltres also got second at Worlds before, and I think also top 4 at an international tournament in the past. Mandibuzz is this bulky supporting flying type that got second at Worlds in 2017. Yeah, second at Worlds in 2017. Wasn't used much outside of that year, but I think it's a cool Pokemon. Vivillon sees some play occasionally, like as a compound-ized sleep powder user that never misses, that can also set Tailwind and Rage Powder. Butterfree does something similar. Corviknight has use in some lower power formats like the beginning of Sword and Shield and Regulation H during Scarlet and Violet. Flamingo's a funny Pokemon that I think is funny, like not that good. Crobat's a pretty good Pokemon as well. Sees some play occasionally, especially when Xerneas is popular. Hasn't been used in a little bit, but it's, you know, a good Pokemon to defeat Xerneas. Mega Aerodactyl is actually a flying type Pokemon that saw a little play as kind of a niche option. Articuno won a regional in 2023 with its Choice Specs Blizzard set, making it quite good. I have a whole video on that if you're interested. Dragonite obviously popped up as well during Scarlet and Violet for the first time, so it's like a cool Pokemon worth mentioning. Also have a whole video on that. Jumpluff is used occasionally nowadays as a sun-setting support Pokemon to put players to sleep. Braviary was actually one of the best Pokemon in early Sword and Shield because it was a good Dynamax attacker as a flying type with the Defiant ability, which is good to Intimidate. And lastly, Drifblim actually was really good during Sun and Moon as this really fast Tailwind setter that could also burn things with Will-O-Wisp and use the Psychic Seed item to make itself very tanky. Wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of the Drifblim going forward as it has a really good supporting moveset, but kind of weird stats. Anyway, I know it was kind of rapid fire, but I wanted to talk about some other flying types that I like initially put on my in consideration list and had to take off because yeah, the other Pokemon are just too good. Okay, we're into the top 3 now, and this was the hardest part of the list for me to make personally because all 3 of these Pokemon have a case for number 1. However, I did sort them, okay? I didn't cop out and say they're all number 1, okay? Coming in at number 3 is Thundurus. There are times in the past where I would have put Thundurus at number 1 on this list, but I have thought more about these lists, and I think right now I feel best about number 3. Every single one of these top 3 Pokemon won Worlds 3 times. Thundurus's was in 2011, 2015, and 2022. Thundurus has a ton of other results outside of the World Championships, outside of first place at the World Championships even, but I don't think that just listing, you know, tournaments that it's won is really going to help get the point across any more than telling you what it does. It's one of the most toxic Pokemon of all time. Thundurus, similar to Tornadus, also gets the Prankster ability, giving all of its non-damaging moves a stage of priority. However, instead of the chill and, you know, fair Tailwind attack, it uses moves like Thunder Wave and Swagger. Thunder Wave gives the team speed control, slows down the opponent, but also has a whopping 25% chance to stop the target from moving, and paralysis can't easily be cured, so that's just like a 25% every turn for the rest of the battle that your Pokemon won't attack. And Thundurus was often trying to paralyze, well, all of your Pokemon. It would combo this with Swagger, which, you know, would confuse the target, which then lowered the odds even further. It's especially messed up because, you know, Thundurus was clearly designed to be an offensive Pokemon with its super high special attack and speed stats, but players realized that just, yeah, Prankster's a crazy powerful ability and Thunder Wave is a broken attack, and so it was mostly used for support. That being said, because it does have such a high base special attack stat, when it would attack, it would actually do decent damage as well. I think the best way that I can convey how strong Thundurus was is that it was severely nerfed. One of the most, I think it might be the most nerfed Pokemon of all time. I need to double check, but I'm pretty sure it's the Pokemon that received the most nerfs. Basically, they changed a lot of things. Paralysis no longer works on electric types, period. They're immune. This gets around the Thundurus paralyzing other Thundurus competition, which often happened. Dark type Pokemon are immune to Prankster now, which didn't used to happen, so you can't paralyze those with Thundurus either. Thunder Wave's accuracy was nerfed from 100% to 90%. Paralysis's speed drop was nerfed from a quarter of the target speed to only a half. Swagger's accuracy was nerfed from 90 to 85%. Confusion's chance to activate was nerfed from 50% to 33%. Thunderbolt's base power was lowered, and there's probably some more that I'm forgetting about realistically. Thanks to all these nerfs, Thundurus finally ended up somewhat in check during Sun and Moon. I think even in X and Y, I forget when all these nerfs went into play, but it like definitely Thundurus was still good during X and Y, despite the fact that yeah, like it could have been nerfed after Black and White, and that would have been good too. Actually, I'm sure it was nerfed at least in part going into X and Y, but regardless, it was still a great Pokemon there, and then there was another round of nerfs. And then ever since then, Thundurus like hasn't really been used at all. Like it's been the least used of all the genies until it won the World Championships in 2022. Funnily enough, this one also used the Defiant ability as the hidden ability and didn't play as this Prankster supporting Pokemon, but instead as this like Dynamax attacker. It was paired with Zacian because Zacian couldn't Dynamax, so it needed a good Pokemon to Dynamax. Max Airstream was the best max move in the game, and so it allowed Thundurus to, you know, give Zacian speed boost. Thundurus also gets the superpower attack to give itself and its teammate attack boost with Max Knuckle, very helpful for Zacian. And with the Defiant ability, you put your opponent in a lose-lose situation where if they intimidated Zacian, then they would give Thundurus an attack boost, and if they didn't give Thunderous the attack boost, and that meant that Zacian was still like at full power. So it was a really, really powerful Dynamax attacker, and like it took advantage of the fact that because Dynamax doubled HP, Thunderous was actually able to be quite tanky, similar to Charizard, where it wouldn't be that tanky as a physical attacker outside of Dynamax, but inside of it, it was bulky enough to actually like get max turns out of Dynamax most of the time and do big damage. Also helped that it outsped Charizard and could hit it with a super effective Max Lightning. It was a pretty big deal because Charizard was so good at the time. Currently, Thunderous is by far, like I said, the worst performing of the genies, and like both sets aren't really viable right now, but I think I've learned better than to count it out. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of it going forward. Okay, coming in at number 2 is a Pokemon that initially I had at number 1, but ultimately decided to change. Salamence. Salamence won the World Championships in 2009, 2018, and 2019. Salamence is mostly here because of its performance as Mega Salamence, but that being said, regular Salamence won the World Championships in 2009, which was close to the birth of modern competitive Pokemon. Salamence also sees a little bit of play when the power level is lower, like for most recently, for example, in Regulation H, it was used a little bit. It wasn't a crazy good Pokemon, but it saw some usage. During the first year of Sun and Moon, when Mega Evolution was not legal, Salamence also saw a bit of play as a super bulky, I guess, kind of support Pokemon. It was sometimes just like a Choice Scarf Pokemon or like a Z-move user like Z Dragon, so you could use Draco Meteor kind of twice without losing the special attack on the first time. But at the end of the season, there was this cool set that popped up where you would pair with Metagross, and Salamence would use the Bulldoze attack, which would lower both your opponent's speed stats and hit your partner, but it's not a very powerful attack, and Metagross is high base defense, so it wouldn't do that much damage. However, Metagross couldn't get its speed lowered because it has the clear body ability, and then it would activate Metagross's weakness policy item, doubling its offenses. This was a fun duo. It wasn't like that good, but it was funny, so I wanted to mention it. Really though, the main reason that Salamence is here is because of its Mega form. Because Mega Evolving gives you 100 extra stat points, having a Pokemon with good stats beforehand will normally result in just a really powerful Pokemon. Not always, as we have seen with Garchomp, it's not a guarantee, but Salamence really makes it work. Salamence also gets a bunch of points in both of its attacking stats, but the thing is that it actually is able to use both of them because it's a mixed attacker. Remember that flying type Pokemon really struggle with their moves? Well, Salamence is arguably the best flying type attacker ever because of its ability Aerialate. Aerialate causes all normal type moves to turn into flying type moves and gives them a power boost. That power boost was nerfed from 30% to 20% going from generation 6 to 7, in part because Mega Mence was so strong. And while flying type moves are kind of limited and Salamence really doesn't learn any, like it gets Hurricane, which we've already talked about, it gets Air Slash, which we've talked about, it gets Fly, not very good, but it doesn't matter because it gets a heap of good normal type moves. Salamence would normally use Hyper Voice on the special side, which is a high base power normal type move that hits both of your opponents, which is really great just for spreading damage and doing like gradual damage over time and not giving your opponent free switches. And then it would often use a more burst damage heavy attack like Double Edge or Frustration or Return to hit Pokemon on the physical side. It could also support its team with Tailwind, which we've already talked about because this is the flying type video, we're talking about it a lot. And there were other options as well. You could run Flamethrower or Heat Wave or Fire Blast for fire coverage. I won a regional using Substitute, not very good, but I did it. The Salamence won the World Championships using Dragon Dance and Roost, giving up on special attacking coverage and instead just using like a physical setup sweeper set. It was a really versatile Pokemon, and it's a top 2 Mega Evolution. The only other contender for Pokemon that could be better than it, or Mega Evolution that could be better than it, is Mega Kangaskhan. Personally, something that I'm really curious about is with Mega Evolutions coming back and presumably new Mega Evolutions being introduced, like how is Mega Salamence going to keep up? Because it was one of the best Mega Evolutions prior to Legends ZA, and so is it going to be able to keep up now? Or are they going to introduce stronger Mega Evolutions that overpower it? Honestly, it's so good that I can't imagine it ever being bad, but I mean, I don't even know anything about Legends ZA at the time I'm recording this, so yeah, we'll have to wait and see. So that just leaves the #1 best flying type Pokemon of all time. And most of you have probably figured out already what it is, Landorus. I'm including both Landorus forms here, both Therian and Incarnate. Landorus won the World Championships in 2013, 2015, and 2023. I went back and forth a lot on whether Salamence or Landorus should be higher up on the list, but ultimately I went with Landorus, obviously, because Salamence kind of needs its Mega Evolution to be viable, which normally I don't weigh that highly, but in a tiebreak scenario I do. And Landorus also is better like more recently, I would say, in part because Mega Salamence hasn't been in the game, and Landorus has 2 viable forms as well, so it's close, but I've given it to Landorus in the end. So Landorus Therian is the more notorious of the 2 forms. It's the form that was in contention for the best Pokemon of all time for a while, and really only didn't make it in because of Incineroar. It's got incredible stats, it's got an absurd move pool, including some weird moves that don't match either of its typings, like U-Turn, Knockoff, Rock Slide, Superpower, and there's more as well. It actually has so many moves that it was even used as a special attacker sometimes. I won a regional with special attacking, Hidden Power Ice, Choice Scarf, Earth Power, Sludge Bomb, Landorus Therian. Very, very strange. Similar to Gyarados, Landorus doesn't learn any good flying type moves outside of Fly, but it can use the signature mechanics of each generation using Dynamax, Z moves, and Terrestrialization to actually get access to flying coverage. Flying coverage is great with ground because the only types that resist ground are grass and bug, both of which flying hits for super effective, and all of the types that resist flying, being rock, steel, and electric, are all weak to ground. So it's got really good offensive synergy when you can actually activate those flying type moves. Landorus Incarnate form wasn't used for quite a while in the middle of competitive Pokemon. Like, I guess it would pop up every now and again, but it was always very niche. More recently though, it's been getting a lot more play. It was used a lot during the second year of Scarlet and Violet during 2024's competitive season, and I actually won a regional with it there. And then in this season as well, it won another regional and got second at Worlds, I guess during technically last year, but like, yeah, the format with only one restricted Pokemon. Landorus Incarnate is strong because it's one of the few special attacking ground type Pokemon, and it's able to be really powerful because it has the ability Sheer Force, which combos really nicely with the item Life Orb, basically giving double the damage multiplication with none of the cost, and that's especially valuable for a special attacking ground type Pokemon who doesn't have to worry about Intimidate. Landorus Incarnate basically never runs a flying type move. Actually, I think I got second at a regional with Hidden Power Flying Landorus back in the day with Sand. It was before it got Sheer Force. Yeah, in 2012. I think I had Flying Gem, Hidden Power Flying Landorus Incarnate. But other than that, never really uses a flying type move. Unlike Landorus Therian, who will use Terra Flying, Terra Blast, Landorus Incarnate almost never uses it. Normally runs poison coverage as its secondary coverage. Something that's really funny about Landorus is that it feels like there's always a Landorus that is usable or really good, but it's never both of them. Like, either Landorus Therian is really good and Landorus Incarnate is nowhere to be seen, or Landorus Incarnate is usable and nobody's touching Landorus Therian. It's kind of crazy that these Pokemon aren't like, yeah, #1 in the game, or like, yeah, like aren't even in contention. Like, nobody is using them in the current format, and that just, I guess, goes to show you the power of power creep and more importantly, the power of Incineroar. But I think there will always be a time where Landorus is good going forward, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if one of them won Worlds again. The real question to me is Landorus Incarnate feels like it's been trending upwards in the last couple years, whereas Landorus Therian is trending down, but all of the Worlds wins thus far are Landorus Therian. So the question to me is, will Landorus Incarnate ever get that Worlds win? I think it's interesting. We'll have to wait and see. Anyway, that's my list of the best flying type Pokemon. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're not too mad at me. I'm sorry I didn't put Zapdos in the list. I know somebody's mad about that. Probably a lot of somebody's. Anyway, if you like this video, you should check out my best poison type video. Very different because there are only 3 poison types who have ever won Worlds, and one of them was me. Check it out. I entered one of the largest official Pokemon tournaments ever with a Pokemon that nobody else was using. A Pokemon thought to be so unbelievably terrible that not only was its usage as close to 0% as you can realistically ever get, not only had no other player brought it to a tournament for the entire format, but also it hasn't had a single notable result in the last 15 years. So what was I thinking? Your first thought is probably that since I'm a YouTuber, I did this for content. If this happened to be the first video of mine that you've ever watched, that would be a totally reasonable guess. But it's wrong. Because even though, yes, I do post my stupid face online every week, I'm also one of the best competitive Pokemon players in the world, if not the very best of all time. So I didn't bring this Pokemon for laughs. I brought it because not only do I believe that it was being severely underestimated, but I think that it's strong enough to win the entire tournament. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We can't start the story in the middle. Let's go back to the beginning. A few weeks before the Louisville Regional Championships. If you're from Louisville, I know that I am not pronouncing it right, and I ask for your forgiveness. Now, you may be wondering, what's a regional championship? That's a great question. Competitive Pokemon has an official circuit set up and run by the Pokemon Company. Within this circuit, there are 5 levels of events. 2 of these, now called League Challenges and League Cups, are local events. They range in size from 10 to 40 players normally and can be set up by most organizers to help foster community within their local scene. The remaining events are classified as majors. There are 3 tiers: regionals, internationals, and worlds. Worlds happens only once a year, in August, and is the absolute pinnacle of competitive Pokemon, the tournament that every player dreams of winning. Internationals are the next rung down, with only 3 events each year and players coming in from outside the region to compete for the heightened prizing and glory. And then there are regionals. These tournaments are the most common major. There will be 9 this year in North America, and while technically anyone can enter them, the vast majority of competitors are typically from the region itself. But don't let their relatively lower standing fool you. In recent times, these tournaments have become unbelievably difficult. Competitive Pokemon has exploded in popularity. Just a few years ago, these tournaments struggled to hit even 100 entrants. But at the Louisville Regional Championships, over 800 players entered in the oldest division alone. And that's the 5th biggest event that I've personally attended in the last year alone. The more players a tournament has, the more difficult it is to do well. And that's part of the reason reason why the Pokemon Company updated the prizing this season to make regionals far closer to internationals in terms of what you get for doing well. But prize money isn't the only thing on the line here. Players with strong performances will earn championship points, the currency you need to spend if you want to qualify for the World Championships. Qualifying is much harder this year than it has been in recent years, so I'm not taking it for granted. The way that it currently works is at the end of the season, the 75 players with the most championship points in North America will qualify for Worlds, with the exception of any player who gets top 4 at internationals or wins a regional. Accomplishing a feat like this automatically qualifies you for the World Championships. So if I can win Louisville, I will automatically qualify for Worlds. But that's not my only motivation. Like I said, regionals are really difficult to win. In fact, there's only a small handful of players who have won 2, and the drop off to players with 3 regional championships is unbelievably steep. I can count on one hand the number of players who have won 4 or more regional championships, with just one of those players having made it all the way to the title of 6-time regional champion. I have 9 regional wins. This season, I'd like to win my 10th. I set that goal after my 5th win, and even though it seemed almost unthinkable at the time, because I've won 3 regionals so far since Scarlet and Violet started, it's suddenly within reach. So now you know, I am playing seriously. But right, okay, that certainly doesn't explain how I ended up with a Pokemon with 0% usage. Well, with a few weeks until the tournament, I start working on a team with my friend Yotam. Team building is a crucial part of doing well in a tournament. While you can always take something standard, you're given a lot more creative control when you make the choices for yourself. My first thought is to build around Weezing, a Pokemon who shuts down the abilities of all other Pokemon. I had success at the Baltimore Regionals a few weeks ago using an offensive, Choice Specs Galarian Weezing, but this time I'm interested in a more supportive version of the classic form. But after a week spent trying to make it work, I give up. It's just not coming together. So I need a new starting point, but nothing's really jumping out at me. Well, okay, that's kind of a lie. There is one concept that I'm interested in. Ursaluna. Ursaluna is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game. It's got ridiculous stats, and its ability makes it 50% stronger when it's affected by a status condition, something you can guarantee by giving it the Flame Orb item. Burning Ursaluna not only makes all its moves 50% stronger, but it also doubles the power of the attack Facade, a normal type move that is powered up when the holder is affected by a status condition. Add on a few other powerful moves and good typing, and Ursaluna is one of the single best Pokemon in the format. And unsurprisingly, it's having success. But here's my issue. The way that other people are using Ursaluna, it just feels wrong to me. It's working for them, but it isn't my style. These teams are basically a bunch of support Pokemon surrounding Ursaluna with 1 or 2 other complementary offensive threats. But this puts most of the pressure on the bear to get the KOs, and leads to longer, drawn-out games that center around bringing Ursaluna in safely and keeping it healthy. This strategy can work, but it's not the way that I like to play Pokemon. If I'm gonna use Ursaluna, I want it to be just a part of a more cohesive whole. I want to be able to use it without becoming overly reliant on it. And so I need a team that has plenty of other Pokemon that can do damage. And I need to limit how many Pokemon on my team I dedicate to just support. The standard Ursaluna team features Porygon 2 to provide Trick Room for Ursaluna, Incineroar to provide Fake Out and Intimidate support, as well as Parting Shot to help get Ursaluna in safely, and Amoonguss for Disruption, Healing, and Redirection. If I'm going to make this work, I need to cut one of these 3 Pokemon. Porygon 2 is essential. Because Ursaluna is relatively slow, it needs help in order to attack before the opponent's Pokemon, and Porygon 2 is one of the best Trick Room setters in the game at the moment, which means I need to cut either Incineroar or Amoonguss. Incineroar, one of my least favorite Pokemon of all time, or Amoonguss, the Pokemon who clutched my last tournament win. I'm cutting Amoonguss. It is strong, but Incineroar is just too powerful. Incineroar's Intimidate ability, cutting the opponent's damage output, is a big deal. And more importantly, Incineroar has excellent synergy with both Porygon 2 and Ursaluna. See, Ursaluna's Flame Orb happens at the end of the first turn it's on the battlefield, but switching Ursaluna in is risky as you don't want it to take a ton of damage. Parting Shot not only weakens whatever it hits, but it also allows Incineroar to switch out in the middle of the turn. And if the opponent has already attacked for the turn, this means that they can't punish Ursaluna switching in. But I already knew that these 3 Pokemon had good synergy together. Now is the hard part. How do I take this existing concept in a new direction? Well, despite all of my Pokemon thus far working inside of Trick Room, they aren't actually that slow. In fact, all of them are at a speed tier where they could also work inside Tailwind, a 4-turn field effect that doubles the speed of your Pokemon. But is there a Tailwind user that actually is going to work? Well, in order for Tailwind to be most effective, you need to set it up before your opponent attacks for the turn. And this is especially important if your partner Pokemon isn't fast. The reason for this is that Tailwind's speed doubling effect activates as soon as it's used. So by setting it up as the first action of the turn, your other Pokemon gets the benefits right away and can outspeed your opponent's troublesome Pokemon. But this is much easier said than done, because right now there is an extremely fast Pokemon dominating the competitive field. Dragapult. This Pokemon hits absurdly hard and is the single fastest Pokemon seeing any play. But some Pokemon can set up Tailwind even before Dragapult, because although Dragapult is fast, there are some Pokemon who move first regardless of their speed. These Pokemon, specifically Whimsicott, Talonflame, and Murkrow, and technically Volbeat and Illumise, but they're not good enough, so I'm not going to mention them here. I mean, I guess I did mention them, but whatever. They all have abilities which give Tailwind an increased stage of priority, allowing it to move before Pokemon not using priority moves, such as Dragapult. So you might be thinking that the choice for a Tailwind setter is between Whimsicott, Talonflame, and Murkrow, but I can't choose any of these Pokemon. I need every remaining Pokemon on this team to be able to do damage, since Incineroar and Porygon 2 are already taking the support Pokemon slots on my team, and all of these Tailwind setters can't do enough damage. Talonflame's attack stat is actually lower than Amoongus's. Well, I guess this concept doesn't work. Back to the drawing board, I guess. But it just doesn't sit right with me. If there were only a way to get a good Tailwind user on this team, I feel like it could be so strong. Is there actually nothing? I scroll through every single Tailwind user over and over again, searching for some way of making it work. And then I see it. I'd missed it earlier because it isn't faster than Dragapult at first, but it turns out there is a single Tailwind setter that can outspeed Dragapult and has good enough offensive stats that it's a legitimate threat. A Pokemon with 0% usage that hasn't been used in over a decade. Yanmega. Yanmega is a bug and flying type Pokemon with a speed boost ability, giving it a speed boost at the end of every turn that it's on the field. After just one single speed boost, Yanmega outspeeds Dragapult and even some Choice Scarf Pokemon. It is the only Pokemon that can do what I need it to on this team. But why is nobody else using it? Well, to start, Yanmega's typing is a bit lackluster. Bug is one of the worst types in the game, and it doesn't have especially good synergy with flying. Yanmega also doesn't have incredible stats, especially compared to something like Fluttermane or Raging Bolt or honestly most of the newer Pokemon. And its main niche is as a Tailwind setter, and for most of the last 13 years, the best Tailwind setter has been Tornadus, who can set up Tailwind with its Prankster ability, has better typing, overall better stats, and a better move pool. But right now, in the current competitive rule set, all legendary and Paradox Pokemon are banned. No Fluttermane, no Urshifu, no Tornadus. They have literally never had a rule set like this before, and that means Pokemon that normally can't keep up suddenly have a shot. This is probably going to be Yanmega's only chance to work. I play some practice games with just these 4 Pokemon, and I'm shocked to find out how good it feels. The combination of Tailwind and Trick Room on the same team is putting opponents off balance left and right, and Yanmega's putting in absurd amounts of work. I am also able to spot some weaknesses. I add the Sneasler next. This is one of the strongest Pokemon in the format, and it works well with the other Pokemon that I already have. I want a fighting type on this team because of opposing Porygon 2 and Ursaluna, and Sneasler is the best bet because with its poison secondary typing, it's able to hit some of Ursaluna's counters like Primarina and Rillaboom. Sneasler is also fast enough that I don't need to have Tailwind up in order to let it move first, especially because I have another way of doubling its speed, but we'll get to that in a second. With just one Pokemon left, I need a powerful special attacker, because at present, I only have Yanmega and Porygon 2, 2 Pokemon who can be shut down if they don't have a good typing matchup. I settle on Archaludon with a rather unusual set. It's got great typing, an ability that allows it to ignore Follow Me and Rage Powder, 2 moves spiking in popularity, and a broken signature move called Electro Shot. This is a 2-turn move that only requires 1 turn in the rain, kinda like Solar Beam, except unlike Solar Beam, it also gives Archaludon a special attack boost. I don't have the rain, but I can still use Electro Shot by giving up my item slot to hold the Power Herb, which will allow me to ignore the 2-turn requirement a single time. But that one shot is all my Archaludon needs. By the way, these tournament videos take a ton of effort to script, edit, and produce. Not to mention all the work that goes into, actually going to and preparing for the tournament itself. If you're enjoying this video, I would love if you would check to see if you are subscribed. This is content that you can only find on this channel, so I hope you feel it's worth your while. And subscribing helps the channel and everyone who works on it. With the team complete, I spend the next few weeks refining it, obsessing over every tiny detail, every stat point. After hours spent testing and calculating different damage rolls, here's how everything ended up. Porygon 2. It's here to set Trick Room up and be extremely hard to get rid of. As a not fully evolved Pokemon, it can hold the Eviolite item, increasing both its defensive stats by a whopping 50%. And as a pure normal type Pokemon, it only has a single weakness: to fighting. Normal is actually a good type offensively for Porygon 2 as well, because it makes it a better user of Terra Blast. Terra Blast is a middling power move that turns into the Pokemon's Terra type when it terastallizes. But before then, it's a normal type move. That means Porygon 2 gets a damage boost on it even before it terastallizes, making it a viable option before terastallizing. The other neat quirk about Terra Blast is that after terastallizing, it becomes either a physical or a special move, depending on which of Porygon's attacking stats are higher. And while you might expect this to be irrelevant since Porygon 2 has more special attack than attack, it actually does matter, thanks to Porygon 2's ability. Download gives Porygon 2 either an attack or a special attack boost, depending on which defensive stat is lower on the opponent's side of the field. If the opponent's Pokemon have more special defense than defense combined, Porygon 2 gets an attack boost, and vice versa. Terra Blast means that download giving an attack boost isn't just automatically a waste. One unusual thing about my Porygon is the Terra type. The norm at the moment is to use Terra Fighting to hit Kingambit, Archaludon, Incineroar, and Ursaluna. But I really don't like how Fighting makes me weak to types like Fairy and Psychic. Instead, I'm going to use Terra Flying. This not only gives me a resistance to Fighting and a better matchup against Pokemon like Sneasler, Amoonguss, and Rillaboom, but it also makes me immune to my own Ursaluna's Earthquake. I trained Porygon 2 to be fast enough to outspeed Garchomp and Pommet while Tailwind is up. And I put the remaining stat points in its bulk, which is for... Actually, we'll come back to this later. Next up, Incineroar, the best Pokemon ever made. Fake Out is essential for buying time for Porygon, Ursaluna, and Yanmega. Parting Shot lets me move my Pokemon around easier, and Flare Blitz and Knockoff are its two strongest attacking moves. My team doesn't have a grass type, so I'll use Safety Goggles to help give me an Amoonguss immunity. Terra Ghost can make Incineroar immune to both fighting attacks and opposing Fake Out users, providing a lot of utility. Incineroar is trained to outspeed Sneasler and Adamant Dragapult in Tailwind. This is, truthfully, one of the most bizarre EV spreads I have ever used. So much special defense, not even max HP, and zero defense? There's no way that this is optimal, right? So, why did I do it? Well, we'll come back to it later, I promise. Ursaluna, you already understand the moves, ability, and item. Some players are choosing to drop Earthquake for Swords Dance, Shadow Claw, or Substitute, but I think Earthquake is broken, so I'm gonna use it. Lots of players are now running Terra Normal on Ursaluna to get a damage boost, but I want to get maximum value out of my speed control turns, so I'm gonna use Terra Ghost to prevent Fake Out from slowing me down. Ursaluna almost always runs maximum attack investment, but mine is a good bit weaker. This is because I want those stat points to do other things. I want Ursaluna to always outspeed Annihilate and Goldengo in Tailwind, and to survive Kingambit's Sucker Punch. Well, okay, not just a regular Sucker Punch. I want Ursaluna to survive a +2 Swords Dance boosted, Black Glasses boosted, Terra Dark boosted Sucker Punch, and 1 turn of burn damage. This is an absurdly powerful move, but by putting all these stat points in, I can do it. Next, Yanmega. Bzzz. Detect is used over Protect in case I play against an imprisoned Pokemon, and Bug Buzz and Air Slash are its two strongest moves that match its typing. Air Slash isn't a very strong move, but after using this team, I realized that it's completely broken because it flinches whatever it hits 30% of the time. On a Pokemon like Yanmega, who is almost always moving first, this is completely overpowered. Yanmega also uses Terra Ghost for the Fake Out immunity, plus it helps against Dragonite Extreme Speed. Focus Sash is one of the best items in the game, as it ensures Yanmega can always take one big attack, and forces opponents to spend 2 different moves at least if they want to get rid of the bug, assuming that they aren't getting flinched by Air Slash. Yanmega has maximum special attack, enough speed to outspeed Choice Scarf Basculegion after a speed boost, and a few points in its defense to increase the odds that Choice Band Dragapult Dragon Darts won't be able to KO Yanmega with just 2 hits. Sneasler's actually deviating quite a bit from the normal way that people use it. The default set is to run max speed, max attack, and a focus sash, but I can't do that because I'm using the focus sash elsewhere. Most Sneasler use fake out, and more still use coaching, but I'm using neither. Nearly every Sneasler runs close combat and Dire Claw at least, since they're its strongest moves. Dire Claw in particular is terrifying as it has a 50% chance of inflicting a poison, paralysis, or sleep. Why am I not using the regular moves? Well, I think that my Sneasler needs Protect, as neither Porygon 2 or Incineroar has it, and because Yanmega often needs to Protect on the first turn in order to get the speed boost. Without Protect, this would make my Sneasler a sitting duck. But why do I have Throat Chop? Well, it's not a very strong move, but Sneasler needs Throat Chop in order to at least do some damage to opposing Goldengo. Neither Porygon 2 or Yanmega can easily damage Goldengo, so it's pretty important that Sneasler can hit it. I did try a few defensive Terra types on Sneasler, but in the end, I settled on Stellar to boost its damage. There's a lot of Pokemon in the format that just barely survive its moves, and Stellar can let you get them in just one attack. Of course, the real strange part of my Sneasler is the item, ability, and stats. With the Focus Sash taken, I need another item, and eventually I settle on White Herb. This item restores Sneasler's lowered stats a single time. It can be used to stop Incineroar's Intimidate, or to remove the defense drops from close combat. And when White Herb is used up, it activates Sneasler's Unburden ability, doubling its speed stat. With Unburden active, Sneasler can even outspeed opposing Pokemon in Tailwind, even when Yanmega isn't around. But because I'm not using the Focus Sash, Sneasler needs some help staying alive. I decide to lower Sneasler's attack dramatically and invest the stat points in its bulk instead. Sneasler already has decent special bulk, so I focus most of my points in its defense and HP stats. This Sneasler is trained to survive that same Kingambit +2 Terra Dark Black Glasses Sucker Punch attack. Despite it being a resisted hit, this move can KO a Sneasler that doesn't have bulk. It's just that powerful. Lastly, Archaludon. This hulking metal bridge is a bit different on my team compared to the norm. First, I have Thunderbolt instead of Flash Cannon. I need Archaludon to hit Primarina and Kingambit, and since I can only reliably use Electro Shot once, if they bait the move out and get me to waste it, then suddenly, if it doesn't have Thunderbolt, Archaludon can't do much against either. Second, the Terra type. Electric doesn't really offer any defensive value here, but since I have two different electric type attacks, I can use it as an offensive Terra instead. Third, the ability. Most Archaludon use the Sturdy ability if they want the Power Herb, but Follow Me has picked up a ton in usage, and being able to ignore it is massive, especially given how strong Terra Electric Electro Shot is. And lastly, the stats. This Archaludon is significantly more bulky than the typical Power Herb sets. I've sacrificed both speed and power in order to get the bulk, though I am still strong enough to get important KOs. With the bulk, I've trained Archaludon to survive that same Kingambit Sucker Punch attack, while maintaining enough speed to outspeed Modest Pelipper, as well as some other key threats inside of Tailwind. That's all of the Pokemon, but those of you who are paying a lot of attention probably noticed that something is missing. I haven't explained Porygon 2 or Incineroar's EV spreads yet. The reason is that these EV spreads don't actually do anything specific. They aren't trained to survive one particular attack or even a combination of attacks. These spreads instead only make sense in the context of the team as a whole. Remember Porygon 2's download ability? How it chooses which boost to give depending on which of the opponent's defensive stats is lower? Well, that's true of other Porygon 2 as well. And you know how my Trick Room Pokemon all have some speed EVs in order to make sure that they move first in Tailwind? Well, other Porygon 2 teams don't bother with Tailwind, giving them the advantage in Trick Room. And remember how I said the default Terra type on Porygon 2 was fighting? Well, 4 of my Pokemon are weak to fighting. If I let opposing Porygon 2 get the special attack boost, it's really dangerous. None of my Pokemon can KO it in one hit, and it can output consistent damage while also keeping itself healthy with Recover. It's beatable, but it becomes much harder. And frankly, I don't want to deal with it. So I make a decision. I'm going to run suboptimal EV spreads on both Incineroar and Porygon 2 in order to make sure that I can deny opposing Porygon 2 the download special attack boost. The way that this works is that I looked at the biggest gap between defense and special defense on my team, excluding Archaludon, who has too large of a difference to ever deny download. That's Ursaluna, whose defense stat is 35 points higher than its special defense stat. So to compensate for this, I make both Incineroar and Porygon 2's special defense defense stats 36 points higher than their defense stats. What this means is that, assuming that our Caledon is not on the field, if I have either Porygon 2 or Incineroar out, opposing Porygon 2 are always stuck getting the attack boost. And since both Incineroar and Porygon 2 are so tanky, it's relatively easy to make sure that I always have one of them out when their Porygon 2 could switch in. If you want to use this team for yourself, you can try it out with the rental code here. And if you want instant access to all my tournament teams and 3 bonus videos a month, you should check out my Patreon. I post a ton of extra content there every month, so if you're interested in learning more about competitive play, or you just want more Wolfie content, it's the place to be. The tournament itself is split into 3 phases. To make it past the first phase, I need to win at least 6 of my 8 rounds. To make it past the second phase, I need to win 9 of my first 11 rounds. And the final phase is Top Cut, a single elimination bracket. If I make it there, a single loss means I'm out. I hop on the plane to Louisville, grab dinner with Yotam, and head to bed. The next morning, we head to the venue, and as round 1 starts, I'm surprised to see familiar faces on my opponent's team. Toadscruel and Wheezing? Alrighty, guess who has 3 thumbs and got a haircut? Surprise, these videos take quite a while to make. My opponent has a modified version of my Baltimore concept, with Palafin, Incineroar, Kilowattrel, and Dragapult rounding out the core. The good news is that I'm familiar with this team and a lot of the weird mechanics surrounding Wheezing. The bad news is that a lot of my Pokemon really want their abilities. Yanmega only outspeeds Dragapult after a speed boost. Ursaluna's Guts ability is really important when it comes to not only powering it up, but ignoring the attack having nature of Burn. And Incineroar, Porygon 2, and Sneasler all kind of want to use their abilities in this matchup. But in the first game, my opponent doesn't bring either Wheezing or Toadscruel. Instead, they go with a game plan centered around the other 4 Pokemon, starting off with Palafin and Incineroar against my Arcaludon and Sneasler. Their Intimidate activates my White Herb, doubling Sneasler's speed and allowing